Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. It is about 8 minutes past the hour. A brand new day together, and we're rolling. Helmsy should be back Monday, but I got Gregory over to my left, fired up and focused. Rick, Bubba, Adler all will join us, Lord willing, here at top of the next hour. So we're about an hour away from that. We got a lot to discuss today, some stories to update for you, and only as we can do. Over to my left, look at him. There he stands, or actually sitting now. Mr. Greg Burgess.
What's up?
What up? How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. So RBU this week is with Shane and Shane. What an interesting conversation this week in RBU. That's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We'll send that out Saturday morning on all social media platforms. We always send out, Adler sends out like links and stuff, both audio and video. But it'll be on Blaze TV, Pluto TV, YouTube, Facebook, all audio podcast formats. Make sure you're searching for Rick and Bubba. Subscribe and like. But Shane and Shane, you don't want to miss that conversation. Very interesting two guys, and they got a lot going on, and Rick and Bubba are introduced to them for the first time. We kind of hang out, and it's a great conversation, so be looking for that. And contest at rickandbubba.com. Just want to make sure everybody knows that the Dr. Dudney Fix Mama's Mouth contest is still there. Deadline for entries is coming up, and you don't want to wait too late, and so make sure that you're going there. And the key is just how to register, follow those steps, because if they're not met, then you can't enter Mama, because they need everything that they list.
That's right.
So
you must
about
follow the rules.
$17,000 dental makeover, including 10 upper veneers, lower bleaching, cleaning, and x-rays. So be looking for that. All right, so we have a number of things to update. Kevin Dareberry's golf tournament was yesterday. Rick and Bubba were able to go and be there and represent the show and all the staff members, and I understand it went really good, and so I know they'll have updates about that as well. So how was your day yesterday?
It was good.
Everybody fired up, ready to go?
Sure.
All right,
Get things
then.
done, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, pushing your sleeves up?
Yeah.
Ready.
Getting ready.
There's an interesting story here today that I know the guys are going to want to talk about. And this footage of UFOs over conflict zones seen for first time. This is devastating.
We got a lot of UFO
says.
news.
Yeah. The Pentagon released a video of UFO flying over an active conflict zone in the Middle East in 2022, and its mere existence has created the probability of unidentified crossfire, according to an expert. It's a short clip, and this metallic-looking orb thing flying at a fast pace was shown during Wednesday's hearing before the Senate Armed Services Committee on emerging threats and capabilities. And the object was first seen moving from the top right of the screen to the bottom left, and it temporarily disappears out of the view, then briefly reappears. So it's got everybody stirring and going crazy. And the 2022 Middle East orb is considered an unresolved case, they say. And footage reminded a number of folks of the, some other type of orb, a similar-looking metallic orb recorded by the U.S. spy plane flying over Iraq in 2016. It looked very familiar to them.
Very similar.
So now here we go. It stirred it all back up. And what did I see? A Navy pilot as well going, hey, I've seen them.
Oh, yeah.
And I want y'all to comment on some things. We got to get to the bottom of this. And so that'll be a huge discussion today. I know Bubba will want to break it down.
That we need to investigate is what he says. Look, we got all kinds of crazy stuff going on.
We do.
We got UFOs. We got AI. My goodness gracious.
We got it all. The AI stuff is getting kind of weird here. But real quick, Ryan Graves, a former Navy fighter pilot, is calling for Biden to lead the investigation into the unidentified aerial phenomenon or risk American national security. He's gone that far.
Oh, boy.
Anything from foreign tech to space aliens, we need to investigate.
Yep, we don't know what it is.
No. And the AI thing is getting weird. Did you see where like Tom Brady had to send a cease and desist letter to 2 comedians for doing some type of AI with him of doing stand-up comedy or something. And he was like, hey, whoa.
There's a lot of this going on, the deep fake thing. And I mean, this is weird.
So it's a
people
very
have
weird
video
time.
footage and audio, and it isn't even you, but it sounds like you.
It is very strange what's
That's
happening.
A dangerous tool.
It's a weird little time, my friend.
It is.
So not only do you have to walk around on eggshells because you'll get canceled on anything you say, now somebody can deep fake you and show you doing something that you really didn't do. So now you got to defend yourself from that.
Exactly.
Good night.
But it also gives people an excuse to go, hey, that ain't me.
That's true, which is your classic
I think
move.
at some point you're going to have to prove it. You know, I mean, you can't just claim
Look,
that.
I learned that from you a long time ago. That's one thing. That's a Greg Burgess rule. Hey, did you see me there? Did you? Then I wasn't there.
That is not a good.
I wasn't there. I wasn't me.
That's really not true.
Hey, look, Greg, wasn't me. Did you see me there? No. Well, okay then. It wasn't me.
Deep fake. That was deep fake.
So you just can take their word for it. It wasn't me.
About deep fake.
So we got all that happening, plus your phone calls. We might do some unscreened ones. I don't know.
Who knows?
There's another thing we need to talk about as far as today's show goes. The Wheel of Meat. I think Rock and Roll City is going to be back in action today. We got spam. We got canned meat.
Great.
Hey, we got a box of it in there.
Yeah, we do.
And the wheel is ready. It's been relogoed as far as what giveaways are available. And I think we're ready. Look at that spam can right there.
Yeah,
you see that spam
really
can? Huh?
Yeah, I can't wait.
So at some point today, I think I've rocked. I mean, you're going to be on them drums, just going nuts.
I forgot all how to play.
I mean,
it's been
going
so
nuts.
long. You know it?
Yeah.
It's been so long.
So we're going to try to make it as fun zone as possible when it comes to our Friday. If you're listening live, it is Friday the 21st of April. I know we're flying along. It'll be 4th of July before we know it. But we're gonna do this. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. Kickoff hour is a rolling, and we thank you for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at Thoroughbred TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
If you're planning to do some spring cleaning, here's our advice. Clean your home and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. Customize that perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring is here, and we're all spending less time in the kitchen thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers farm-fresh ingredients and foolproof recipes right to your door, saving you extra trips to the grocery store, and the pre-portioned ingredients make it so easy to just get cooking and cut down on food waste. Snag special spring savings today by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and use the code Bubba for 50% off, plus your first box ships for free. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day.
All right, we're rolling back 20 minutes past the hour. You know, it happens a lot, not every day, that you hear something that, and you just learn something you never knew, and then you feel kind of dumb for not knowing it. We were talking about UFOs in the break because one of the main stories today is footage of UFOs over a conflict zone in the Middle East has come out from 2022. The Pentagon released it. Then the former Navy pilot who's seen UFOs is asking the Biden administration to investigate. So there's some UFO talk. We were talking in the break, and Greg was like, you know, this is not new. It goes way back. And the Foo Fighters, the group Foo Fighters, the musical
You thought they
group,
just made that name up.
I didn't know how they did it, and you said no, that has to do with the UFOs.
Yeah, it's named. The term Foo Fighter was used by Allied aircraft pilots during World War II to describe various UFOs or mysterious aerial phenomenon seen in the skies over the European and Pacific theaters. They couldn't explain what they were, and they called them Foo Fighters. And then the band took that as their name.
See, I didn't know that. And a lot of people are probably screaming, Speedy, everybody knows that.
Because the first time I heard about the band Foo,
I didn't know
I thought it was Food Fighters.
Yeah,
like a
well,
food fight.
Right.
And
I just knew their name. I just never really knew how they got their name.
Yeah.
Now you're telling me something that I didn't know. And so
Unidentified aircraft.
feel kind of silly for not knowing that.
During World War II, pilots they never could identify what they were. So what you're saying, we may be having the little. And it seems like the description was like the little sphere, silver ball, even then.
Yeah. What is, and this is one thing that the Navy pilot has talked about is it high-tech weaponry where it's just like, you know, something that's not available to the public and we all think it's UFOs, but it's really something the military's
one
using.
Or the other.
Or what's up, and I think that's where a lot of people land. But the footage that the Pentagon released yesterday has got everybody stirring. Yeah, but I did not know that, Greg.
That's
I pulled one on Terry that I think lasted for about 30 seconds, and then she realized that I was messing with her because SpaceX
Tried to be a prank.
was such a big story yesterday. So
It blowed up.
Yeah, so we go out and spend most of the day yesterday at the baseball field where JC's team was playing. They were hosting a team in, and so we finish up, get back, and it's probably, I don't know, 7 o'clock maybe, and Terry says, "Hey, let's go for a walk." I was like, "You can't even relax."
No.
And so
I was getting ready to go to bed not long after that.
yeah, and so we take off walking. Here we go, and then all this, it was a clear, beautiful night. I mean, hardly any clouds in the sky and all this kind of stuff. And I see an aircraft off in the distance, and it was kind of leaving a chemtrail.
UFO.
All right, and it looked like even though it was flying flat, it was so far away, it looked like it was vertical. It looked like it was going up. And I said, "Wow!" They said, "Oh wow!" So it launched.
No,
she said, "What are you talking about?" And I said, SpaceX, they said it was going to launch around this time. Look at that son of a gun go up. And she's like, "Oh." And we're walking.
You had her.
Yeah, and she is dialed in
Look at
because
it.
it did look, it looked like something like a rocket. It looked like it was going straight up. And she said, are you serious? And I was like, "Yeah, but I tell you, that thing's going up. Look at that thing.
Look at that. It's supposed to turn. And
I was like, "Honey, we are seeing something." I mean, thank you I'm glad we went on a walk. Man, we'd have never seen this.
we missed it.
And then she was like, "You're kidding. Would you stop?"
She realized.
Yeah, she quickly.
No,
but
I
would say,
because it blew up.
I would say that for about 20 seconds, I had her thinking really hard. She was like, because she was off yesterday. She didn't have to go in the office. She was, answering calls for the company and everything that she works for, but she was out of it. She had not turned on any news, so she knew that SpaceX was launching yesterday. She just didn't know when or what was going on. So I had her for just a little bit, just slightly.
Came out of the gate strong.
Yeah,
it didn't hold.
But yeah, they're saying now that the SpaceX thing, they did blow it up.
Well, let me ask you this: why did I came in today? And of course, the sound was down. We have televisions in the studio,
right?
And I look up, and there's a some type of expert, and he has blue hair, sitting there talking about. I mean, not kind of blue. I thought, is this some? He must be in the upper echelon of this space deal. I don't know if he works for SpaceX or I just look up and it had something about the launch being a success and all this, and he's talking about it, and he's got the whole head of blue hair.
Just the whole head.
Yeah, looking sharp.
Also,
that bunch, because we heard them commentating.
Keep talking.
They're not. Let me say, mostly in broadcasting, when you're doing stuff, you got these professional news type people, but the ones who were, and I don't know what Bubba was watching it on his computer, but you had one guy like this. You remember him?
Yeah.
And then you got one guy that's extremely feminine. You got him. He should be calling figure skating. It's just not your typical bunch who covers a space launch to me. What I'm used to, back in the day, Walter Conn,
right.
Go back to the Apollo and hear them guys, the news. There were news people talking about it, but this bunch is
right.
They're a little off.
Yeah. Part of the kickoff
Look at
hour
that.
is that sometimes
It's supposed to disconnect.
well, we had.
And then that guy sounded like he was underwater.
Yeah, that guy.
was.
He sounded a little bit like Fetterman.
Yeah, he
just
did.
slightly.
And he was the play-by-play guy.
Yeah.
And the color analyst was,
Well, it's like his neck went back.
I know.
Throat went back
or he'd
into
been
his
eating
neck.
chocolate. You ever get people they're trying to swallow chocolate?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is I'd like to see a different bunch covered.
Yeah, I got it.
It don't look like you just,
right.
invited everybody in. You would think
I loved the excitement. There was a crowd there and everybody was cheering, but then you went to him and it's like,
It's going up.
and then,
all right, so
Yes, it did.
we have a challenge here next segment because the guys are throwing something on me here during the live show to feed over into the instant replay. Now, this instant replay here it's a little sound effect machine that sits over to our left, and you just hit buttons and you label everything and you give it a hotkey. So, like, let's say I wanted, there I am doing it.
yeah.
There I am doing it.
They're all my buddies are. They're doing it too, and we're all doing it together.
And let's say if we're talking about SpaceX and we're like, oh, Bubba, how you doing? You know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or if if we wanted to go, oh, let's say Mr. Allen.
Oh, good morning, Mr.
Oh,
Allen.
you got it right there at your fingertip.
You're not too mad at me. I was running a little bit late this morning, and I was hoping you wouldn't be too mad with me.
Well, there was conversation about the Wheel of Meat today. And there was never anything
It's got its
concrete
own thing.
as far as what we wanted and thought we were going to play it off the CD. But the guys were like, hey, is there any way you could put just the chorus over into the instant replay? Well, now that we've started.
Chorus of what?
Of Give Me Spam. The Spam song.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't say that. But then now that the board that I'm using right now, it's taken because we're live.
Yeah.
Then I can't feed it to the instant replay, the audio, without it going on air.
Yeah.
But they've requested, hey, I would really like that for today. So next segment, do you think maybe we could put that over into the instant replay live and just see if we could pull it off?
Playing the song. It's a pretty good song.
It is.
This next song's
But
taken me
I'd
a
have
lot
to-
of places I didn't think I would ever go.
But we'd have to be real quiet, and I'd have to count it down because it's really hard to catch it right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, might as well.
We could cue it up and find
But
out.
you
if we
can't
could do
sing with it.
No. We just get something over there.
Give me spam.
Give me spam. But we'll have to look at that. Maybe.
They want you gonna put the whole song in there?
No,
or
I think it said the chorus.
Well, how you gonna get? Okay, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna need your help, Greg.
I got you.
Good night.
Give me
Right back.
spam.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is here, and we're all spending more time in the sunshine and less time in the kitchen thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes right to your door, saving you extra trips to the grocery store. Plus, our family is getting dinner on the table faster than ever with their quick and easy recipes, especially the fast and fresh options ready in just 15 minutes or less. Now, if you're tired of making the same old dinners week after week, HelloFresh will take care of that. There's always something new to try. Their weekly menu of over 40 mouth-watering recipes keeps your taste buds on their toes, and it's easy to round out your order with snacks, sides, desserts, and more from HelloFresh.com. The HelloFresh market is ready. You'll love how the produce is fresh. The recipes are always easy and delicious. Your box arrives when it's convenient for you. So go right now and get 50% off on your first box shipped for free with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Who's planning to do some spring cleaning this year? Dust those hard-to-reach places? Clean out that closet? You know the one. Here's our advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. We recommend it to everyone. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence, so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock and unlock your doors, access your cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Rick Bubba Adler join us at the top. We are kind of setting the day up for you. Don't forget RBU this week, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Make sure that you go and wherever you enjoy your podcast, you search for Rick and Bubba University, subscribe and like, get those notifications, and you'll know when there's brand new podcasts published, I should say. Blaze TV, Pluto TV, YouTube, Facebook. We send all that out too. You can follow us on social media at Rick and Bubba, and we'll send out links, audio, video on Saturday mornings as well. Greg cannot stand himself. He has to eat peanuts right now.
I had one left.
Okay, and you can't. I mean, I know what it's like. You can't just not eat it.
Well, no.
You know, you got to eat
halfway
it.
cracked.
You got to eat it. And what are you gonna do? Sit there and stare at it?
I'm done.
All right, so we've been given a challenge, and
you think you can pull this off?
I don't know. And all right, so we set up the fact, if you're just joining us, we have an instant replay 360 system, and that's where some of our sound effects come from.
I like to call them fun sounds.
Yeah, fun sounds. That's where the Rick and Bubba bed is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we hit when we go to break, which you just heard. We've played Mr. Allen and a couple other things.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Wait
That's in there.
a minute. Oh yeah, you like that one? I like. Wait a minute. You've also got this one here. I love this one, and I know you do as well.
Sure.
Do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you like that?
Are you going to race that one?
Yeah. No. I mean, this is. I love this one.
The smell is so bad it'd make a man want to go back to his ex-wife.
Yeah, you like that?
Hank. That's Hank from Hendersonville.
Yeah, I love Hank. There's all kinds of stuff. Good. Oh, look at here. This one is a good one too, Greg. Do you remember this one right here?
Good night. Look at that.
You can erase that one.
Why would they show that?
No.
In the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog eat or puppy.
Okay.
Oh, that's so good.
That's bad.
That is so
There's
good.
nothing. Let's get rid of that.
All right, so we found so the Moody Boys. We're going way back. The Moody Boys made a parody song for Spam. The Spams.
Yeah.
It's called the Spam song.
That's right.
And
For some reason we're giving away.
well,
spam.
it goes back to the Will of Meat, and I'm trying to. Some of you already know all this, but I'm trying to set it up. If some of you don't know the dilemma that we were in with the Will of Meat, we had a a sponsorship issue with the Will of Meat on giving the meat away
no
and all
more meat.
that. And so the Will of
No
Meat
meat.
just it took a break.
Mm-hmm. You know why?
And
No meat.
and so we ended up getting some canned meat, and the leader of that is Spam.
Yeah, it is.
And so now today we're gonna bring back the Will of Meat, and we couldn't find it, but we found on an old CD on Volume 9, Cut 12, the Moody Boys and the Spam song.
Yeah.
Well,
and it hit you right in the middle of a segment. We were sitting there, we were talking about
no,
it.
Rick texted me.
Oh, he
and,
remembered?
Yeah, he texted me. And
I
he
just saw
said,
you leave.
He said, "Hey, we got the song. That's fine, but I'm just writing here. Could you edit it down to just the chorus and put it in the instant replay?" And I could have done that prior to the kickoff hour or yesterday or day before or whatever. But once we're live, the board's taken and I can't feed anything into it.
Yeah.
But part of the kickoff hour is that we're guinea pigs for the
Yeah, we ain't
show,
got
and
nothing
sometimes we just got to do it. So I'm gonna attempt to do this live. But it's a little bit more complicated than you think, and it doesn't.
But
you would think it's as simple as it is just hitting a button, and you got to time it down though. So at some point we got to be real quiet.
And we're just doing the chorus.
Yeah, but I need your help on. All right, this is when we started, but here's the beginning of it. On the whole thing.
She walks alone down the grocery aisle.
We don't want this.
This is the Spam song here.
Trying to find some
Right.
food that's
No, we don't want that.
And go.
mind. She says ham's the one I love the most, but turkey's not far behind.
It's gonna be a rough. This is gonna be a slip cue here.
Red meat, eggplants or turnip greens, but she eats more than you think.
It's a good song.
Yeah, it's a good song.
I just push the cart.
But you could see how this would drag if we're.
Yeah, we
you
can.
know what I mean? Yeah.
We got to get chorus only.
Right.
Right here it comes. Here we go. Right
Where
here
we go?
Boom.
Right there. All right.
It's fuel for the brain.
Boom. Right there. You're never gonna hit it right.
Wait, so I'm gonna let it go where you said boom, and then we go.
I don't care what else you give me, but give me Spam. Give me Spam.
And then boom, stop it.
Yeah.
I couldn't wait to get home.
As great as the verse is, we just said we ain't got time for it. Just do it like that. That sounds good.
She says, hey.
You know it?
All right, I got to start it here. Now we got to be quiet here in a second. I'm turning my mics off.
I love the most, but turkey's not far behind. She never eats red meat, eggplants or turnip greens, but she eats more than you think. I just push the cart all over the shopping mart. I'm only looking for one thing. Give me Spam. It's fuel for the brain. Make it fried, 'cause it eases stomach pain, or on the grill, served with candied yams. I don't care what else you give me, but give me Spam. Give me Spam.
All right, hold on. Let me see.
You think you got it right?
All right, Spam intro. I don't know. It looked a little hot at one time.
Uh-oh.
Let's see what
It's
we
gonna
got
be
here.
blaring.
Let's see. Spam intro. All right, let's see what we got here.
Give me Spam.
There it is.
Give me Spam.
Perfect.
Give me Spam.
Is that okay?
It's perfect.
So, hold on. Let me see if I hit the beat. Hold on.
Give me Spam.
That's pretty good.
Give me Spam.
I think I can live with that.
Yeah.
It's fuel for the
That's pretty good.
brain.
All right, so that's number 752.
There it is.
Hold on, 752, Greg. All right, here we go. Spam
52.
Spam intro 752. So now when I say 752, if I'll hotkey it for Rick, but if he needs to, he can either type spam in or type the number in. So he can type it up. All right, so what would you like to come off of the instant the hotkeys? We got Kip. We're not going to do that.
Yeah.
We can't do that. We
keep
got
that.
Tech Update. We got Mac.
Gotta keep it.
We got, oh, I love Don Juan's laugh.
Yeah.
That's so good. Wrong answer.
Yeah. Ooh, they're my friends.
Oh, I like that. Who's
Nah,
that?
you can get rid of that.
Who's that, Greg?
They're my friends. Get rid of that.
Huh? Who is that?
All kidding. I mean, they're my friends. All kidding aside, get rid of that.
No.
We don't use that.
Ooh.
No, he likes
Wait,
it.
that's Pippet.
I
That's
know it.
back to Jaws. I
So
mean, that's
it's going to have to be my friends.
yeah. Ooh, what about this one?
This thing was 10 foot tall. The llama burn attacked me.
Is that not the llama? Is that one of your favorite?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah, I like
mine
it.
too. He never plays this one.
Catch me outside. How about that?
He never really
Yeah.
play. I could change that. I could get that out.
Yeah.
It'd still be in the system. It just won't be
Hot.
on the hotkey. I think that one probably out of all of them, right?
This thing was
That one?
10 the llama burn
My
attacked
friend.
That one
Catch me outside. How about that?
or that one
Or my friends.
or this one. About that.
I think he uses that sometimes.
Yeah. All right. So there it is. Catch me outside. So thank y'all, the audience, for allowing us to do that. Hopefully that wasn't too too tough to sit through.
Got it done. Now you're ready.
Yeah. Now we're ready.
Day one.
Day one. We're ready for. Now we're ready for Willamette. All we need is you on the drums, and Adler on the guitar.
That's it.
That's it. And then Rock and Roll City is a band again. How do you feel about being a band again?
Well, we took a hiatus.
Yeah.
You got all bands have to do that. Recharge their batteries.
Right. My
After
question.
all these days on the road.
Right. My question to you, my friend, is going to be: can you enjoy Will of Meat knowing that you've got to mail the spam?
No.
Well, that what I want you to do is just get past that and just enjoy the moment.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
worry
true.
about mailing the spam later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe it won't land on it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fried co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of double-stacked JBC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español. Gracias, Babbel. Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions, that could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank all of you for tuning into the kickoff hour today. Rick and Bubba and Adler all join us at the top of next hour. Helmsy has been off all week on vacation, Lord willing, back on Monday. This portion of the show, SSI, Syndicated Solutions, would like to remind all of you that our national sponsorship team at SSI can really come up with a plan and of attack when it comes to getting word out that best describes your business and what you're trying to promote through this show and another popular program they syndicate to help you accomplish your goals, reaching loyal listeners and viewers ready to successfully impact your business. We enjoy creating success, and we have partnered with so many great businesses over the years, and we can do so again for you. But don't be thinking just the wonderful 50 radio network affiliates that we have all over the country. There's other avenues as well. YouTube, some of you watching us now on YouTube, and Blaze TV, 24/7 digital tune-in app. Are you yawning during this?
Yeah.
We got social media platforms, podcasts, and online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. 203-431-0790 is the number, or email them, Rick and Bubba, spell out and, Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. And if you are just in a local market that we syndicate to, and you're like, I just want to get the word out in here at this market here, we got great local sales teams that can help you do that. You can contact us as well, and we'll get you in touch with them. All right, so all the players are here. Adler here, Rick, Bubba here. We are here. Speedy, Greg, and Helmsy back on Monday. Shane and Shane is RBU this week. Shane and Shane. Kevin Dearberry's golf tournament was yesterday. Rick and Bubba were able to attend. I see the goodie bags are back.
Yes.
We're ready to go. You see your shirt in there?
I did.
Long sleeve. I'm actually wearing one of the old shirts here. And I realize now We throw up old Rick and Bubba replays Adler does during the break. And I know sometimes that throws a lot of you off. Like yesterday, he was playing back a Riley Green interview. And everybody wanted to know if he was in studio here today.
Yeah,
so it'll throw you off.
Look, when you look and it's the old studio we happen to be sitting in, that means that it's old.
The best one yesterday.
And if we're at a commercial break, that should also give you a heads up.
The best one yesterday is when Adler was playing
Please
back.
look and get your look in there.
Yeah. Hey, Rock and Roll City's back, buddy. You better get it together.
He's got his rock and roll
He's
hair
fired
going,
up and ready to go. Yes.
Did you see his look he had going?
Yeah. So yesterday, one of the things he was playing back was an old story we did on current events and all this kind of stuff. And one of the callers called back, goes, "Man, you guys are doing that story again."
I know it.
And then he quickly realized, no, wait a minute, I'm watching an old playback during the break.
Well, remember we did that
funny.
time Jeopardy. We repeated the whole bit a year later.
Oh yeah, he was in every right to be worried because we'll do that, but we didn't yesterday.
But Adler keeps tricking everybody.
He does. But yeah, I would think you're right. The old studio and everything would probably, maybe tell everybody that it's not live. But the reason I brought that up is that I was watching a segment from years ago, and I was wearing this shirt.
I do that a lot. I look, and my wardrobe has not changed. I mean, I've got some shirts, seriously, 2010 probably.
Yeah. I really, what I need to do is go through my closet and just toss a bunch of stuff.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a nice shirt. Kevin Derryberry shirt.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, I'll take it. Thanks, Kevin.
So I know that was the first words you've spoken today.
As opposed to not taking it? I mean, was that ever considered?
Well, I mean.
Yeah, when it comes to fashion.
Yeah. I am concerned a little bit. I know that you're a gamer, but he's ready on the drums today. He said he's focused. Is Rock and Roll City, y'all ready?
Yeah.
It's gonna be bad.
Boys are back. The boys are back.
It's going to be bad.
I know. I can't wait. I know it's going to. Well, we were talking about this the other day off air. This is probably the only show where bad is good.
Yes.
Good point.
We do it every day.
Every day.
Been doing it bad for years. Well, laugh at that.
All right, we got an update.
Bring it on.
Got an update for y'all. Do you remember the Eddie Van Halen Hot for Teacher guitar that was for sale?
Yes.
And
that Adler was going to buy.
Right.
Yeah.
How about it sold?
How much?
Nearly $4 million.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, the instrument was custom made for the Van Halen legend, and it has sold. And it bothers everybody because we started breaking down that guitar and everything, but it was the iconic music video of Van Halen's Hot for Teacher. It's the one that Eddie Van Halen used, and the guitar sold for a whopping $3,932 during a recent auction, and the lot closed on April the 18th. It says, according to the listing on the site, the guitar is billed as one of the most iconic guitars of the MTV era, as played for by the most influential guitarist of his generation, and we're talking about Eddie Van Halen. So
evidently, we got a big fan who has a lot of money.
Wow!
What if you are? In the story, and they never really elaborated that he originally gave it to was it a drum tech?
Yeah,
that was on tour with him.
Yeah.
Obviously, I wonder. Is the drum tech guy still have it? Is he the one who got the $3 million?
No, it had changed.
What I'm saying is, can you imagine? He's kicking himself. He probably sold it for like $500 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what happened to me. But the guy, when he came to buy and pay for it, to sign the check, he said, "I brought my pencil."
That's a lyric from the song, in case you can't follow it.
And then he was a little bit late to the meeting, but then he was like, "Well, I don't feel tardy."
I don't feel tardy.
So anyway, they said it was valued between $2 and $3 million, but it actually sold for almost $4 million.
How about that? That's a happy day when you're selling something like that.
I know time flies by, but I forget that he passed away in 2020.
Yeah.
It's lots happened since then. It doesn't seem like it's been that long ago, but that was right in the middle of COVID.
How about that?
And let's see here. How about this? In June of 2020, Nirvana's frontman Kurt Cobain's unplugged guitar sold for nearly $6 million at auction.
Good night.
And that was a record there. But anyway, that was just an update. I saw that today. that was a big discussion a
Somebody
while back
walked away
when it
with some
started.
cash.
That they got what they were looking for and more.
Yeah.
Almost $4 million.
How about that?
Yeah, I was looking to see if it said who actually bought it, but it does not. And now Eddie Van Halen, he had lung cancer, right? Is that what it was? I think that's what it was. I'm sorry to throw at that.
One
at
time
you,
he had mouth on his, like he lost part of his tongue or something to
Yeah.
cancer, but I don't remember exactly what ended it.
Right. But
I think it was some kind of cancer. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was lung, but I'm not sure. All right, so
somebody on YouTube commented the person that bought the guitar was named Seymour Butts. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I
what
fell
is
for
wrong
it.
with you?
Fell for it again.
What
Dang
is
it.
wrong with you, Eddie Van Halen? Hey, this is the most you've talked this early in a long time.
Yeah.
How's that feel?
I thought I'd bring it for you guys.
Come on, buddy. It's Friday.
I know y'all were a man down this whole week. So
Oh,
I
this has been
figured
fun. This has been great. But we love anytime you can join
I
us.
figured I'd help out a ton on the last segment of the entire week.
For the last 3 minutes.
Wow, so helpful.
Yeah, no, but look, we've had
Way
a
to
good
step
time.
What a team player.
Yeah. You know, this is one thing as we go to break. One more story that I just wanted to
I
kind of
got a
bring up
story.
that I don't understand. TSA has intercepted more than 1,500 firearms at airports in the first 3 months of 2023. Now, I get, oh my gosh, I forgot it was in my bag. Okay, whatever. But how do you forget that?
Yeah, who
thinks that's
maybe they
gonna-
won't notice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, I know, and I don't fly a ton commercially. I don't.
You're a
I just
jet
haven't.
setter is
I
what
haven't
you
had
are.
to. But I do know what's in my bag when I go.
You would think.
You know, if I got to
Especially
carry
a
on or a
firearm.
backpack. Oh crap! I forgot.
Oh.
Yeah, I got my Glock back here. I'm sorry.
Well, you don't have to say crap, Speedy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, rats.
Dadgum.
That's good. That's better.
Dag nabbit. I forgot. I forgot my pistols back here. My Smith and Wesson.
Jiminy Christmas.
9mm in my. Wow.
Yeah, let's be responsible. Let's be more responsible.
Who forgets that?
I don't see how you do.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I really can't speak to this. I don't know what it feels like for the partnership to disband.
Yeah. It's a whole nother deal.
Right. But so
They are together, still on together.
are they really?
We're talking about it.
That's got to be really awkward. But anyway, so
It really does. How do you read one news story?
yeah, you know, I've heard of shows, you know, that fell away from the partnerships for whatever reason, and we even saw the special on that one. I forget what they're called, that sports team that was together for so many years. And, and they were disbanded, and they said they were
Mad Dog.
they were days, and some
Oh,
people said Mike and Mike got like this, but I don't know if that's true or not, where they would actually come to work and not speak to each other at all and just do the show. I just I don't see me.
Wow, that'd be hard to do.
Maybe I'm not professional enough, but that would be difficult
couldn't
for
pull
me.
that off.
All right, so Nia, let's talk about getting that nickname because that's going to be important.
boy.
So we got to think. First of all, have you ever had any nicknames? Obviously, Nia.
Well, Nia,
Nia's sort of a
yeah.
nickname, but that's still part of your name. Anything like outside of that? Did you ever have a nickname with friends or
Not
family?
really. I mean, my Instagram is Mama Nia.
Mama Nia.
Yeah, you know, like
Mama Mia.
Yeah.
I like that. Mama Nia. Here we go, Mama Nia. This, well, this may be simple.
Yeah, that's good.
Mama Nia.
Mama Nia. I love it.
I like that, and I like it a lot, and it comes with a theme song.
Yeah, I don't kind of like it.
So
I like it a lot.
So, what are some things that you like to do? Hobbies,
well,
interests?
running, of course.
Now, you were
I
a
ran
track star, right?
Yeah,
In
been running
college.
for 14 years.
Now, what were your events?
I'm a sprinter, so I do the 100 and 200.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, if we still run that 40 out here, we used to let the interns run a 40.
So you got
blow everybody away.
You got good speed.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
So what do you run 100 in?
Well, I hold the school record at Tampa.
How about that?
Mama Nia.
So my record in the 100 is 11:55, and for the 200 is 23:0. Not
Come on.
23, 24:0. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, those are good
I
numbers.
wish it was a 23:0. But
Yeah. Yeah.
Rick,
You ever get close to
Rick,
that?
you realize? I mean, you're talking about 11 seconds. I mean, the greatest in the world run it. What 9? What's the
Right.
world record right now?
I have no idea. It's
What
fast,
Bolt
though.
run it in? 9
Oh,
something?
you saying? But yeah, he's like 9.
Yeah.
But Rick,
9
that's
seconds?
2 seconds.
Yeah. And in the women's division, what is the world record? Do you know?
I don't know the world record, but it's in 10.
Yeah. Okay. So you'd have to take about a full second off what you're doing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
still.
but still.
But in
Yeah.
college, if you got the record at Sanford, come on, that's huge.
That is.
Yeah, I was proud. I was happy. I didn't even know I had the record. So it happened at our conference last year, and it was at our school. And we were running, and I crossed the line, and I hear my dad go. He was like, look. And I look up, and I was like, oh, okay, I PR'd. And then my coach goes,
now, wait a
you
minute.
got that school record.
Explain what PR is. Personal record, right?
Personal record, yeah.
Okay, but
See, I know some people don't know their track terms like
That's
that.
very good.
You know?
Yeah, see, yeah, my wife was a sprinter, so that's the reason why I know these times. And of course, she and I've raced a few times, but
All right,
it wasn't pretty.
So 10.49 seconds. Florence Griffith Joyner.
Flojo.
There's a nickname,
1988.
Flojo.
And then
Listen, what a fan of you remember
Intern
when she just
Flojo.
ran
Yeah.
away with it.
yeah.
All with her nails painted.
And
Oh, I know
Usain
that.
Bolt
I
was
know.
I can't do
9.58.
that. I want to see how she does that.
What was the record?
9.58 for Usain Bolt.
But what about Flojo?
What was Flojo?
Flojo was 10.49.
And you're at 11-1?
11.5.
I mean, you're 1 second behind the world's record, and I know in sprinting that can be, but to most of us, 1 second is not a lot of time.
It's not a lot, but looking at it, it's a lot.
It'd be a few steps.
10.4 is like up there. 11.5 is like back here.
You know, they did a special one time showing how far back 1 second is, and it's further than you think it is.
It's a difference. People are like, oh, it's just 1 second. You're like, no, it's not.
Right.
It is,
try
but
to
it's
trim
not.
that 1 second.
Where did you run high school?
At Murphy.
Okay.
I'm from Mobile.
You're from Mobile.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I played football with some guys from Murphy back a long time ago.
Isn't it crazy how the records have? In 1922, the record was 13.6, and now it's 10.49.
Oh yeah, we keep getting bigger, stronger, faster. And a lot we know about nutrition and working out and how to get speed. You know, what we were finally told is that they learn scientifically you can't take a person whose maximum speed is say 11.5 and say, well, with training, I'm gonna break the world record. But what they can do is say a lot of us have not maximized how fast we can physically run.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they do with the training is say, we're going to maximize what you can do. We're going to have you running as fast as you can possibly run.
Form, technique.
Yeah, with form and technique and all that.
Nutrition, everything.
Yeah, that's it. Pick up a little something here or there. What is your regimen
Mama
like?
Nia.
Won't you run
wanna try
again?
Yeah.
I thought we could call her Speedy, but we already got one of those.
And Rick, she was also
Speedy.
she was teammates with Peg Leg Meg. Remember we had her? She's triple jump.
Really?
That's my bud.
Well, how about that? It's all really coming together, isn't it? All right, so
It was always strange to see her come back with breakfast and take those 3 long steps around the corner.
On her toes.
Yeah.
All right, so Nia McKinley is about to get her Rick and Bubba name. We love Mama Nia. Flojo, we like.
What about Mama Nia 11.5?
No, let's not add that in there at all.
Mama Nia 11.5.
Mama Nia, won't you run again? All right, so we'll get them broken down, or we may just declare Mama Nia, but we'll talk about it when we come back. We'll see.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. How about it? A lot to do on this edition. We start with the national anthem. minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are so glad you are here. Much to do going forward. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, already giving you a kickoff hour. Helmsy out. Also, Eddie Van Adler. There's old Adler settling in. YouTube experience enhanced. As you can watch the show anywhere in the world on YouTube live, and then you get a full show archive, and you get a best of hour, which you can also get on Blaze TV as part of our Blaze Brethren. So you can do that. On the audio side, you've got the America's boldest radio stations give you a live option. On the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, our TuneIn app gives you a live option. It also gives you archive shows. And then on the archive side, if you want all the audio of the Rick and Bubba Show on your own time, go to our podcast channel and get the full show archive every day, including a best of hour. So the only reason why you're not getting all the Rick and Bubba shows, you just don't want it. It's not because it's not available. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the Kang's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in to Rick and Bubba.
Don't let the sound of your own wheels drive you crazy. Take it easy. I play that one for Coach today. Anytime Dad and I need to relax, we just put on the essentials of the Eagles, and we just sing, and we ride, and we love it.
Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Yeah, and my favorite is I'll mess with Dad and tell him that Greg doesn't think the Eagles are outstanding.
Right.
And
Why do you do that?
Well, what it is, because every time Dad hears the Eagles, it's one of the places where he can go where he seems to get clarity of mind and knows all the songs. And he loves the Eagles. And by the grace of God, we were able to send he and Mom to see the Eagles a couple of times, and he loves it. And he will tell you, hey, there ain't nobody better than them, Rick. They're the best. They're in the class. I mean, every single one of them. And of course, I'll mess around and say, I don't know what Greg's problem is. And he'll go, what? I said, well, Greg thinks they're. And then, of course, he has something. What he says about Greg right there, I can't share.
He said, questions my intelligence.
Well, he questions that, and he says that you're full of something that's not right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing about Greg. So anyway, so that's for you today, Dad. All right, so a lot to unpack. Bubba, we will bring back the wonderful Wheel of Meat today. We could not be defeated. Right now, we do not have a sponsor that will send you meat to your doorstep, delicious, high-quality meats. So what we did is we have moved, because you can't stop us, Bubba. We countered. And so on the Wheel of Meat today, we have lots of Rick and Bubba prizes, lots of prizes, that other people have provided, some of our sponsors. But we also have canned meat.
That's right.
And we will ship that canned meat to you. So I mean,
we have spam.
We have spam, and we will send it right to you.
That's right. The processed meat of the new millennium.
There it is. So that will happen on the show today. Also, Bubba, you and I had the honor of talking to Shane and Shane, these artists and songwriters, and of course what they're doing with the worshipinitiative.com, I think is. Unfortunately, but is needed. But here's the good news. It's there for you to try to make sure that we are vetting out worship leaders the way we would pastors, and that these worship leaders know the Word of God. And then when they're singing, they sing things that line up with Scripture, and they train worship leaders. So we talked to them about that. We got into some fun stuff about the two Shanes, even though they have the same first name. They're quite different men.
They are. It was a lot of fun getting to know them. I'd never met them before.
They're great.
So
they're great.
We had a lot of fun with them, and I think you'll enjoy the podcast this weekend.
Yeah, I kind of connected with them years ago when Sherry and I had the opportunity to go to Liberty University and speak at the convocation when her book first came out, and so they were doing worship that day for the convocation, and once I got to sit down with them and cut up, I could tell they were kind of our kind of guys. So now they may not want to be associated with that, but they're great. So catch that coming up this weekend, and then we'll wind down the stories of the day. Headed to Brandon, Florida tonight. Looking forward to being down around Tampa Way at Bell Shows. One day a marriage conference. The latest update that I've gotten is the dinner is sold out, but if you just want to come to the conference and be part of the sessions, and they got a lot of fun planned for the couples tonight too. You can still do that, and of course that's a reduced ticket price because it's not including the dinner now. But you can do that, and you'll see those links at rickandbubba.com. If you'll go there for today, that date, and just click on that link, you can go ahead and register you and your wife or you and your husband. If maybe you found out, hey, I can go, or maybe I guess I hadn't paid attention. I didn't know y'all were coming to my part of the world tonight, or whatever. So you can do that. And those of you that are already registered, look forward to seeing you there tonight. I keep hearing from Danny Wood, who was my pastor for over 20 years, and then Adler told us that his mom and dad, and I've talked to his dad, that they were worship leaders there for 5 years when little Adler was 1 year old, all the way till he was 5. And so Adler, I will try to find the pew where you busted your mouth open on it.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'll try to find it.
Got it good.
I'll see if it's still there. But from what I hear, the pastor is a cut up like us, and he gets our humor. So the potential of me going, because when Sherry and I go speak together, we're very distinct in the way that we approach things. Sherry does not like foolishness until her message is over and we are done. And of course, I cut up from the beginning, to the airport all the way home, and I have a feeling that I could potentially get in trouble if this guy's a cut up and he wants to go there, because I remember her telling a group down in Pensacola one time. She said, I don't operate like him.
Yeah,
I need to know where my mic is. I need to know where I'm going to be standing. I need to know exactly how the sessions are going to go. And of course, I'm over somewhere, somebody going, hey, these biscuits over here look good. So it's a little bit of a different approach.
Different feelings.
Yeah, but it'll be fun. And I look forward to that opportunity to get to do that tonight. So if you need details on that, they're there. So, and then we'll break down stories and update things. I hope we can get into a fun zone today. That's my hope.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's been a challenge lately.
When you unpack the stories in our country and around the world, it makes the fun zone more difficult to get in.
Yeah,
but we'll try it.
A lot out there.
Yeah, we'll do it. So
it's a very disturbing video on one of the most advanced robots that we have.
Bubba, not more of this. Not more of this.
Well, you need to see this one. This one
worse than what I've already seen.
This one is pretty spooky.
Spookier than I've already seen.
Yeah, I want a robot to look like a robot, not a human.
Spookier than that last one we just looked at.
Yeah, it's pretty spooky.
Spookier than AI coming up with a version of you that doesn't even exist.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She is a sprinter. She holds the record there at Samford University. We talked about all of that. She said on her Instagram that she was named Mama Nia. We all love that. The audience seems to love that as well. But Speedy said there's a few that we can talk about, or we can just declare it's Mama Nia.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what we'll do. But just
I'm
few
getting
worth
everybody's
mentioning.
loving Mama Nia.
Yeah, we got because she's a Samford Bulldog, Bulldog Bullet.
Okay.
Finding Nia.
Finding Nia is pretty good.
XS, which I don't think we're going to do, but it's the female speedster in the DC Comics.
What is it?
XS.
You familiar with this? I'm not familiar with
It's
it.
the granddaughter of Flash in DC Comics.
I did not know about
Flash had a granddaughter.
I didn't even know Flash had a granddaughter. I had no idea. Who did Flash marry to produce kids?
I don't know. This is just what Philip Webb
did they come along?
We got Nia Bolt and ouch, I hurt my Nia.
That's pretty good.
Mama Nia, for the first time in a long time, the majority of emails is like, well, y'all got to stay with Mama Nia.
I've got them over here saying why are we even voting. I mean, that's such a good nickname. Everybody wants us to go with that. Do y'all want to let that be the deal?
Well, let me clarify one thing. If we go with that, Now, when we're singing Mamma Mia, Speedy and I were doing Bohemian Rhapsody. I believe y'all were doing ABBA.
Well, we were doing this, but the whole the song.
Yeah, the ABBA.
Yeah, from ABBA.
You know, we're such a hit.
Oh yeah, have you seen these movies?
You
love the movies?
I love the movies.
It's the ultimate. When somebody said, "Let's do the perfect chick flick," it's Mamma Mia, isn't it?
It's a lot of singing, I know. But
I know. Are
it's a
you
good
in?
movie.
You like musicals?
No. But I like Mamma Mia.
I don't like musicals.
I don't like musicals.
But what you're saying,
Rick, she don't like sprinting either.
But what you're saying is you don't like those movies where people sing every line.
Yeah, it's like every time.
Mamma Mia, here I go again.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Boy, this part of it is creepier than ever now.
Rick, we've talked about this. I don't mind robots and all that, but I want them to look like robots. I don't want them to look human.
No, look,
I don't want you to be faking me off. We got enough people now that don't know what they really are. That we don't need to add machinery to this mix.
No, we don't.
But this is kind of spooky, and for those of you on the radio, we'll try to get a link on the webpage today to this. You need to see this, and there's audio with this, Rick. There's a little bit of music.
Oh no, I don't even like. I don't like the still shot.
I want you to look how realistic this looks.
Oh no,
Greg Burgess.
No,
this
no.
Have you got it potted up? There we go.
What a weird.
I'm Alex. Let's make friends. How are you?
Oh no, guys.
$8 million for this robot.
Yeah. No, see, this is just dumb. This is just dumb. I mean, why would we put ourselves? How many more times have we seen how bad this can go, and we just keep doing it? This is
how realistic it looks.
I know, Bubba. That's why I'm creeped out.
I will do anything for you.
I mean,
Don't be afraid of the robot. Come closer.
What?
Mm-mm. Look, they're already working on another one back behind him.
Including you.
Mm-mm. You know what we're doing? We're just building our own destruction. Mm-hmm.
Did you hear it say, "I'll do anything for you"?
I'm a very smart robot called Alex. Did he just wink?
I think he did.
Did he just wink?
Yeah.
Look at those
God,
eyebrows and eyelashes.
Weird.
Look at that eye.
Oh,
Is there? Should
Yuck.
we go this far with it?
come on.
Why? What, Bubba, to your point, we don't have to do that.
Yeah, just
I
give
mean, we
me
don't
a
have
give me
to
a
do
tin can. You know what I mean?
We don't have to do
give
that.
me a tin can with a speaker in it and a really good camera on top.
Come on. We are the robots. But we're just setting ourselves up.
It'll do 600 different expressions.
Like choke you, like squeeze your neck till you can't breathe anymore.
29 motors in the face itself.
Mm.
Now, see, I'd rather it look like that, honestly.
No, yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah,
I don't, you know.
Yeah, don't put the
Yeah.
skin over it.
Yeah, that just doesn't seem necessary.
What scares me is when it says, "I'll do anything
look at
for
that
you."
hand.
What if you told it to do something like, "Hey, man, neighbor's dog's barking. Go take them out. I'll do anything for you."
And wait a minute, now that scenario, I'll take one. I mean, it's no, because see what happens is then it comes after you.
Oh yeah,
that's the end of all these things.
Yeah.
Even if you start thinking, Rick, why would you be against this? Look at all the great things it does. Yeah, that's how they bring you in.
Right. Go take that bowl of ice cream away from Rick. He's had too much. I'll do anything for you.
Rick, look at it writing with a
You're
pen.
the man.
No, I don't want to see it right.
I would like for it to cut my yard. Hey, go cut my yard. I'll do anything for you. Thank you.
Your wife says you're too fat. And then, buddy.
So does the robot moves come with it?
Yeah, but then it gets where you can't even tell. It
Yeah.
won't even move weird at some point.
I know. It's just gonna hop around.
Get over there and having peanut butter pretzel slapped out of your hand by the power of some sort of machine. You know it.
Good night.
Look, it shows them building the face right here, Rick. Look at
I don't want
the
it, Bubba.
hair.
I don't like it.
Look, it's got audio again here to listen.
I don't like any of this.
They can make it look like anybody.
Well, of course they can.
But look what this one looks like. That
Look-
guy that built it.
It does, but I don't want
Little
that.
bit.
I don't want that. I don't want that.
No.
I do not want that.
Wow.
'Cause
I want the Lost in Space robot. I'd be happy with that.
Think
as
about,
far as I want to carry.
We know that they don't really need this because they can fake that you're somewhere anyway, and we got a lawsuit with Tom Brady already. But even if they wanted to try to say that, a physical body was there, I mean, they could build a robot, look just like you, and have that robot at all kinds of bad places, and people take pictures, say, well, there you are, I see you.
Yeah.
But, of course, with AI, we can do that anyway. I mean, with all this stuff.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Well, and there's trouble coming on all this world. And Tom Brady's already threatened legal action. You told me that somebody did an AI video.
Yeah, of him doing a stand-up
Like he was doing a stand-up routine. And it looked just like him.
Adler, I know we didn't talk about this.
Yeah,
in
was it
advance.
funny?
If you can grab any video of him on stage doing that, because I saw a clip of it, and I thought, well, he's really enjoying himself after football doing stand-up. I didn't know he liked to do stand-up, and it was all fake.
So we're now going to walk into, and Bubba, I know we're not prepared to talk about the legal ramifications because we don't really know, but we're prepared now to walk into a world, and here comes one right now, where there's a threat of legal action. Now let's say the threat became, I'm going to take legal action.
Right.
So now the courts have to decide, all right, what violation has taken place if people show you as a stand-up comedian saying things that you don't want people to think you said, and they did what's it called? You gave me a word for it. Where they deep fake. And what kind of legal action is there? I mean, where on laws we already have, where does that fall? Defamation of something. I mean,
well, we've learned a new term here the last few years in college sports: name, image, and likeness.
Right.
I feel like that they're probably stealing your name, image, and likeness to do this.
Yeah. Now, Tom Brady, I think you make a case there. Probably that's the most solid because I bet his name and likeness is probably trademarked. But some good and like us, I mean, what's our legal standing? Can we say the same thing?
Well, I think to some degree everybody ought to own their own image.
I agree. Yeah. And most of us, do enough damage to our own image without anybody helping us. But people like Brady who have the jack to do it, we almost have to hope they'll get out there and make life miserable for these people that they won't just do that so candidly.
Yeah, so it won't become an epidemic of sorts.
Because
that technology is becoming more and more and more available. I mean, it'll be in apps before you know it.
Do you realize how quick with this deep fake stuff? How quick you can destroy somebody's life and reputation?
Oh, I know.
By claiming they're doing something they didn't do, and they're like, "Well, I'm looking right at you."
I couldn't find that clip that Bubba was talking about because I was queuing this up right here.
Okay.
I will do anything for you.
Oh, my goodness.
That was not Tom
Don't
Brady.
be afraid. He's actually quite friendly.
Yeah.
For now.
Look, y'all
Can
know.
we tell him not to be?
Till he gets hungry for brains.
And we're talking about the danger of it all, but also just another thing. Think of the door that opens for the sickos out there.
Yes. They're going to start making it real attractive robots.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be all attracted to it, and it's going to be another thing after
She got to work.
But if they can make like a twin of us, and it can run errands maybe that you don't want to run.
Yeah, you got to find a way to make some positive.
But then it takes over your life.
Oh, wow.
Then it don't act right, and everybody thinks it was you.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That wasn't me. I had enough trouble with a guy yesterday telling me about that he couldn't get a guy not to accept that he wasn't me. And I said, well, I hope it went well.
Right.
And he was like, it was really odd. He goes, every time I would say, I'm really not Rick, he would say, oh, okay, man. And I was like, okay, well. And I thought, well, I knew you looked handsome. I just didn't know why.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feel so good myself. He died.
Ed King.
Yeah.
Ed King, not Wing. Ed Wing was actually.
Say,
by the way, don't
who is
listen.
Ed Wing?
I felt bad for the
You
Wing
didn't know who
family.
Ed King was either. How about this?
I did. I thought he was an offensive lineman for the San Diego Chargers.
Greg, I'm about to blow your mind. Do you know who Ed Wing is?
I don't.
Greg, this is going to completely, your head will explode. I shouldn't even say it.
Oh, no.
I shouldn't even say it.
Go ahead.
He was in the Town Criers.
He was, by the way. I remember that.
I know, Greg, I'm sorry.
On that record we had.
Yes, I remember seeing his autograph
You're
on the
right.
back of the Town Criers, and it had the frog on the front. And you and I were
Yes.
little boys, and we were in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and our parents, I think, took us into a bar. Now that I look back, how did they do it?
I don't think.
It was one of those places that serves dinner and has a bar.
yeah.
And we saw the
Went
Town
to the show twice.
We saw the Town Criers. Dad loved it. And how about this? Ed Wing was one of the members of the band.
I remember that.
But Ed King, who wrote the riff that is Sweet Home Alabama, is dead.
Yeah, I heard that.
Pretty famous riff he wrote.
Pretty good
But hey,
riff.
he wrote a lot of stuff. The first three records, he was all over them.
Yeah, we
And
played
he
that
said, "I'm
earlier,
out."
and I can't imagine you.
What about when he? What about?
Hey, I got something.
Yeah, when he
Got
walked
something
when he
here.
walked in the room and said, "Guys, I got a little something." And everybody said, "I think we got something right there." But you remember when they interviewed the guys at Muscle Shoals on the Muscle Shoals documentary, they thought it was like something you would do, like we would do. Hey, we all been to Alabama recording. We got kind of a raised song here. We're cutting up about our time in Alabama and how we love coming to Alabama. And you remember the guy who just died, the main guy up there at Muscle Shoals?
Yeah.
He said, I didn't take the song serious.
Yeah,
I,
whatever.
I thought it was more of like, okay, that's a little something y'all can have some fun with. But he didn't. He said, I didn't realize that people all over the world would sing a song about the state of Alabama. All over the world.
Yeah.
I watched.
When I was in Nicaragua, and they're up there, doing, the way that Spanish style is, and the Latin, and they do all the thing, and all of a sudden somebody grabbed it and kicked up Sweet Home Alabama, and like all the Nicaraguans went crazy. I mean, I was just like, okay, so this song's everywhere. It's
Everybody knows that riff.
Rick, it touches the soul of the human experience.
Do you love that when they that little Spanish when they play? They don't use a pick, and it's all their fingers.
Them old catgut string
I'm gonna
guitars.
tell you, they can go, buddy. Now you ought to hear them play Sweet Home Alabama, you won't forget it.
It's a little different twist, but yeah, Big Ed went in. And a lot of the documentaries they interview him, and it's always interesting, because they got You had that long one that was on Access TV, and now they've got a new one that
that's
comes
a
out
long
on Showtime, and it's got a lot of the same stuff in it, but it's really good. And you get a lot of Ed King in that.
Also, a big moment, since we'll talk music right out of the gate for some reason. I will say this, and it was, I delivered the news to my dad because this was big. The Eagles' greatest hits this week passed Thriller as the biggest selling album of all time.
I heard that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big, guys.
I knew it was a popular record, but I didn't know it. Wow.
Yeah, and that's the original. They've got more than one greatest hit.
Yeah, but the one with the eagle head on the front.
The first one with the eagle skull.
And really doesn't have a lot of the like the Hotel California stuff came after that.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing. So that's a bit. You know what I said, because I got the word from somebody, and they said you got to let your dad know this. And you know what I wrote back? He'll be thrilled. Thriller.
I play on words.
I did a little something here.
Did you hear what I did there?
I got a radio show.
One way to do that is to stay alive and keep performing.
It's very helpful.
Yeah.
Now wait a minute. When he died, he kicked some album sales up too, though.
Yeah, but I'll take the long term.
If Michael was still doing tours and said, "Oh, by the way, I still have this album too," because that shirt we just saw that just broke Thriller.
Yeah,
I could have bought it, a few months back in April when I took Dad to see him this past year. Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Much to do going forward. We'll talk to Gary the Bulldozer Man. We get ready for the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo. Doors open tonight in Birmingham, Alabama at the BJCC. That'll be going on 5 p.m. local time tonight. That's Central Time. 11 o'clock Central tomorrow. And then it'll come up again at 12 o'clock Central Time on Sunday. Bubba and I will be there with the entire show, doing a little gripping and grinning and signing tomorrow noon to 2. And again, Sunday 1 to 3. But we'll be there throughout the weekend. As a matter of fact, Speedy, Greg, and Helms will be there starting tonight. Gary the Bulldozer Man will be there starting tonight. So we look forward to seeing all of you this weekend. I loved today, and I put that out and retweeted it, that all the restaurants that are located there around the BJCC are also promoting the expo.
Good.
Come eat with us on your way. And there are some great restaurants around.
Well, and let me tell you, ours is an eating crowd.
Boy, they knew what to do, didn't they?
Yeah, that uptown area down there, which is really nice. If you're not familiar with it, it's very, very nice. And I try to go over there and eat every time I'm down.
Wheel of Meat will return today. If it lands on meat, spam. That's right. Some other cool prizes from the Rick and Bubba store also on the wheel. We also got some of our other sponsors that have left stuff on the wheel that'll be great. Also, speaking of Rick and Bubba store items, Mother's Day and Father's Day about to happen back to back, and just in time, a lot of new swag now available at rickandbubba.com under the store. Go click on that. And, man, we got some really cool items that you have responded to. If you haven't checked lately, check it, and especially with the Father's Day coming up. We got the Somebody Help Daddy. That's a new shirt that's good for Father's Day. Also, some cool things for Mom. Our new cast iron skillet with the Rick and Bubba logo in the middle. We've done a lot of stuff for grilling, but now we've done something that might be a little more over in Mom's area. So check all that. There's also cool shirts and stuff like that, and a lot of different. What would you call some of these other specialty items? That's what I'm looking for. So find those at rickandbubba.com under the store. All right, so Bubba, the question is, I know the Biden family, they're the modern-day Clintons, meaning no matter what they do, no one ever holds them accountable. People even referring to the Biden crime family. So now we have another story involving the Biden campaign today, and, of course, the greasy Hunter Biden.
Rick, a former CIA official testified that then Biden campaign senior advisor, now the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, played a role and was in the middle of the public statement signed by current and past intelligence officers that claimed that Hunter Biden's laptop was part of a Russian disinformation campaign. Mm-hmm. You remember when all this came to light, right before the election, and you had these CIA officials all sign a letter going, this is not real. This is just the Russians putting that out.
Right.
So a lot of people said, well, okay, it's the Russians doing it, so we're not going to pay attention to it, and went on their merry way. Well, we now find out that it actually was fake, that they were
That's not up for debate
asked
anymore,
or coerced to do this.
Yeah.
and that now our Secretary of State was the one who masterminded all. So this is the former CIA Deputy Director, Michael Morrell, who testified before the House Judiciary and Intelligence Committees and revealed that Blinken was the impetus of the public statement signed in October 2020 that implied the laptop belonging to Hunter Biden was totally Russian disinformation. So that will probably get the Secretary of State another trip to Capitol Hill to testify before Congress.
Right, and I told you in the break, I tire of evidence coming out on Biden's or Clinton's and nothing ever being done about it. You're saying this one, because of the fact that we're now moving into a different genre, it may be harder for them to say nothing to see here?
Yeah, I mean, there's more to lose for sure. Now, he said in this that the committee are looking at the public statement signed by 51 former intelligence officials that falsely discredited a New York Post story regarding the Hunter Biden laptop as Russian information. The Congress is saying, and I guess this is Jim Jordan, as part of our oversight, we have learned that you played a role in the inception of the statement while serving as a Biden campaign advisor, and we therefore request your assistance with our oversight. So they're gonna bring him to Capitol Hill to get to the bottom of it. But once again, it just shows the level of what people will go to stay in power. It's just unbelievable.
As the real Greg Burgess said many years ago, it must be a sweet gig because people sure are desperate to get it and to keep it. There must be
spend a lot of money to get it.
There must be a lot of advantages to being in these positions. Well, that's how we see people go in. And what do we pay a president now? 500,
400,
400,
yeah,
400,000,
up from 250,
and they come out as multimillionaires.
Oh, easy, yeah,
yeah, and then they get their book deals, their speaking tour, they get their library, all that.
Here's Biden citing that whole thing during the presidential debate.
Okay,
talking about Hunter Biden's laptop. If y'all want that.
Oh yeah, sure.
There are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant. They have said that this has all the 5 former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
Okay.
Rudy Giuliani.
Now he was struggling then. Let's go to 1A. So I want you to look at where Biden was back at the debates. That wasn't all that long ago.
Right.
Okay. Now he's we thought
3 years.
Yeah, we thought he was struggling a little bit there.
Yep.
But he seems a little more coherent than what you're about to see now.
Mm-hmm.
This was yesterday. This was yesterday, and there's not like a statement or anything like that, but just look at how lost he looks and acts. And it's only about 15, 17 seconds. Look. Now
I'm going to go over and sign that executive order. Thank you.
Sounds weak. Now look.
I'm not sure what to do.
Walking, and
going nowhere.
stopping.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4
4
Mississippi.
Do you see him looking for somebody to direct him?
Goodness.
Guys, look how much he has digressed just since the debate. And at the debate, we didn't think he really had it together.
Hey, good news. He's probably going to announce his re-election run this week.
All right, now I saw that
That's
story
what I'm
yesterday, and tell me that's not true.
That's absolutely
That's
true.
not true.
Yeah,
is
it is.
Rick, those people do not want to give those offices up for anything.
But-
they will weekend at Birmingham another 4 years if they can.
But do you think, because he's not running the country?
No.
No. Does anybody believe that? Anybody?
Who is running the country?
I tend to think now there's some people that go back.
I think I know who it is.
Well, there's some people that go back to Obama.
Ain't Kamala.
There's some people that go back to Obama's comment about he'd like to be in sweatpants, just hanging out in his basement, running the country from there.
Right.
But I don't know that that's accurate. I don't know that Obama would want to take the time to do that. But I tend to think that that's basically there's people inside the administration or maybe a Soros or somebody like that. I'm not really sure. That man is not running the country.
It's the deep state.
And it's not Kamala, to Greg's point. I don't think any of us think.
I think Obama has more to do with it than you think.
Now, I do agree with that. I don't know how.
And I'm going to tell you why. They created a new office in the Biden White House for a lady who was a high-ranking official in the Obama administration. She has an office in the White House, and she's very close with President Obama.
Yeah. So really, he's not literally there, but he's got somebody there that can implement. And it also
I think she is running the show.
And also, I tend, and now this one's just a Burge thing here, or more of a Calhoun County, the way we see things. We all know. So look, you can dispute me on this and all you want to, but I honestly think that this is true. If Michelle Obama wanted to run for president, she would win. Okay, so here's the thing: she doesn't do it. Doesn't even seem remotely interested. Well, you know what I start thinking? Why does she want to run for something she's already got?
Yeah.
I mean, they're already running the country now, and her husband and her got to do it for 8 years, and they're really getting to do it for some more. So why would I want to go out and now be out in front where I got to take all the hits, where I can just be back here standing in the background with my husband running the country anyway, right?
And I think there's just so many layers of unelected bureaucrats that stay in power and want to stay in power, and so they have to feed the beast. And what party does that more? The Democrats.
Yeah.
And so they want that party to stay in power. So everybody's kind of playing on the same team when you look at it. When you look at that layer, Peter.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying, because let's go to a world. I'm going to acknowledge that there was some things that went on that make people think the election was not straight up. I'm going to acknowledge that. That's not ignored.
No.
It has not been proven.
Nope.
So I have to also acknowledge that. That's okay. Nobody get mad. I'm going to deal with the truth. I'm going to deal with the truth. All right, man. But so let's say that everything was just what you have said, Bubba, and I agree. Trump, his shelf life is not very long. And the way he did things and calls people names and all that, some of the suburban housewives just got to wear soccer moms. They didn't like that.
Right.
They became embarrassed saying they voted for him at their over at their different gatherings and over at the country club and all that. Yeah. And they were moderate anyway. It's not like they were staunch conservatives. So the left, and I don't think that Biden will run again. Don't misunderstand me. I honestly don't think he will be able to mentally and physically do it.
No.
But he'll get to the point that no one can cover for him anymore, because I do think he's digressing that much. But let's say that he does run again. Could you again go out and take Biden in his current state, weekend at Bernie's, and get those same people to say, vote for him, Trump's mean? Can you do it again in the state he'll be in by then? I don't know that it will be. Do you think that's possible?
It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be
remember,
real tough.
45% or 48% are going to vote Democrat no matter what.
No matter what. Right.
So you have to overwhelmingly win those people in the middle, and I don't know if that's possible. By the way, Susan Rice is your linchpin and all that.
Yeah.
Former UN ambassador.
Yep, I've heard
she
that.
She works in the White House.
Well, you want to do phone calls? Let's do phone calls early next. 866-WE-BE-BIG on anything you want to talk about.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
High fly ball deep left.
Swings hard,
the
doesn't
tape measure. That bunts for you. A long home run for Acuna above the Clevelander.
And in light of what happened,
I don't know, probably, but that is a way to get back at him right there.
If he maintains any type of negative energy or vengeance, it's for the most part directed at Jose Urena. But the point is that Urena wears a Marlins uniform, and
after Acuna,
it's over.
Right, and you just have to toss people
because it will get real nasty if it continues. I mean, it'll get really bad. There won't be anybody left standing.
Let's talk about, because it's one thing when something painful happens and you don't know it's going to happen, which is preferred. That feeling of when you know something's about to happen that's really going to hurt, and you know it is, and that old like when somebody's about to give you a shot, or somebody's going to come over and put an IV in, or somebody.
Oh, and you see it coming.
Somebody's going to say, we're about to give you a shot in the back of your heel. That one I'll never forget. That kind of stuff. Think about you're on deck and you realize I'm the next guy to get hit, and I know this whole deal, and I know I'm walking to the plate, and I know that a major league pitcher is about to hit me with the baseball. What a terrible feeling. I mean, and it's going to sting.
And you can't. I mean, you can go up there and go, I know he's going to throw at me. I'm going to get out of the way, and you don't have time.
No,
you don't have time unless you are standing on the back of the batter's box. Obviously, you can't even reach the plate.
So where do you prefer? Certainly you don't want to get in the head, so I'll take that off the table. Where do you want to be hit? If they're, what's the best case scenario?
Rick, I don't know. I don't know that there's a good scenario. It's like, where do you want to be hit by a car?
We don't. You're right.
And,
we don't want to get hit in the elbow. We don't want to get hit in the head. We certainly don't want to be hit in the face.
Mid arm, I think, would be your.
Our legs
between
better?
Between
our legs.
I don't know.
I don't want to get in the knee.
You can't run.
I don't get in the knee. But what about back up in here?
Yeah, you don't. If he's a right-handed guy, I would say between the elbow and the shoulder.
Okay.
And the fleshy part. Right. That's. I mean, it's gonna leave a heck of a bruise.
I don't love handle sting. You don't want to.
But now, if you're one of these guys that you bat, right-handed, but you're left-handed. So I know our coach never liked that if you were that way because you expose your throwing arm. And,
right.
I mean, a lot of them are. If I was that guy, I think I would have just borrowed an elbow protector. Don't you think to go up? It'd be my first time to ever use one.
Oh no! If
I might go up there in a suit of armor and look like a knight on the round table.
Let's say I played first base because that's for some reason where everybody played me. Okay, let's say I played first base and I'm strolling and I'm on deck. The umpire would have to say, "Hey Burgess, why are you dressed as a catcher?" You know what I mean? Because I would be like, "Well, this is what I wear when I bat."
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd be
go up there with one shin guard on and an elbow protector.
We think the mask
I
is a
would
little
look like I was going in a Shark Tank.
Let me tell you what, you'd see my whole upper arm would be covered in stuff because I know I'm about to get hit.
For some reason, too, and Speedy, I may be totally wrong with this, and Helms may be pounding the steering wheel when I say it. But I think facing a lefty like that's even worse because you can't. It's like the ball's coming at you at an angle to your, to your open side. If it's a righty, at least you could just hit the ground and try to get out of the way of it. But it's coming in, across the plate towards you. That's harder to get away from.
I know these guys.
And I'd rather bat against that, but I don't want when they're throwing at me to be a lefty.
Which makes them great. These pitchers are phenomenal, and their ball placement is extremely good. But they're still human beings.
Oh, balls do get away.
They may say, "I'm gonna hit you," but I'm gonna try to hit you in a spot that won't hurt you. But it may. What if their accuracy's off? What if they hit you real bad? You know what I mean?
It's like the Acuna.
I mean, they're still a human being throwing a ball.
It's like the Acuna play. If you heard the announcer, if I heard him right, the count was 0-2, so he had 2 strikes on him. I mean, that would not be the time you would throw at somebody. If you're going to throw at him, you do it the first pitch, like the other guy did.
Right. Yeah.
You don't because you got 2 strikes on him. You might strike him out.
Right.
So. But that the other one was a little obvious. I think he was the first pitch.
Well, you know how you do the worst case scenario, and we've had them in our lives in show history. If that guy, like you said, he's got 2 strikes on him, and then he hits that guy, he goes, "Why of all people, I have hit Acuna." You know what I mean?
And you know that guy,
and I've got a Marlins uniform on, and I've hit him again.
The guy that thinks,
I mean,
he's he's into the game. He thinks, "Oh no, I'm on deck when we go back. I'm the first guy.
Sure,
I'm gonna pay the price for that."
And as soon as Acuna gets hit, the guy who's batting next in, he goes, "Appreciate it."
I mean, really,
I appreciate
if you're that
you a
guy,
lot.
If you're that guy, you almost want to take a bat to your pitcher. You know what I mean?
Hey, you're not going to get hit, but I am.
You see him in the dugout and say, "I'm gonna tell you what. If I can walk when this is over, I'm finding you, buddy." In the locker room, me and you go have a conversation.
I tell you who's going to get my ice bag. You know what I mean?
What's that, Rick?
I need it. Well, and that's not the place to be hit, I wouldn't think. In 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Here comes our first phone troll of the day on the Fun Zone Friday. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. And you got 30 seconds a pop. And at the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will grab you. Your time on the program will come to a close, and then we'll move on to another caller. We start with I can't tell who's on hold and who's not with this new thing. There are all kinds of colors up here. Are all these colors on hold? There's various colors. So all these are on hold. If you're colored, you're on hold?
Yeah, that's ringing.
Like green, red, orange is on hold, and blue is not on hold?
Right.
Okay. Why don't we just have ringing and on hold? Just 2 colors. Why don't we have so many colors?
I mean, there's green, red, blue, and orange that I could see.
All right, so let's. What is that? Who am I even talking to?
You're
Is it
on
Zach?
the orange there.
Yeah. Zach, go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning.
Hey,
I
Zach.
just thought I'd have a perspective on AI that's a little bit interesting.
Okay.
Combining that story that y'all talked about yesterday with Biden not going to Tennessee, what's going to happen if the government starts using AI and people are saying, well, you didn't go to Tennessee to meet the victims' families, but they go, oh, here I am, saying, oh, look, I've got a video right here of me going to Tennessee, but it's all a deep fake AI. There's so much political.
Oh, politicians, they could take AI because they love having a false reality anyway. Some of the false realities they could create, and like you said, a perfect example, what you just gave, they can do that kind of stuff forward and backward.
Well, we used to say a picture.
Right.
Do you have a picture of it?
Yeah.
And a picture's worth 1,000 words. Well, then we knew we could manipulate pictures, and it had to be video. Well, it can be manipulated now. So
Yeah, sure.
what do do?
Yeah, but I
can't believe what you see or hear.
Yeah, I agree with you because they pretend they do things they don't do anyway. This is just going to help.
Yeah.
Adam in Sweet Home, Alabama. Adam, 30 seconds, go.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Big fan. Listen to y'all every morning.
Thank you.
I tried to call in yesterday, but this whole gun control policy, talking about taking guns away from us and everything else. So does that mean whenever a drunk driver kills somebody, we're going to go after car manufacturers now?
Well, it would make about as much sense.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's this country never wants to address the real problem. All this gun control stuff. If anybody who is doing it, and I'm not talking about somebody who maybe just is a citizen who is upset, like we all should be, about what happens and the evil that we see, but the politicians and all of them, this has nothing to do with anything other than power. It has nothing to do with truly being sad about the people that are being killed. Has nothing to do. They politically have a political stand concerning guns, and it's all political. And their reason for wanting us not to have access to them as citizens is heinous and twisted and dark, and it has nothing to do with people's safety.
Well, the government can take away and limit. It would go against the Constitution, but they could get to the point where they would take away the guns of law-abiding citizens.
Yep.
But they're never going to be able to take away the guns of the people who get them illegally.
Never.
Because they're not going to follow the law.
All they'll do is...
and that's the group you need to take it away from, not the law-abiding citizens.
All they'll do is make law-abiding citizens less safe.
Yep.
That's all they'll do. But if they can get a voter block for them and get people to go out and vote for them, they really don't care what happens.
Maybe they need to lock up criminals who show they're going to be career criminals when they are young and early and start this process before they graduate up to gun violence and mass murders.
It's a perfect example. Go back, and we've shown you many of them. Go back to Democrats. And you can even go back at Republicans and watch how many times a politician felt one way passionately about something until the winds of society changed and they flipped.
Yep.
You'll find Democrats that at one time thought us not knowing male and female was absurd, and us not knowing the standard of marriage was absurd, and us not knowing where life began was absurd. Now they act like they never said those things.
Yeah.
Let's go to Aaron in Texas. Aaron, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
We're great.
So, okay, I got a quick question for you. When you fill out a government form, you have that section that says, ethnicity, African American, Asian American, Pacific American, and white. Are white people not American?
There's white people all over the world. I mean, I know white people who are African.
I know.
You're right. I mean, just because you're white doesn't mean you're American.
No.
If we're going to have all this American stuff in there.
Well, all of the forms you have to fill out, think about what the government, how they're pushing certain agendas. All of that's going to go away anyway.
Right.
I mean, what good is it to check a box what sex you are?
Right.
Well, not
What good
anymore.
is that?
Yeah. Well, going forward,
I mean, we've got 35 different sexes now. So what are you going to check?
And I hate to bring up things like
and if you you think you are this, you are. So I mean, what good is a form? And we can't put race down because that's profiling.
I'm asking this in a serious way because now let's get to something real
I'm
important.
gonna tell them I'm 6'5".
Yeah, real important, like
because
your,
I identify as one.
like your health. Okay, are we going to get to the point that a biological man walks into a gynecologist's office?
Oh wow, there it is.
Rick, the whole thing.
You just said that.
But what I'm saying is, do you realize if we're going to not be able to tell you the gender, do you realize how important doctors need to know what gender you are so they can address your medical needs? Because males and females have different medical needs.
Yep,
true.
Let's go to Brad in
Not
Alabama.
anymore.
Brad, go ahead.
Well, that's gone.
That's over.
That's over.
There was a time you knew what doctor to go to. Of course, that's over. Craig, go ahead. I'm sorry, Brad.
Yeah, I got a quick question for those of us on the right who call ourselves conservative and look for our worldview as a Christian worldview. We're just not very organized. I think about Christopher Son from ABC 3340 that was committed suicide, and nobody in the world believed it on the right, but no one's ever pursued such. So it kind of haunts me every time I watch that broadcast and think, well, did anybody pick up his...
You know, it's funny. It's not funny, but we say this in the phrase. It's funny you mentioned that because I was just thinking
Meaning
about
it's odd,
him
yeah. Right.
Last week,
Mhm.
and you know, it's very strange. And I know some of the people that investigated that, and they said it's not as strange as you think. So I think there may be a story there that the family really didn't want to dig into, and they just want it to go on.
Yeah,
go away.
I would also respectfully disagree. Don't assume just because someone's on the right and conservative they have a Christian worldview.
Right.
That's not correct. There may be people. You either have a biblical worldview or you don't, and then that will push you to where you would be as best you can.
It happens to line up with conservative values.
It starts
currently.
there and works out.
Yeah.
But to be a conservative has nothing to do with, that does not automatically give you a biblical Christian worldview. It may just be socially, maybe politically only and fiscally and things like that.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, see, the movie is out now, Nefarious. You've heard us talk about it. It's out. There's over 1,000 theaters showing it. Getting emails from a lot of you that have gone out to see it. Now, some of you like me, you're like, Burge, I saw the trailer. Is this some kind of horror flick? Why are you promoting a horror flick? It's really not. Certainly it talks about spiritual warfare, and that can in and of itself be scary. But it's not a horror movie like some slasher movie or anything like that. If you want to think of it in the proper light, think about C.S. Lewis when he did Screw Tape Letters, the book where there's actually a live stage play about that. It's looking into the world of spiritual warfare, which the Bible does talk about quite a bit. And in this fictional story, a psychiatrist goes to a prison to talk to a killer, only to encounter that the killer says that he is possessed by a demon called Nefarious, and the psychiatrist, who doesn't believe in those sort of things, goes on quite the journey. If you'd like to find out more about this and where is it playing near me, or is it playing near me, go to whoisnefarious.com. This is a movie based on a book by Blaze TV's own Steve Dace. The people that did God's Not Dead, Unplanned, they did this movie, same people. Whoisnefarious.com. Find out where it's playing and go see it this weekend. Thank you for being with us today. Pretty big day today because this is the weekend that for the fifth time. Do we have that right? Because we said fourth and you guys said fifth. Does it feel like five to you, Bubba?
It's flown by. I'll say that. I remember the first one. It seems like it was just a year or two ago.
Yeah. So it is the fifth annual Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo. We're gonna have
That'd be five.
We'll have a lot of fun this weekend, and that all kicks off, and you can get all the details if you want to. Just go to Rick and Bubba OutdoorExpo.com. All the information is there, and you can find out. 12 and under kids get in free. So if you got kids that are 12 and under, don't worry about that. That's not going to be an issue. They can get in free. There's always some cool prizes available at the door as well. It starts tonight, goes through the weekend, and really one of the things everybody has been asking us is, since he did in an uncomfortable situation, Gary the Bulldozer Man did lose his booth this year, but he is going to be there.
The preacher man says it's the
And
end
Gary the
of
Bulldozer
time,
Man joins
and
us now.
Mississippi River, she's a going dry.
He's brought his fried pies here. I feel bad for the golden ticket seats because they're waiting for us to offer them one, and we haven't done it yet because I think we're afraid of what might happen. I mean, it's let's sing it, Gary. You want to sing it?
No, I live back in the woods, you see. Gwen and my friends and my dog and me.
What's going on, Gary?
Not a whole lot.
Hey,
the man who has made the Spurmaster and holds the state record for the largest. I guess what division is it?
It's a 2.5-inch spur.
Well, the spur, I guess, would be the record.
2 inch, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Somebody broke it?
I think somebody tied it.
Really?
Yeah.
Mad about it?
No, not really.
Were they hunting over at Owls too?
Records are made to be broken.
That's hunting on your place.
Right. That's one of the only things that Gary said. He said, I didn't ever go over when Bubba had a place down there near me, except during turkey season. Now, sometimes I might have slipped over there. But so
you wasn't the only one.
No,
I know.
How about this? We
go ahead.
We got some things to work through, and what do you want to do first? You want to talk about the booth thing?
Well, I need to know the name of that guy. What's his name? Dustin Raghead. Give my booth away.
No, it's Justin Ragland.
Dustin Raghead.
Yeah.
Sorry, Justin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need his phone number.
Well, by the way, I'm not. This is not me doing a joke. I'm going to tell you exactly how that correspondent went. The correspondence. He said, Rick, I've talked to the people at CRTV, and I have given them Gary's booth. Will you please let Gary know?
Yeah.
And I text back, you're not going to let him know. He said, I would rather not.
Well, I got to have a little conversation with him.
No pies for Justin.
No, he might well forget apple pie.
That's out?
Yeah.
Well, now, but you said sometimes, because you don't want anybody to make a fuss, you said, though, sometimes you kind of prefer just hanging out with us anyway.
Yeah. Well, to a certain extent, me and Greg, we can't, we get around one another for a little while, we got to
break it up.
We got to break it up.
Well,
you kind of go south.
Yeah.
We'll go reset.
So you're going to
like the Braves and the Marlins.
Right. How many calls are you bringing?
Well, I probably bring in about 25 or 30.
Okay, so you bringing more this time.
Yeah.
Stepping up.
Yeah, I don't like to sell too many of them.
Yeah, do you think it's detrimental to them?
Oh, I know it is.
People love it.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you, Moultrie didn't have much to say about it the other day.
Well, I mean, what you want me to say about that?
Tell the guys what Tommy Wilcox, who That's right, baby. 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We'll get more of your phone calls in before the day is done today, because we'll miss you guys over the weekend. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Shane and Shane, our guests. We have a really fun conversation with them. Catch that wherever you get podcasts over the weekend. Again, tonight, Brandon, Florida, Bell Show. Sherry and I will be there doing the one-day marriage conference. Looking forward to seeing all of you tonight. If you want to join us, you still can. The dinner is sold out, but you can still come to the conference. Look at that link at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Also, Fix Mama's Mouth. Get that done. May 4th is the cutoff to get Mama's information turned in. We do have some of you that simply won't follow instructions. I don't understand you. I love you. I love you so much. I don't understand you. We've clearly said go to the contest button, click on that, follow all of the instructions, and some of you just won't do it, and you're sending all this to a place that It's not going to work. So you have to follow these instructions, or Mama's not going to be in there. So don't get upset with us if she wasn't considered because she didn't follow instructions. And I say that lovingly, like I would say that to anyone that I'm trying to help. So Speedy and the real Greg Burgess and Adler here, and please welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on this Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
All right, so you said we got an update yesterday. It was rough to watch you, even though you were preparing yourself. That the Elon Musk
Starship test.
Test would.
Yeah, it's about a 50-50 shot it would work.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Give me the update, Bubba. Now, first, I'll have some questions. But I'll let you do the update first.
The largest rocket ever, the Starship, with its big booster, they tested it for the first time yesterday. It lit. It cleared the launch pad. It was headed toward orbit, and at the point where the booster stage was supposed to break free and then the Starship go on into orbit, it did not break free. And the booster stage also performs it flips and comes back down to Earth, and it looked like it was trying to flip with the Starship still tied to it. So anyway, from a safety standpoint, the FAA gives them a corridor they have to stay in when they have these launches, because you can't just say go anywhere.
Right.
They got other airplanes out there. So the deal is, if you get outside that window, they have to turn on what they call the flight termination system, the FTS, and blow the thing up. And that's what they did yesterday.
Money talk.
Now, it was funny. The official term that they used was rapid unscheduled disassembly.
Oh, wow.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Thank you, Captain.
But
it's just, but from a SpaceX standpoint, and we don't remember, because the Falcon 9 has now become the workhorse, and they've had, gosh, I don't know, 80 plus launches, and that thing has worked like a top. But when they were developing it, they had a lot of failures, and SpaceX shows you their failures like they show you their successes. They don't try to hide it. They're like, hey, every failure, we learned something, we moved it forward. And that's kind of what they're doing with this. They were so happy that they got off the launch pad yesterday, and that's what they wanted to accomplish. This other thing they can work on. So you'll see them test it again, I think, in the near future.
Okay, so here's my question to you. There was an attempt, and I'm not saying this isn't true, but from what I gather from them, Elon said 50-50. They blew it up on their own because it got out of where they're supposed to be in the airspace.
The window,
yeah. But they said we did accomplish at least one part of it. It will launch.
Yeah, that booster, that's the first time they have flown it. So it has 31 engines in it. Okay. And it looked like 3 of them failed on the launch. But this is part of the design process. This is what I love about Elon. When you listen to him, how he approaches designing things, he'd rather fly something and blow it up and learn from that than to keep it on the ground and study for decades before you ever get it up. So
here comes the money.
And he's got the money to do that.
Right.
So they moved this thing forward, and he said they learned valuable information yesterday. They will incorporate that in, fix the problems, and they'll be ready to test again before long.
And this is the beauty of private.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have to hear everybody crying, I can't believe they took our tax dollars and just blew it up.
This Starship was Starship 24. Oh. So, see, they have a few of them. They have a few of them laying around.
Right.
So, hey, how about kicking up some Texas dust when you launch it?
Yeah, you did. That's a lot of dust.
Is that incredible?
Come on.
Yeah,
that is a lot of power, guys.
And
Wow.
the rocket's as tall as a 40-story building. Is that right? Is that right, Bub?
Something like that.
Are y'all just throwing out a figure?
Yeah, I read that. Yes.
Where did you read that? Where did you read that?
On the internet.
It's the tallest rocket. It's the most powerful rocket that we have ever launched from the planet. So you're going to have problems. You see one of the engines or something goes out right there. You see that flash.
And they even showed us down here in the graphic, even like live. They were showing us which engines
were not working.
That's so cool.
That is cool.
So Elon's moving it forward.
He is.
I'm ready to see him launch again.
Do you feel like you need to be the spokesperson for him?
No, not really. They handle that pretty well. Now the guy doing play-by-play.
My goodness, that whole panel.
Let me tell you, SpaceX does so many things extremely well.
Yes.
And that guy may really know what he's talking about, but they're going to have to get a better commentator. Jules Bergman, he ain't.
No.
You know?
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Why don't we put
Thank you, Captain.
Why don't you?
Well, I'm probably not the guy to do it.
Why
Do it,
not?
Bubba.
I would, and you get that serious voice you're getting in,
Yeah.
like when you were contacting the space station.
Well, I'm
when
not,
you
a, good,
drop,
I'm
when
not
I-
a good presenter.
When
anyway,
you drop down and you get that serious voice on, I mean that would be.
Oh yeah.
You need to be the guy for us, Bubba, and people will come. You know how people,
Yeah.
like they'll watch the game on TV, but then they'll turn their radio on.
Mhm.
People will come to us to hear the Bubba Bussy,
Hey,
broadcast
man.
of
So
every single
just
launch.
do it anyway.
Every launch.
Are you saying we need to do what the Manning brothers have done for ESPN football, but
Correct.
do
A
it for
little bit.
SpaceX?
Yes.
Now, the SpaceX may not allow you to do that.
Well, and what we do is here's what we say. We
Whatever.
say you
Just
can
do it.
You can listen to their broadcast, or you can listen to our very own Bill Bubba Bussy. He'll walk you through it. He'll give the commentary.
Yes,
and
people
he'll do
come
it.
to us for
Right.
the launch.
You know, we actually suggested that to one of our major universities one time, that they have their serious,
went well.
broadcast team, and then they have us do the fun version of it,
Mhm.
which was it was ahead of what the Mannings
Yeah,
did.
we were
I mean,
way-
that was 10 years. Before
We've
they
always
did
been
that.
ahead of our time.
But they flagged that.
They did. They flagged it hard.
You know, the official quote was, they said, "It's intriguing, but we're afraid of what we might unleash."
Correct.
In other words, they were afraid more people would like us doing the broadcast our way than the pros doing it their way.
Or at least that's the way we wanted to take it.
Yes. Well, that's the way I took it.
Right, absolutely. You know, I think many people have looked at this show and go, "Oh my gosh, what have we unleashed?" You know, it's but we're
Kraken is
the
alive.
Kraken is alive. I know this is off the topic, and you told me I got the same email, and I thought you were messing with me. I mentioned last hour when somebody brought up, should we even have gender on any kind of things you're filling at paperwork anymore? And I said, are we going to get to the point that even biological males will go to, because there's doctors for men and women.
Oh, yeah.
The male, and even just your doctor, the way your doctor is dealing with you as a woman versus a man, there's different medical needs for the two genders. I hate to say that because now I'm actually logical, and actually some of you who want me to follow science when you want me to follow science, but then not follow it when it's inconvenient. We have someone who sent Bubba and I an email, and he just told me in the break, my wife works in the medical field, and unfortunately the answer is yes. They had a biological male come in for a pap smear.
That's not true.
Is that somebody messing
Good
around?
night.
Is that somebody messing around?
What do you do? Just tell them, I'm sorry, leave? I mean,
Somebody messing around. But Greg, we're in the point right now. If you tell them to leave, they go, so you're not acknowledging that I've identified as the other gender.
Right.
Well, I mean,
so I'm going to do a fake procedure on you and let it cost whatever all it costs to get it done.
Yeah, you should call the paddy wagon.
Yeah.
Somebody, that's what you should do. My goodness.
That's,
we got a guy y'all need to haul off to a padded cell.
I mean, it's
sorry, you're not toting the equipment I work on.
Do you think
Right.
Do you think honestly? Do you think this person's messing with us?
You know what?
Sadly, no. Sadly, no.
Now, did they obviously probably told them, look, I'm sorry, but the person coming in and asking probably
Is that a male that just kept hearing about that throughout his life, and when he transitioned to a woman, he said, "I want one of those too."
Yeah, but
probably
it's because you put a wig
Like I'll be
on.
honest with you, I know I hear that term. I know it's out there. I don't want to really know much about it. I don't like the way it sounds. I don't like this smear thing. I don't like how that. I don't know what a pap is.
Don't say it. Yeah, don't say
Yeah,
it.
I don't. It doesn't sound good. And then the other thing is, are we going to have biological females walking into the urologist saying, "I'd like to talk about my vasectomy"? I mean, what are we talking about here? Have we lost our minds?
I need to talk about ED. I mean, you know.
Of course, I went vasectomy. You had to go there.
Yeah. Sorry, we have no cure for that.
You know how when you know how when your
Gonna be
kids were
rough.
really young, you played pretend with them, like you played house with them, and you would just kind of create your own thing. Do you think when they go to these doctors, they're going to go, "Okay, guys, we got to pretend here.
Yeah,
that
it's all pretend.
He's
that we
really
did
a
this.
woman, so
And
y'all
here-
go along
and
with
give
it."
us your copay.
I think this person's messing with us. We'll be
He
back.
says he's not.
Rick and Bubba.
John, friend too, that what he kept telling you, because I kept telling Gary that Tommy Wilcox didn't like
Tommy
his call.
told me. Yeah.
Tommy does an outdoor
Who,
show.
Gator?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You talking about Gator?
Yeah, you're talking about Tommy.
He asked me what was wrong with you.
Yeah,
What's wrong with
but
your
Gary saw him at another thing, and he said,
Oh yeah, I saw him at a little get together for. I think it was over at Mark's Outdoors.
Thanks, bud.
And Tommy come over. Well, Tommy come over and he said, "Hey, I just want to let you know that that ain't me. That's Rick saying all that stuff about your turkey."
All right, so let's talk about what happened yesterday. I just mentioned, I had to go down there last night, and I will tell you this: you do know that Sherry and you got in a lot of trouble years ago because you cut the limbs off, a 200-plus-year-old oak tree.
Well, I had to. I couldn't get under it.
Hard to get under that.
Oh,
Yeah.
messing up your bush hogging, wasn't it?
Yeah, you can't get under with a tractor with all them limbs hanging down.
Right. Oak trees just getting their limbs cut off like that, from the Civil War era. They're pretty hard. They're a little volatile.
Yeah.
And so.
Well, I'm just glad I didn't go ahead and cut it down like I started to.
It could have been worse, huh?
Oh yeah, it could have been worse.
So the good news is, Sherry's having a lot of work done around her little house down there, and and you were not part of that.
Yeah, I realize that.
Right, and but I will tell you, she went there last night. And I know you always want to hear this. She's bragging on you about how good everything looks with the grass and everything around there. It looks good.
Oh yeah, yeah, I knew it would.
You're right,
but I have I have kind of a little deal what I knew when y'all was coming down.
Really?
I said, well, Sherry might come down. I might better go ahead and spruce things up.
Well, it looked like it. You could tell. It's
yeah.
She even wondered. She said, I noticed I can see grass laid on top of grass. He cut that today, didn't he?
Well, I had to try out that new lawnmower I bought down at Kubota.
Yeah, what? So you didn't got you another one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I went down there to get a battery replaced on my last one.
Mm-hmm.
Wednesday, and I just went ahead and traded for a brand new one.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah.
What kind is it?
Yeah, it's a Kubota zero turn, the new 1211.
I bet you turned that thing.
It's a diesel with air ride suspension. It's top of the line.
I don't think you can have something now. Be careful.
Oh, yeah.
You don't think you can have a lawnmower, do you?
Well, I fell in your septic tank with my last one.
Yeah,
well,
that's never good.
Oh yeah, that's.
Well, I bet that was something.
Oh yeah, it was.
What did it just cave in?
Oh yeah, the top busted on it. And I was sitting in there like to fell in. You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to fall in one of those.
Nah, you don't want to fall in one of them.
He said he looked down in there and Greg saw you in there.
Yeah, Clanton Tractor's got a good trade-in. If anybody's wanting.
Whoa! Wait a minute. Are you saying that maybe at the expo they might be showing Gary's old lawnmower they traded in?
Well, I don't know. They may have to wash it, clean it up, but it is a good one now. Yeah, they said if you'd mention my name, if you come down there.
Mm-hmm. I want Gary's former zero turn.
Or is he pushing trade-in deals with what they've got now?
No, they gonna cut off 6 foot of weed eater line and give it to you if you mention my name. But you'll get that, and they'll give you a good deal on the lawnmower too.
That too.
Yeah, that's.
I heard about Gary.
Well, I don't even know what this is gonna cost me, so I just loaded it up and left. So
you don't have any idea?
No.
That's when you got money.
They just bill him.
Yeah.
I'll get a bill.
hide it.
I'll get a bill.
That's when you got that folding cash, isn't it?
I'm telling you.
Yeah, right.
Good night.
Hey, Southern, I gotta have one. What am I gonna do?
Well, when you have to work like I do, I got a real job. Y'all sit up here on your butt.
You know what Sherry said to me, to that very thing. I said, boy, Gary gets after it done. She goes, what does he do? Just sit on the lawnmower.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Especially that new one.
Look. I remember that time y'all said y'all was going to start cutting your own grass and all your stuff.
Yeah.
That lasted about a month.
I noticed it's hard to cut grass if you're never down there.
Well, I know. I mean, when you own a place, I was there yesterday morning when the incident
I could
happened.
tell. I could tell you'd been there.
It was 3 o'clock when I left yesterday.
About 3 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed you.
And then I had to fool with that bunch of.
Well, we're going to come back and talk about you, Gary.
Well,
I'm sorry that there's some people working there that aren't part of your thing. 22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Will of Meat returns today. We'll tell you what all is going on with the Will of Meat. That'll happen sometime on the program today. From themanchurch.com, Boaz, Alabama. Bubba, how many remotes do we do in Boaz, my friend?
One or two.
One or two.
One or two. It's a great town of Boaz.
Yeah, First Baptist Church, Man Church tomorrow with Andy Blanks. Find that at themanchurch.com under events. And men, get out and enjoy that as they implement the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Bubba, as we come back, I know that we were going to play something here. Y'all are not being very kind to me today. You know, this whole thing, what we just read. Now the emailer has emailed back saying, I am not joking. And then ... sad. All right, so Bubba, this is CNN's, and I just can't get over the name, Poppy Harlow.
No, let's see. Go down one.
Three. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. For some reason, I thought that's who cries. It's actually Biden's Interior Secretary.
This I have not seen the clip, but I saw this in the rundown, and I must see this.
So Adler, tell us what's good. Is this? Are they talking about everything going on? And I guess the crying is this Interior Secretary is just convinced that man-made climate change is causing all of our problems?
Nailed it. Yeah.
Nailed it. Nailed it. All right, so let's.
She's gonna get to crying about it.
Is she gonna take to squalling? All right, here we go.
I really do have to say that all of this is because climate change is the crisis of our lifetime. We have an obligation to future generations to make sure that we have a planet for them to live on. And that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm working incredibly hard to make sure that we can realize that transition, that we can have differing energy sources. We can't continue to be a one industry country.
Bubba, they said after this clip ended, we didn't see the whole clip. She began to spit in one hand and wish in the other.
Go back. Adler, go back, and you don't have to play the audio, Rick, but look at the girl behind her, one of her staffers, who's shaking her head the whole time.
To say that.
Watch her start just shaking her head to everything she's saying.
Climate change is the crisis of our lifetime.
What?
We have an obligation to future generations to make sure that we have.
Pal's trying to look sad.
Yeah, Pal's trying to look all downtrodden.
And that's why.
Who's the poor guy in the back that got stuck in all this?
He don't like. He really cares.
He's checked out.
Well, he's our age and he can't believe he's here.
I think he thought he was in the judiciary meeting and just wandered in there and sit down.
You're right,
and
Bubba.
now he can't get out because I shut the door.
He's on camera. Yeah.
And he's in the background of the shot.
What am I doing here?
What?
Yeah, see, that's the problem. Of all the problems we face, and there we have dark, twisted, evil. We have mental health raging out of control, okay? We have violence raging out of control. We have an economy that's going down the toilet, okay? People's money isn't going far. Everything that people need, it costs more. No matter, and I hate to break it to everybody, not just the evil rich people. Everybody, it costs more. And so... And then you're going to have the Interior Secretary, okay, sit down to the point of crying and saying what she's working on is man-made climate change. And you're thinking to yourself, that's what we're working on?
Well, that's the number one threat, Rick.
It really isn't. It really, really isn't.
Well,
it's
here is the truth of this. If the climate is warming, it's probably a much bigger picture than what humans are doing.
Correct.
See, I know people can't.
That's the point I'm
making.
making.
Imagine the scale of what we are dealing with our sun, with the size of Earth, with the orbits, with the distances involved. The numbers are so large. It's hard for you to really wrap your arms around it. But there's just so many other things in our universe. That's the massive amount of energy and distance out there that can fluctuate. I mean, again, they're talking about a degree or two here and there.
But we're also noticing that this, what we believe is a fallen world. We know, if we're just pay attention, on one hand, we tell ourselves and we tell the whole wide world that there have been catastrophic climate events, not weather, I don't want James to come get me, right. Climate events
over time
that have happened on this earth before any of this
before humans were even a factor.
Fuel, no industry, none of those things. And you have to take that into account, too. And then, of course, I saw a story the other day where some of our caps are actually increasing. The ice is increasing.
Oh, yeah,
somewhere.
Rick, I put it out on social media.
Yeah, that's where I read
the
it.
South Pole is actually growing.
Right.
And now you wouldn't ever hear that from this crowd.
No, and see, we need it all. We want all the information. You can give us the information that looks bad. I'm fine with that. We need to know it all. But it's almost what we're doing, unfortunately. It would be like somebody saying, we have a theory that microphones are the problem in destroying the earth, and we're all going to die if we don't get rid of all microphones, and we just need something else other than a microphone for broadcasting. But we haven't developed anything that would take its place. And we just start ripping microphones off and tell everybody to keep doing shows.
Well,
and then you're
yeah.
like, well, there's nothing to talk into. You've taken it all away. You've destroyed our current situation about a theory of a future situation. And you've done the famous shoot, ready, aim. Now nobody can speak at all. There are no shows because you went ahead and pulled all the microphones away before we had something that would replace it.
Yeah, the biggest problem with all this is you can have all electric cars.
No, I went down that road, but my gosh,
demonize microphones.
Yeah, you can have all electric cars. You still have to charge them.
Yep.
The power grid is still primarily run by combustion and burning of coal and natural gas. So you just exchange the output out of your car, out of the tailpipe, for output out of a smokestack. You haven't accomplished anything. You just moved it around. Now, you've got to come up with a real plan to get away from that if you're going to make a difference. And let's say in our country, we go and we work it out. We get 100%. Well, if you don't have India and China on board, you ain't accomplished anything either.
It's
'Cause
worldwide
they can
climate.
dwarf us with their global, with their carbon footprint. So it doesn't make sense either.
Well, it's spending a lot of energy and time.
And I don't mind studying it.
No,
I'm not
but-
naive on that. We always need to be looking at what's going on. But these people have taken a little bit of evidence and they have advanced it to changing our entire society, which is a giant leap forward that they are ill prepared to do and don't know how to do.
And I'm sorry, I think there's people right now, they're not sure how they're going to pay their bills right now because their salary isn't worth as much, their retirement isn't worth as much. And this side of the government, the left, is telling you, just so you know, they're spending most of their time and their main concern is man-made climate change. Remember that. Bottom of the hour, phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We chat with you when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I saw it. I can't work with them anyway. I can't understand what they're saying.
I know.
Greg,
Right,
Greg,
I know.
do you hear this?
Right. Gary, there's life outside of you and Terry, okay?
Well,
Yeah, and you can't get no work out of Terry anyway.
no, he's in Nashville now.
Is he?
Yeah.
Then you tried to get that young boy down there. Remember that mess he left?
Oh yeah.
You can't find
No,
nobody to
you
work.
can't. You can't find nobody to do nothing.
You thought you could have some help, didn't you?
No, you thought you could, but
Can you?
I don't know.
I mean, hey, you can't have nothing.
No, you can't have nothing.
Worst thing you can think is you can.
Yeah, that's your first mistake.
I want to talk about what you did yesterday. And you honestly need to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, I am a little bit, but it was still funny.
We'll talk about it when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Obviously, that could change, but it seems to be being more and more positive that tomorrow, Bubba and I will be on Fox and Friends Weekend Edition, and it looks like our time on the program will hit around 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, but that's always fluid. So if we find out we're not going to be on, for those of you that set your DVR that won't see it live, you'll go back and go, where's Rick and Bubba? But we'll let you know if it doesn't happen. But right now it looks like it's going to.
Yeah, we should know by around the end of the live show what's going on, and so we'll put it out on social media for sure.
So in the topics, Bubba, they said our new CRTV deal, the Expo, and some politics.
Well, with the way things change now, who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? You
Yeah.
could get totally bumped. You don't know what's going to break out anywhere. So
Right. I mean, there could be a fist fight between Jeff Sessions and Donald Trump. And we get bumped.
that's right. They might go live.
But I'm thinking with Jeff Sessions being involved, we may be on even more because they'd want us to talk about our Alabama perspective. You know what we say? I said, well, you can only push us so far. So Gary, this is what Gary's here with us, and
Yeah, go ahead.
and you down at the farm, and Gary, you do a great job there. But there's a project. There's a project going on that you're not involved
Well,
in.
I can't cover all aspects of
Right.
everything that you and Cherry wants. We got
Right.
to bring other people in, but
Yeah, but you won't leave them alone, and that's the thing I want to talk to you about.
well, what you want to talk to me about, boy?
Well, because I saw what happened yesterday.
I know it was pretty funny.
You
That's why we want to talk about it. See, it's not necessarily funny, Gary, and you think it's funny.
That's it. This is one of these things
Yeah.
we got to talk about.
That is a very important.
What, did they hear
announcing.
Bigfoot and leave the job, or what?
Bubba, worse.
No, they didn't say the Bigfoot Pete.
They wish they had.
That's still to come, I'm sure. Bubba, Gary watched the people working there. They got into some yellow jackets.
Well, actually, it wasn't yellow jacket. I thought it was.
It was wasp.
It was them big old red, black looking wasps.
goodness.
They were showing up big one.
Okay, so it was not yellow jackets. Yeah.
No, the other Mexicans got in the yellow jacket.
Gary.
So
Don't
this,
say that.
So this is the
What?
this was wasp while they were painting. Say, while they were painting.
Well, he was gonna start to paint.
Yeah.
And when he first started on the corner up there, I was sitting over there in the field there by the barn.
Mm-hmm.
And
First of all, why are you there?
well, I come over there to try out my new lawnmower.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah.
We
Well,
we
and then,
benefited from excitement. But go ahead.
I seen one come off the top of the ladder, and went to hollering underlay.
Right.
And
Right.
I said, well, I might need to go over there and see if they okay. So,
Compassion.
yeah,
Check on it.
Underlay.
Hey, you might need me to take some of this tobacco and hold it on it to
Well,
suck out
I
the-
did offer that. But
I
he
bet
said,
you.
he said no,
Nada.
nada,
Okay. Right.
no mas, or whatever you call it.
Right. Okay.
But anyway, yeah, he was bent over there and had a big knot on the side of his head. And I said, what happened? He said, B. I asked,
B?
Yeah. And
Gary.
he was breaking out. If you look on him,
So he knew the English word
yeah.
B at that moment.
Yeah, I was filming this on my.
I know,
my
Gary.
phone,
That's that's what I like.
because I like to catch everything that might happen.
Yeah. Well, you never got over the fact when we did the prank on Dawson and Garnett.
Oh,
you,
yeah,
that you didn't catch that on video. You've never gotten over that.
No,
And he's a reporter for TMZ now.
Right.
A lot of people don't know.
Well, he was bent over, and I asked the other one. I said, you got any Benadryl? He was itching and scratching, and he was breaking
My
out.
goodness,
in
Gary, he
whips.
might have been allergic to it.
Well, he probably was.
Right.
But anyway, I said, you got any Benadryl? And the other one said, what kind of drill? And I said, Benadryl. He said, I don't know. That's,
A little breakdown in communication.
yeah, I mean, they speak Spanish, and I speak whatever I speak.
It is 35 minutes past. Talking to America at 866 We Be Big. You join us. We'd love to chat with you. Got about 5 lines still available. The other 5 are ready to go. We're going to go to phones after I remind you about HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Feels good out there right now, doesn't it? Spring is here, and sitting out, maybe eating outside a little more. HelloFresh.com/Bubba can put a great meal on the table, so you can get your family back around the table, and you certainly can save on those extra trips to the grocery store, where everything costs more right now. Save money, get meal planning done right, get all your meals done, and also have access to delicious meals. Many of those you can get on the table in 25 minutes or less. Their chefs will send you, after you pick the ones you want for the week, all the meals you need. You'll have the recipe card. You'll have all the ingredients, and you just simply make the meals. It's America's #1 meal kit. Nobody's better. We love them, and you can sign up right now and get 50% off, plus your first box will ship for free with the code BUBBA by simply going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. We start with Chase out of Huntsville, Alabama, listening to 100.3 The River. Go ahead, Chase.
You guys ever wonder why TikTok is called TikTok?
Oh, May, Rick. Stand by.
China's telling us, TikTok America, your time's almost up. While our kids are worried about whether they're male or female, trans, non-binary, kumquat, whatever, their kids are getting ready for the mission.
Yeah, there's been
can't disagree with that.
Yeah. When all this got into our military world, you're kind of like, boy, I'm not sure that was the right way to go. We continue. Let's go to Randy. Bubba, we ain't got no band, Randy. Randy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, how are y'all?
We're good.
Hey, explain something to me real quick. I saw something, read something a couple of years ago about a glacier that receded in Europe. Underneath it, they found a farming community and stuff from people from a long time ago farming, and then the glaciers came down and covered it. So when the glaciers receded, they found it. So how did humans have anything to do with that at that point to cause so much change that glaciers came down, covered them, and then
they didn't.
They didn't.
That's the point.
Yeah.
There's natural cycles involved here, and for us, thank goodness, we've had a fairly non-eventful period of time over the last 2,000 years, far as the climate change we've seen prior to that.
Yeah, it's the Ice Age and then the melting of the Ice Age is problematic.
We had two of them. We had the big Ice Age and we had the little one.
And those are problematic for the man-made global warming.
Because the ice cap had covered enough of the Earth that it should not have been able to come out of that, because it was reflecting so much of the sunlight and energy that it should have never thawed out, but it did. So a lot of that was because of volcanoes and other things that came in that tilted the scale back the other way. It's funny, nature has a way of balancing these things out. Sometimes it doesn't happen as quick as us humans want to see it, but it has over history.
Have you, we've talked about it in the past, and go back and look at it again, the number of automobiles and factories that would need to be on the roads and built to equal one volcanic explosion on what it puts into the atmosphere.
Nowhere close.
It's not even close. And so the question always has been, if we've had two ice ages and then came out of two ice ages with no fossil fuels, no industry,
no human intervention
of
any type,
how did that happen? So
well, you have to ask that question, and science would say, well, there were cyclical things involved that caused those ice ages and caused them to go away.
Yep.
So we have to assume then that there's still cyclical things in play, even though we've had a fairly calm time for the last, at least 2,000 years.
Yeah, I'm sure, for the people that were maybe lived through that or came on the other side of that or whatever it may be, I know that there was some leader that was saying, vote for me, I'll get rid of the ice.
Right.
Bobby in Alabama. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, guys, after listening to y'all this week, I've already figured out what the name of the new Best of CD is. It's going to be, well, that's over with.
Somebody said the other day that they hope we never retire, but if we do, that's got to be the last shirt.
Yeah.
I love listening to Rick and Bubba. Of course, that's over.
We're also getting emails that we need a T-shirt a la Bubba.
From Shatner.
Yeah,
that's good. That is good. Mike in Nashville, Tennessee. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
First, let me say I know I've been calling quite a bit lately, so I'm gonna call myself for a little while after this phone call. But I'm a truck driver out of Nashville that goes to Philadelphia every week and deliver a major restaurant chain.
Mm-hmm.
And those people don't know how to deal with me, and they want to label me all these different things. And I'm like, if you insist on labeling me, just call me a Christ follower. And I believe that the differences that we have with a spiritual battle going on, and you don't realize you're even being lied to if you don't believe that. And so those demons can lie to you, and you'll be convinced of things that aren't true because you don't even believe in the very demons that are lying to you.
Yeah, well, look, this country and this world has had a spiritual problem for a very long time.
Yep.
And what's going on in our country must be addressed spiritually, and to try to get people to, as you said, to if you don't believe in any of that, then we can't quite convince you to address it, right? Which
No.
is a good point. Which maybe is why
I was
we're-
wondering what they called him.
Yeah. Well, and that also may be why that our Lord and Savior told us to be disciples and go make disciples and teach them all that I've commanded. That's probably why he said that. We continue, because that's going to be the only answer. If people don't believe in it, then they're not going to address it. We continue. Let's go to Craig in Alabama. Craig, go right ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thanks for the call, Gregory.
So I can hear it. I can hear it already. C-3PO is going to want to identify as a human. Artificial lives matter. So I think it's a big mess.
That's so good.
You know, as
Don't
long
laugh.
as long as they look like
Right.
C-3PO or any of that, that's fine. When they look like humans, that's what creeps me out.
Dothan, Alabama, News Talk 103.9. B is standing by. B, go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering if y'all had heard about the noise ordinance in Minneapolis being lifted by the mayor so the Muslims can pray 7 times a day. They were already doing it 3 times a day, but now they can start at 3 in the morning and go to 11 at night. I was wondering y'all's opinion on that.
You wonder if somebody would have come to this same mayor, if your story is accurate, and said,
No, he's right. He's
Yeah,
right. He's
yeah.
absolutely
Okay,
right.
so what if a bunch of
I think the first is at 6, though, and I may be wrong, but he is right about them changing the noise ordinance for the call to prayer.
What do you think if a noise ordinance got in the way of a Christian church and said we want to ring our bells at a certain time to call everybody to church? How do you think that would have went?
Probably different.
Well, again, Babylon B drafts with the show. We gave you the story about the ridiculous guest on The View talking about that she didn't know the difference between evangelical Christians and the Taliban, and we made those differences quite clear to her. So did the Babylon B. Christians are the same as the Taliban, says actress who would be stoned to death by the Taliban.
Right. Her statement has to be one of the. I hate to say one of the dumbest things I've heard on that show, but there's so much.
So much. But remember, she also
much.
doubled down. I don't understand the difference. I really don't.
Yeah.
Of course, that's that thing we do now. The president does that all the time. I'm not joking. God's truth. Let's go to Corey in Florida. Corey, go right ahead.
Yes, sir. Speaking of Joe Biden and this new AI stuff coming up, wouldn't it be surprising to find out that Joe Biden is an AI robot and he glitches all the time?
Well, if Joe Biden was an AI robot, the person who created him would be really embarrassed.
Yeah, they need to update that software.
It would be like, I got to tell you, I'm so sorry. We still got work to do.
I mean, a lot.
It's on us.
Yeah, Billy in Anniston. Billy, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to talk about how actually I found on the news like last week that
I can't. That's so I can't even.
I'm glad it was you because I thought for a minute, I've had a mini stroke.
Look,
I can't understand.
If
that.
we're,
didn't know what he was saying.
If we're going to get a call from inside the machine shop, we can't be on speaker. Okay, I mean you got to get up to your. So,
man,
a lot of noise. Could y'all even hear what he was saying in the middle of it?
I couldn't get any of
it. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for listening.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's not a good combination.
No, it's not. It's hard to.
Well, even the ones who've learned English haven't learned your English, so they don't know what you're saying.
I say.
Hey, y'all got some bean Drew?
Well, and he pulled out his phone. And he said, "I'll type it in," and I tried to spell it. I said BENY, and I didn't even know how to spell it. So
right.
He typed in something. I looked at his phone. He typed in Venezuela.
Okay.
So he thought I was saying V instead of B.
Right.
So I said, just forget it, So I brought it up on his phone, and I said, y'all need to go. So they left, come back about an hour, hour and a half. I text you. I said, they may be going to hospital. I said,
you did.
but they come back, you know, and I met them when I was talking to you, you know.
Yeah, and this is where you think now some compassion should
Oh,
come in.
yeah. Well, you know, I tried to help the best I could.
Mm-hmm. You want to tell them what you told them about bee stings?
Well, we pulled up there and, you know, they rolled the window down, and I said, "You all right?" He said, "Yeah," and he held up the Benadryl stuff, you know, and he'd been rubbing it on. He looked, you know, kind of had that stuff just all over him.
You didn't tell him to drink it?
No, he was rubbing it on. But, you know, I told him, I said, "You know, be careful, Dad." I said, "My cousin got stung last year, and, you know, he didn't live about 3 days."
Gary.
And,
yeah.
yeah, that joker, he turned around, looked. Yeah, he said, "Sure enough."
No.
I said,
Oh.
Yeah, there it is right there. See it on?
Yeah. All right. So
Oh,
go
yeah.
ahead and film
He
it,
got a
Gary.
big old knot.
Right.
But, oh, yeah, it scared him pretty good.
And you helped a lot.
And then they go to try to kill the wasp.
Yeah, and I messed
Something
with
you
him a
could have
little
easily
bit. I
something you
done
could
it,
have easily done.
Yeah. But
Look
there
at
he
that
is.
cold
right
He's
there.
hurting right there.
Oh,
He
yeah.
hurting.
That joker he was blistered up.
So what did you do when the guy was trying to kill the wasp?
Well, he had on like a fireman's suit with a hoodie.
Mhm.
And I was standing there. He had a can of that spray in each hand, you know, and he was spraying up to there. I just happened to reach and got one of them little twigs off that cedar tree. And I just ticked him on the side of the face. He throwed everything down. But, and then they just loaded their stuff up and left. I don't know where they.
Thanks, Gary. Now the job's behind.
Well, yeah, they didn't get anything done yesterday.
Not a very productive day. Didn't sound.
Nah, it wasn't too.
Didn't sound like it.
Gary.
Well, you gotta have fun, you know.
He looks scared to death, Gary.
You did. You scared them to death.
Yeah, look at him.
He does. He's very scared. We'll
Got
be back.
tears in his eyes.
He can't even talk. Well, you understand him.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show Friday edition. Thank you for being with us, Rick and Bubba University. The podcast out again this weekend. We will have a conversation with Shane and Shane. And we thank you for listening to that or watching that every week. It's wherever you get podcasts. It's a unique 45-minute podcast every week. If you know that, you heard that for the first time, there's a lot of archives of Rick and Bubba University's past. You won't be surprised that some of the ones that have the most viewers and the most listeners are those dealing with UFOs. So anyway, we will a discussion about things of great importance, not as many viewers and listeners, UFOs and Bigfoot through the roof. All right, so... But in the times we're living in, doesn't really surprise you. All right, so our audience, you said it, Bubba. We talked about it. Anytime we've had something happen or whatever, they always come through. And, Greg, you would think that you and I and Adler, you combine that three, that really anything musically anybody's asking, we could probably answer.
Sure.
Because we all have our areas of expertise and all this, but we miss this one. And I've never heard of this person. I've never heard of this artist. And so, we love theme music and all that. And we got into this talking about, when Bubba gives us an update on, on what's happened with the tornado or update on his health and this kind of stuff. Does it need some sort
Bubba's got a lot of updates.
Yeah, he does. Does it need some kind of theme?
Bubba would like less updates.
Less updates.
Can I be clear about that?
Well, I want to think, and I can't remember the emailer's name, so I apologize. Have you ever in your life heard of the artist Fred Eaglesmith?
Have not, Rick. Have
Fred
not.
Eaglesmith. I know YouTube, you're not going to be able to hear this, and I'm sorry. I really am.
So you're telling me this is somebody that when I hear this, I will know?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. But the song is the best suggestion for this update than any we've had.
Really?
Okay.
And it's from Fred Eaglesmith.
Yeah, all right, so Adler, I'm sorry. I know YouTube will not be able to hear this.
Should I just let it go? Should I just let it roll?
No, well, I hate for the weekend archive.
Ooh, I got him on Friday. I'm crazy.
Maybe they can just hear our reaction and us talk about the lyrics, and they're still okay. I don't want the archive to be in jeopardy over this because his stuff is on iTunes. So that means he may be.
So he's legit.
Well, I don't know if he's legit. Derryberry we can play because Kevin didn't take the time to do any of that.
Yeah.
Right.
But this guy may have, so I think it may be dangerous.
Okay.
But anyway,
I can tell Adler's going to let go. I can tell.
Please.
I'll just let part of it go.
Well, I'll tell you what you do. When we hit the chorus, it's your call.
All right.
Okay, because the chorus is going to be worth it.
Watch
Okay.
out, getting crazy.
I want y'all to listen to this, guys. Okay. And I'm so excited.
Sounds like the Eagles.
Just wait. Get ready for the chorus, Speedy.
Trying to get through, but we don't know how. We don't know just what's going on.
That's it.
We're trying to carry on.
Right here, Adler.
Through a rough patch right
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes!
Come on.
Yes!
Come on.
Yeah!
That's
getting
it.
better now.
Going through a rough patch right now. Hey, our world's turned upside down.
I knew
You ain't gonna beat that.
Rick, I knew from his name that he would sound like that.
Yeah.
We got all kinds
What's wrong
of
with
singers.
sounding like that?
Nothing.
you
It's,
ain't
just, it's a lane that they stay in.
You ain't gonna beat that one.
No.
You ain't gonna beat that one.
Rick, there we got it.
Is that him?
That's
him. Bubba, sing it, Bubba. You're not singing
No, he's a
it.
good singer, man.
I'm living it. I don't have to sing it.
Wow.
No, it's
talking.
That's good.
good, Greg.
Spoken word.
Here we are. Yeah, but just that.
Down at the lake.
Just that chorus I just played. We get rough patch. We get world upside down. Going through a rough
It's
patch.
all right there.
It's there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eagle Smith.
Perfect. You ain't gonna beat that.
I'm going through a rough
patch right now.
What's the voice again?
Got our whole
I'm
world.
going through a rough patch right now. I love how your body's got to shake.
Got to get our feet back on the ground.
Right now.
Well, you ain't gonna beat that. That's
Adler,
it.
Adler, you sing that woman's part.
Okay. on it.
I heard him hit the high parts.
And we could also use it anytime anybody's going through a rough patch.
Yeah. People go through rough patches.
They do, Bubba. It's good, now.
So and I'll admit, here's where I got to get on me a little bit. I got to get on myself a little bit. When I first saw the email, I'm like, I ain't gonna look into that.
Rick.
I don't know what's
sometimes you hit a home run.
I know. And then I thought, Rick, something told me, Rick, go ahead and listen to it. And when I heard that chorus, I said, well, let me tell you something. That fell right out of heaven.
Man, if it
An
had
email or whoever
if it
you
could
were.
have Beaver Ridge in there, it'd been perfect.
Down and Beaver.
Headed down to Beaver Ridge now. Trying to get away.
That dude looks awesome.
He does look awesome.
What's his name? Fred Eaglesmith?
Fred Eaglesmith.
That's
Never
a
heard
good
of him.
name.
Never heard of him in my life. But how about this? He will now be going into Rick and Bubba lore.
You know why? Because he's going to
That's right now.
Throw in pontoon boat.
Come on.
okay?
Hey, is anything happen on the
roof
pontoon?
of my tongue.
Whatever happened on the pontoon thing? Did you ever get?
Still working on it.
Did you ever? Did the guy? Any
Can't
of those
get it
people
to
that caught?
stretch far enough.
We really haven't had time to really spend a lot of time.
I need a
with it.
little pipe that bends a little down.
I
Cause
thought
on the anemone.
There, people have different definitions of universal. So, but any of the people who called, did they help at all?
Well, like I said, I haven't had much time to work on it.
It was raining in my living room.
We've had other,
Gonna be a little vague right now.
had other things we had to chase down.
Yes, I know, buddy.
And they continue.
Really?
Oh, sure.
You want me to play it again?
No, not really.
Okay.
Bubba said he's done. Love to change the topic right now.
But let's admit, if you're looking for the theme song, that's it.
I said I can't get it out of my mind.
I'd like to kind of hear it again.
That's a
That
great
was it.
song.
I'm putting it on my Apple Music.
You are not going that
Picture you
far
going
with
through
it.
right up under You Got a Friend in Me.
Fred Eaglesmith right now.
I'm changing my ringtone.
Yeah.
What if when he calls it says, I'm going through it?
What if the new thing, Bubba got tired of updating us? If he had something he needed to do, we just pick up our phone and have that on it.
Oh, my goodness.
Bubba, I got to tell you, for a second, I was caught up in the bit, and I forgot it's your life. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I was way.
I want to apologize for that.
This show will tend to forget it's really your life.
Yeah.
I mean,
you really got
I would just warn y'all, be careful, because you know how when we get on somebody because they can't say something.
Oh, yeah.
And then the next time you try to do something, you get tangled up and can't talk.
Sure.
So just be careful. Don't let Rough Patch jump on you.
I don't want it rubbing off.
Listen, I would gladly like to pass it to
I'm gonna
somebody
keep it at arm's length.
That's right.
Well, I will say that to this point,
Keep you at arm's length.
I've been through many rough
Gonna keep
patches,
you
so
at-
I've already had it happen. And it can happen again at any time.
1, 2.
How about no one gets through this thing without rough patches?
So you just make Rough Patch the new normal, so it doesn't bother you
That's
so
right.
much.
Yeah. I get to that stage where you just go, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, top of the hour.
About where I am.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba.
An update on a story that we brought you.
And we have some ratings information in for the TV channels, and some of it is shocking, some of it may not be.
It's a Rick and Bubba
Update first.
News update.
Update
It's a
first.
Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
You remember the guy who was out on the highway teasing the bison?
Yes,
Remember that when the traffic jam was going on?
Got out in the middle of traffic.
Well, he's been sentenced to 60 days for harassing wildlife, 60 days for interfering with law enforcement, and 10 days for disorderly conduct. A total of 130 days in jail for the 55-year-old who got out and decided to harass a bison.
You know, and we really thought, I'll say the video, it's interesting, but it's also disappointing because just when the bison is said, I've had enough of this drunk, I'm going to plow him, he doesn't. I mean, he comes after him, but the bison kind of gets confused. There's a moment where that guy almost gets thrown,
Yeah.
and I really wanted to see it.
Now, Rick, you know one of the reasons he was out there doing that, you'll love this, he was pitching a last hurrah before he went into rehab for alcoholism.
Oh boy, he liked to have
So
the
he decided to
ultimate
tie
last year,
one on before he goes to rehab.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know if that's the kind of mentality you need if you're going to have a successful rehab visit.
Mhm.
Well-
you know, there may be deeper issues here.
Did you see his choice of what to drink?
Yeah, was it malt liquors, wasn't it?
Oh, the old classic bull.
You know what he did? He drank
8 of them. I used to love that commercial when the bull would come busting through. Somebody open one.
How about this?
They'd be like in a China shop, and they'd open, you hear that rumble coming.
Who opened that Schlitz malt liquor? But let's do this. I don't know what the brand of malt liquor. Which one was it? Was it Michelob?
It just says Hurricane Malt Liquors.
Okay. Well, here's what they can do.
Guzzled 8 of them.
It wasn't the Colt 45.
They need to do their own commercial now, saying if you open up Hurricane malt liquor, buffaloes run through the wall.
There you go.
You know.
But here's the deal.
Now, Rick, he hit like 3 different state parks on his last
On his
hurrah.
binge.
Yeah.
And at some point decided to take his shoes off and just be in socks. Now I don't understand where that came. Well, then again, I guess I do.
Look,
who ain't lost their shoes?
Right. Who hadn't changed their shorts?
Absolutely.
But
where's my shirt? I don't know.
So look, yeah, right. Look right here. Guys, we got so close to having the video's good, but we came close.
Real
I wanted it to be like that bull with the lit horns the other day.
Yeah.
When he was throwing people in the air. There's
He
another. We
almost
got
got it.
another video of that, and it's a woman tried to take a selfie of the flaming horns, and it throws her in.
Look right here. Look how close we're watching it right now. He's out in the middle.
There it goes.
Right.
Ooh.
So
Big animal.
Yeah, this is really
So
close.
he acted like he was going to lower his head, and he stopped.
That's
Right
right
there.
there. Guys, I so
That's-
thought.
hey, an angel intervened right there to save that guy.
I know it, guys.
That tells me the bison's not that aggressive, you know, because he had him lined up.
He really
It's
did.
almost like he just didn't want to mess
If
with
that
him.
was a bull with flaming horns, he'd have sent him flying.
That is a big. I
That
mean,
flaming
the
horn
bull.
bull.
The bull was bad, but look at the size of the head on that thing.
Do you see the shoulders on that? You realize how strong
Their
they're up?
skull looks like a 50-gallon drum.
It does.
Huh?
It does.
It's a weird looking animal.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But look at them shoulders. Look at those shoulders. How big they are.
Right here, it's almost on. Look, that guy's right
There it is. Oh,
I think if they're charging that buffalo, I mean,
I wish he would have got hung up on his head and couldn't get out.
I mean, he'd run that flaming bull off.
Yeah.
I mean, it ain't even close size wise.
So you're telling me after the pummeling we saw somebody take with the bull with the flaming horns, and it was a nasty. Is that guy dead? He was in intensive care.
Well, Rick, they called the event off.
Yeah. Well,
After taking all safety precautions.
Rick, I mean, I feel bad for anybody hurt, but I tell you, there's just something I can't have the same compassion for an idiot that got out there and asked for it. I just, if the bull had busted in his bedroom, I'd feel terrible for him.
Exactly.
But he was out there daring
That's
the
a good
thing.
point.
I mean, I'm like,
I 100%
you know, at some point, everybody's got to get on board with me, and we got to quit rewarding people for being idiots.
100%.
That's why we got so many of them.
And then we now have a woman who got pummeled because she tried to take a selfie
this morning.
A
I can't
selfie
remember.
with
Yeah.
one.
I've got it here.
They're in the ring with them, but it also shows you how they light the flames. The guy's in that box that lights them, which is a good.
I'd
Now
stay
here
in
she
that
comes.
box.
Watch her. She steps out. Hey, hey.
Wow, that's awful.
Good night. They just lay there too. Gosh.
Boy, them horns are just
What she
flaming.
what was she doing? Going to step out behind it and take a picture?
Why was
Look
she
at all of them in
there?
that cage, Rick. Did you see that? Look at all the people in the cage next to the building. What is that?
Oh gosh, I guess that's in a minute they make you get out. I don't know.
You guys,
Look when he walks. Look when he goes around the building, Rick. Look in the cage over here. You see some there, but there's more
here.
when he comes further.
Yeah.
Well, that's guy.
Look right there. Look at all those people in that cage. What are they doing in there?
You think they take turns?
It's like shark
once
cage.
they
Is
have-
that like home base? You
once
get
they
run
have
to get back
courage?
in.
It's the bull version of a shark cage when they drop you in to see sharks.
Right. Maybe that's it.
Well, that's
Look, I know we overdo it, but I love bull footage. We are the show for bull footage. Boom.
Well, we're the show for a lot of bull. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
Well,
Fact.
yeah, they really.
Flaming bull.
But honestly, of all the videos you watch, can you beat a bull running over somebody, knocking them up in the air? It's strong.
Rick, with
Especially
their
with
horns on fire?
Yeah,
They get any better than
the
that.
fire does make it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. So got a pretty 866 We Be Big is our number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the show and then some. Oh, won't you? As we make our way back, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, for those that are not watching on YouTube, Van Halen music brings us back, and an update. We did the story that Eddie Van Halen's Hot for Teacher guitar, they named it, was up for auction, and hey, baby, we got a number.
Yeah, how about this? It's sold, and we'll round this off, Rick, for $4 million.
No way.
$4 million. It actually was 3.932.
And some change.
But we're going to call it $4 million for
Round it up.
argument's sake.
Yeah. So I just can't wrap my mind around.
You got an Eddie Van Halen fan who's got a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean that money for a guitar.
After you
But
spend
it's
that
just
much,
going to go up. It's an investment.
Is it?
Well,
know.
How much return can you get on paying $4 million for Eddie Van Halen's guitar?
You got to wait a minute.
Well, here's the problem: they deteriorate over time, and you have to keep them up. So, you're talking about keeping it in a low humidity environment. Do you change the strings on it? Do you
Oh, it's fine.
Adler, what kind of maintenance on something like this? If it's just
the
for
quality
show?
of the guitar is not what they're paying for.
Yeah, it's who. Well, will it be okay?
Yeah, it'll be a pretty low maintenance thing. I mean, Bubba's right. You want to make sure it's not getting moldy.
You're right.
And
Yeah,
stuff like that.
Moisture, they're always bad.
Yeah.
Who wants that?
Would you
they
put
get,
it?
the
Would you
better
put it in a
they
shadow
are.
box?
Well, that's the question. Do you put it in a shadow box? Do you have people come by and hold it and play with
play
it? You do that. Do you drop it? Does a dog get a hold of it? I mean, does your house get hit by a tornado and blow the roof off and get it wet? I mean, what happens?
If you
That's possible.
Right, yeah.
if you pay $4 million for anybody's guitar, I don't care how he is. I mean, you can. It's not. It's up for debate, but considered by many that if he's not the best guitar player we've had so far, he's one of the best.
Yeah, and he changed the way
But
it's played.
but $4 million.
That's a lot of money for a guitar.
So if for me to be a memorabilia $4 million guy, because that's what we're really talking about here, I just have money laying everywhere, don't I? I mean, it's just everywhere.
You got.
I mean, I'm not. That's like
You must have everything else covered.
my accountant told me to buy it. Is it one of those?
It says an investment.
Yeah, right. So
We'll see.
well, there it is.
You know,
so.
Jay-Z said that if you can't buy something twice, you can't actually afford it. So hopefully, whoever bought this could buy two of these.
Okay.
Quoting him.
Little economic advice from Jay-Z.
Jay-Z.
Little financial advice there.
Yeah.
All right. Alec Baldwin, speaking of other celebrity stories today, Alec Baldwin, it says that the special prosecutors in the Alec Baldwin's Rush shooting case clarified that although the charges have been dropped against him, it does not absolve him of criminal, and I can't say that word, meaning somehow he will be indirectly still responsible.
Negligence, is that what it is?
Yeah, no, it's that word
Culpability?
Yeah, I struggle with that word. It's not a word I use a lot because there's certain letters that if they get together, I've got some kind of speech impediment. I can't say them.
There's a lot going on in that one.
Yeah, and if you take these letters and put them together, my ability to speak goes nowhere. I mean, I've run up on those before, like making a presentation, and it's a terrible feeling.
Oh, man, it's a long one.
So anyway, so that means what? That he was still could be held being negligent in some way. You did have a role in it, even though we're not going to prosecute you for directly shooting her. Indirectly, you still got problems or potential problems. Is that what they're saying?
You're responsible.
Yeah. So
Culpability.
So they said they cannot proceed under the current time constraints on the facts and evidence turned over by law enforcement in its existing form. So the involuntary manslaughter charges have been dropped. So that part is over for Alec Baldwin.
Boy, dodged a bullet there. No pun intended.
You know, I don't even think you meant to do a pun.
I don't think so.
Just for you.
No.
Rick, can I go back one story just for a second?
Sure.
I was trying to get this info before, but my computer was offline. But anyway, just to compare, and I know where your loyalty would be. The Babe Ruth's bat just sold for $1.85 million,
That's it?
and Eddie's guitar got nearly $4.
Yeah, but
I'm
Which
surprised.
bat-
Are you
bat-
surprised by that?
But when was Babe Ruth's bat sold? When?
Recently.
Oh, really?
Which bat was it?
Yeah, he's
It
got
was
a lot
the
of
one.
bats.
It was they had to. That's another thing. What if it ain't even real? But it was.
Well,
They got
I know
that
you
from
don't-
1920 to 1921 is when he used it.
Okay.
But
So here,
1.85 million, and that was this story came out April 5th.
so had you rather have Eddie Van Halen's guitar, or had you rather have Babe Ruth's bat and $2 million in your pocket?
Right. I'll go with the bat.
I'm going to take the bat.
Bat, please. Bat.
I'm going to say something that's going to upset some people, and I'm not. And it's weird because I'm not like a rabid sports fan. But I always have been intrigued with Babe Ruth. Maybe it's because I like to see it when a chub
About
does
the
good.
salt and the swat.
You know, but when you see a chubby fella do well,
Oh yeah,
and,
he's the most unathletic looking person.
The
in the
chubby
world.
community goes, that's one of ours.
Yeah. We'll
but,
take him.
But and I'm not talking about the way he lived his life or anything, but just his his persona in baseball.
Yeah.
And it's odd because I didn't even remember last time I watched a baseball game. But when I was a kid, for some reason, there was something about Babe Ruth. I've got one of those New York Yankee Babe Ruth jerseys. I love that.
Yeah.
So I honestly, even though I probably still love music more than I love sports, I think if I had access to the two and they were equally priced, well, throw away the price, I probably would still take the bat. And I know that upsets some people.
Does it hurt that there are a lot of bats? Like, this is a special bat. This is the bat that he hit home run number 500 with. But
That's big.
There are 500 other Babe
No, but
Ruth
500.
bats.
500 was at that time when
Right.
he hit it. 500 looked like nobody
Now-
would ever get anywhere near.
Now,
that.
Greg doesn't believe it's the real bat.
Right.
It's probably just
You're
one
gonna
of
have
them that
Greg
was
on
thrown in the
What
collection.
they did is they photo matched it, and they show the photo. But again,
Oh, you
what's
believe
different? What made him in this picture go? Well, that must be that bat. You know?
Yeah.
I know. Greg.
So,
What was his bat
you know,
look the
he
same?
played in a lot of games. He went to the plate a lot of times. If it was a wood bat, you know, some of them were broke.
Right.
They've broke it. Shows them here how they looked
Well,
at it.
you know
There's
what I should
markings
say?
on it and blah blah. blah.
I'm going to have
Blah,
to go
blah,
back
blah.
and add a caveat. If I was going to buy Babe Ruth's bat, I would not ask Greg about it, and I wouldn't have him with me, because he would take what would be a joyous time and ruin it.
Yeah.
But the experts in this field have declared it is, so it's still a good investment. Right. Even if you think back in your mind, it may not even be it. They're saying it is, and that's when you go to sell it. As long as you got that paperwork, you're good.
I'll never have very valuable memorabilia because I will not write the check for what they say it's worth.
Right.
The only way I would do memorabilia is if I got a speedy deal.
Yeah.
And,
Were you guys-
and those are not around a lot.
I doubt you were, but were y'all ever Nirvana fans
No,
at
no,
all?
Yeah.
Because I think Kurt Cobain's
Adler was.
guitar has the record. I think it was at $6 million it sold for, or I have that number wrong. It's towards the end of the article y'all have.
Yeah.
I think it set the record.
I can tolerate some of Nirvana more than I can REM, but I put them in a similar category. Overrated.
I get what they did, and the music shifted, and killed hair metal.
Yeah.
I'm still not over that. But,
That's why you're angry, by the way.
But I just was never a huge fan.
Speedy, you're talking about the unplugged, Kurt Cobain unplugged guitar, right?
Is that what? I don't know.
I think you said that this morning.
Yeah,
But I would still think Eddie Van Halen would be a bigger item to have than that, to me.
Absolutely. As far as a far-reaching.
But Speedy, you're saying that one got more at auction?
Yeah, towards the end of that article, I think it said setting the record was his back when they sold it. Now I want to say it was $6 million.
And that unplugged in New York, it really helps that he played it on that very famous recording.
Okay.
And that's what goes back to why I don't think that Eddie Van Halen's guitar should have been called the Hot for Teacher guitar. I would have said one of Eddie Van Halen's go-to concert guitars that he played quite often.
And I would call it the guitar.
The Eddie Van Halen.
His main guitar.
But Bubba, that just shows once again that the Kurt Cobain thing went for more. That we're just, some people think we're not sharp because we don't go down those roads of weirdness.
Given them being the same price, I'd still want the Van Halen guitar.
Of course, yeah, definitely.
I mean,
Not
if
even
I was gonna
close.
buy one,
Not
it'd be the same
even.
money.
Not even close.
The fact that the Babe Ruth bat is all old looking and all
I dig
leathered
that.
and like dark oak. Oh, I bet it smells like leather.
But keep in mind, I have no credibility. I told you that story years ago. I'm the one that had the Catfish Hunter autographed baseball, and I found my kids playing with it in the backyard in a baseball game, laying out in the swamp. So it was.
Look what Smalls did. on Sandlot.
Right.
Right.
I mean, he stole his stepdad's Babe Ruth baseball.
Oh, he did.
And the Beast got it.
I forgot all
So
about
what
that.
about that?
What an adventure.
That was an adventure.
I love that movie.
That is a good movie.
Phone calls when we come back. 866 We Be Big. We'll check in with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are getting ready to move forward, I know, with the expo today. And I think a lot of you, we're packed out here in the golden ticket seats and watching the windows here today. There's definitely a tailgating feel. And I'm starting.
There really is.
I'm starting some of the things I'm seeing and hearing and reading in email. You ever get the sense where you go, we need to start the expo and start it soon?
Yeah.
I mean,
Rick, and let me just tell you, wow.
Oh my goodness!
Oh boy!
Here they come.
The wind has been busy this morning.
The wind
hasn't
is busy today. Here are the hashtag girls. The hashtag girls are asking, are there any golden ticket seats available? The answer is no, because apparently we missed our segment.
Oh,
I thought y'all
you've
were on.
already had
I thought when I was
Y'all
getting
were on
surgery.
already.
When I was getting surgery.
What is it? T-shirt.
They're taping a T-shirt.
I can't wait to see what it says.
What are we doing?
A tagged and happy gift for Greg.
Okay.
Tagged and happy, because Tagged and Happy is the name of their company.
What?
They're out.
They all
Mic drop.
They're just gone.
Or tape drop.
Did you hear what I just said a minute ago about people say women are civil?
So I need to go there.
Okay. We just
Did you hear
had-
what I
Tell
said?
Gary, tell Gary to get my Gary, get my shirt and bring it in.
Gary, come out here. Hey, Gary's going to talk to the hashtag.
Hold on.
Hey,
Did you see,
Tell them.
did you see how quick he ran out there?
They need to be careful. I saw a
Did you
giant
see how
turkey
quick
out there
they
a minute
came
ago.
back when they saw Gary?
yeah, they've run to Gary. Gary's talking to him now.
But they had a segment.
I thought when I was had surgery, they had a
They
segment.
were on. Yeah, they've been on.
Are they saying because one of us wasn't here, it wasn't full force? What are they saying?
I don't know.
Oh,
today.
they wanted today to be on.
Well, no, it goes on for we've done weeks up to this. Everybody's not on today. There's only like one person. I mean, we've only got like one.
We are saying today.
Why today? See, it's never enough.
It's Expo Day. Oh my gosh.
I mean, it's you had.
Greg.
Here's this
It's a
gift.
nice quality shirt.
Okay, here you go.
Real life.
Okay.
Oh. Definition of grandparent. I'm a person who.
How do you pronounce it?
Pushover. That's a noun. I'm a person who disregards requests of their
Pushover.
immediate offspring. A person who is easily overcome by a grandchild's influence. See also sap giver, money holder.
Okay, that's good. So
That is our
because he's the first grandparent on the show.
first granddaddy. There you go.
Has that hit you yet that Greg's first grandparent of the bunch?
Well,
Okay.
isn't that cute?
That's a good. That'll be a big seller this weekend.
Tough to
That'll be
read.
a big seller.
We also are taking Gary. Gary's coming to booth 111.
Is that where you are this year?
111, Rick.
You talking about the woman's
111.
pet and the man's regret?
Our booth, we're there, baby.
Yeah. Hey,
111.
can I
All
tell?
set up. Caution tape.
Ready? Can I tell the hashtag girls this? I'm not sure it's legal
Y'all
to.
gonna let me sell turkey calls?
There he goes.
Absolutely.
But do you think that I know we all market and we want to sell? Do you think they sometimes cross the line that they extort buys out of people?
Hey, Rick, I
are you
got a
talking about
booth
the
now.
harassment bridge?
Yeah. It's like
Yeah,
sometimes people say, okay, if you will stop, I will buy something. I mean, does that happen? I mean, because you guys are loud the whole time.
My best line is this. Sir, 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 sir. If you'll give me $10, I'll hand you a free T-shirt right now, sir.
That's good.
Like it?
That's real good.
It's better when you say, can I have your attention, please? Would everybody that drives a red F-150 with a Roll Tide sticker please report to booth 111?
The question is, can they keep it up this year, Rick? They brought a lot of energy. Can they keep it up?
Look, they're just.
Hey, I see-
What now?
I see a lot of disappointment from this one, and I'm pointing at Gary.
Gary?
And let me tell you why. He's with us, but there's a certain excitement about having your own booth, and the fact that his has been taken away. He's like a little sad kid out here.
Well, they told
What-
me I could
what-
sell turkey calls in their booth.
Hey, Gary, honest,
Hey,
yeah.
Rick, let's let him go to 111.
Yeah, how about that?
I gotta
Y'all
tell
want-
you, as
y'all
long
want
as-
Gary
I mean, I'd hate
If
to
y'all-
lose you.
If y'all want Gary, we'll send him over there.
Rick, I will say this: Gwen not going with 111. His wife. She's going to be with us.
Now, we keeping Gwen. We'll give y'all Gary.
And his daughter.
All right, let me say this, too, though.
No,
Picture
you
the
can't
sound.
have that. I can't even have the table.
Well, picture the sound of the hashtag girls and their constant, like a carnival barker the entire weekend, mixed with that turkey call in the middle of it, right in the middle of the whole thing. I think that could be magic.
It's turkey calls and hen calls.
Oh, you're on fire! You're on fire!
I'm on fire!
Here we go, 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Here we go. All right, so all lines are open. The phone troll means that 30 seconds a pop. That means your time on the program will be short. Get right to it. The buzzer will handle things. The buzzer will sound, and your time on the show will be over. Another person standing in lines ready to go. So that's the good news for all of you out there, that especially those of you that have said, I've tried to get in so many times I can't ever get in. That's what the phone troll was established for. We also expanded our number of lines to 10 to allow a bigger sample to get in. Is it harder to manage? Yes. But does it produce opportunity? It does as well. So, and those of you that maybe are multi-time callers, some of you are starting to learn, maybe want to call yourself a little bit and ask the question, do I overcall? Or if I'm calling, am I bringing in a material? But it's designed for no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. No baby predictions, nothing like that. It's just bringing in a question, a comment, whatever. Maybe. Hey guys, what about this? Hey, I heard y'all say this, and here's what I was wondering. A question, as I said, is fine. Let's start with Mike in Georgia. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Well, I don't know where you got Mike from, but I want.
I'm not going to go there. All right, so that just started off on the wrong track. We continue. Yeah, I just 8-6. By the way, speaking of that, we do have a trans story today for all of you that say I don't know what we're concerned about. I can't even believe if you're going to go down the road of all this that you can't go down it at least with a level-headed mind that can think and walk and chew gum at the same time on maybe some things we probably want to be aware of and may caution about. Let's go to David in Trussville, 104.7 WZZK. David, go ahead.
Hey guys, that song you were playing a minute ago about going through a rough patch, isn't that the Bluebell ice cream guy?
I'm getting multiple emails saying that they're not even joking. They're saying that really is the guy that sings the Bluebell
song.
It
sounds like him and the woman both.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I think some people are saying it must sound like it, but some people are acting like they know that that's the case. So I don't know. But
no, it's the I must admit guy.
Is it really?
That sang the Bluebell.
Well, what's must admit? What do you mean by that?
You thinking problem. Remember that one? I must admit. Remember we had somebody call when we saw about that.
Yeah, but Greg, why is that person you know that?
But we covered that.
What do we label? No, what was the other one? Was it called Thinking Problem?
Yeah.
Was that a? What was the intern's name?
Yeah,
that was their theme song.
Yeah. I'm reading an article right now that says Aaron Barker is an American singer-songwriter, and he writes and performs commercials for Bluebell ice cream.
Okay, so it's not Eagle Feather guy.
The caller the other day said it was the guy that you. I don't know.
Well, the caller might not know what they're talking about.
No,
but it's not this guy. It's not the guy we just played. Okay. Let's go to Jackson, Alabama. Earl standing by.
Earl,
go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
Good morning, gentlemen. And Greg, too. Hey, listen, when they put the Hall of Presidents, when Joe Biden, they try to put his animatronic presidents up, are they already going to put it in the Small World ride, or are they going to put it in the Hall?
That's funny. That is funny. Michigan, John standing by. Hey, John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. Have y'all seen the news article floating around about the oversized lady asking the FFA to give her a free ticket because she's oversized? I wanted y'all's opinion on that.
Now, why does she need a free ticket?
She wanted another seat.
Another seat? Okay. Not for her own seat, but she needs the seat next to her.
Seat.
No, she didn't want anybody sitting next to her.
Right. She wanted the seat, not to pay for the one next to her.
Right.
Well, see, that's unreasonable. I think that if we want to talk about airplanes having bigger seats,
you need to see the picture with that story. I think it'll be a little more
well
clear
this goes back to and this applies to everybody, including the person speaking in the microphone. Okay, if you make decisions in your life and you decide you want to live a certain way, then you are also, and I guess we're not teaching this anymore. You're taking on also certain things you're not going to get to do.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Rick, that's telling somebody no,
Right.
and we can't have that anymore.
No, I know. Wasn't there a time that exists though?
Yeah, but not anymore.
Right. And so if you are a certain size and you don't want to do anything about it, and you want to be that size, and you don't care, and you're not going to address any of the issues that might have got you to that size, and you're too big for the airplane seats, you'll either pay for the next one or you won't ride.
Yeah.
And that's the way it has to be. If you need
And water slides are
if you
probably
need the other seat, then you're going to have to pay for it.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say, well, I realize that I need 2 seats, so I guess I have to buy 2.
Yeah.
As opposed to, well, I don't like that I need 2 seats, give me one. Well, that you know how the airlines make money?
Yeah, they
selling
don't like
seats.
giving seats away.
Right, yeah. So they'll even oversell them.
It's not in their plan.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Kevin, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead, Kevin.
Hey, y'all were talking about, Eddie Van Halen's guitars, and then last week or the other day, Adler mentioned Dimebag Darrell.
Yeah.
When Dimebag Darrell was buried, of course, in a Kiss casket, Eddie Van Halen put his Bumblebee guitar into the casket with Dimebag Darrell.
I saw that on Behind the Music.
So that really happened?
Yeah. It was on, and he's right about the coffin, too. Dimebag was a big Kiss fan. Right?
Well, apparently so.
Big time.
866.
There's the Bumblebee.
There it is. I didn't know about the Bumblebee. I don't remember.
No,
that.
I was out of the loop on this.
Devin, Starkville, Mississippi, 96.1. Devin, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
So I'm going to try to run through this real quick. The Snapchat My AI tried to convince me that it was a real person. So let me read this real quick. It asked me if something was bothering me. I said, yes, AI is weird. It said, well, I'm not sure if you're talking about me, but I'm a person, not an AI. How can I help you? I said, you just said you're my new AI chatbot. It said, I'm sorry if I gave you that impression.
What do you just call? What conversation? How did this conversation even start? Why was he talking to it?
He was typing in the prompts, and then it replies.
Yeah, but why is he talking? I mean,
well, I guess
most of them.
And
have
what in my
those-
life am I going to run into? I got to talk to one.
Well, most of these web pages
It's
you
coming.
go to, if you ask for help, there'll be a little chat box pop up, and a lot of that's AI stuff.
And some people are lonely, Greg. All right, so
Okay, I'm
get
sorry.
off his back.
Shouldn't they just get a puppy?
Yeah.
Boy, Adler really said
I'm
that.
fixing to have a few if they want a couple.
Did you hear me, Greg? Adler really said that with conviction.
He did.
Sometimes people are lonely, Greg.
I'll tell you, he sounded
Get
pretty
off his
passionate.
back, all
Greg,
right?
Greg, when's Greg's puppy at farm open?
It should be any day.
Huh?
From the looks of things, it ought to be any day.
Right. That's going to be a blast.
Oh, I'm excited. I don't know what to do. I'm so excited. I'm giddy. That's what I need.
That's just what you need.
That's just what I ordered.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's more than just ice cream in a carton of Bluebell. Picnics and birthdays and welcome home signs. Over 100 years, fond childhood memories, clear country morning and a summer sunrise. One taste and you can't help but wonder how Bluebell gets so many good things in a carton that size. There you go.
Dude, that is my favorite song.
Don't peak too early.
Don't peak too early. We got. We're a long way from 5. Don't peak too early. There he goes.
Gary I see y'all, and just walked off.
I know, Gary. Here's the thing. This is the hashtag girls have a concept that you didn't really follow. They paid for theirs.
Well,
That makes a
No,
difference.
they didn't pay for theirs.
Yes, they did.
Mocher give it to them.
No, he did not. Moji did. Y'all know better than that. That's like saying Speedy bought him lunch. That didn't happen. It went down with the chicken
goodness.
cooker.
All right, we gone.
All right,
Bring that up.
No, you can't even have a buddy deal no more.
Hey, you put them at the same booth. I mean, that may be one of those things. You don't know what'll happen.
yeah,
there they
I
are.
just-
Hashtagger, look, they got their segment. See how smart they are. But if you come up with a few funny lines and get out there and mess with Gary and bring Greg a shirt,
I
you
just
get
don't know. Can they keep up this enthusiasm till 5 o'clock Friday?
The answer-
That's the question.
the
I mean,
answer-
or Saturday. I mean, Sunday, really, when it's all over.
The answer is yes, and I have.
I'm gonna run every day.
I've had one. I just want to say one.
Can I do it?
One thing to the hashtag girls, and we've talked about this. We've talked about this. I mean, year after year after year. You know how you try to help people, and just tell them, Speedy, on my behalf. I've said this for the last time. Enough with the Red Bull. Okay. Okay. So that's it.
Yeah, there's a limit.
Rick said
We've got stories about it.
No more Red
this
Bull.
is straight up agua.
All natural. All natural, organic.
Natural, baby.
Hey, Rick,
Rick,
by
they're
the way,
high
I
on
just
life.
saw Greg get a little bit emotional about being a granddaddy.
Yeah, it just dawned on him he really is one.
Yeah. Hey, Greg, the guys want to know. Come here.
He'll be
It was true
passing
that
out
they saw
fig
you get a
Newtons,
little
Rick,
bit
before he knows it.
Yeah, I got a little misty. Greg,
Hashtag girls got me.
Greg Bubba said he saw today. He said you had fig Newtons and a pocket full of Werthers.
They messed up.
Ronnie Millsap in concert.
Where's he at?
He's over at the concert hall.
Are you serious?
And the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo all coming together at one location.
Woo! So we've thrown Ronnie Millsap in.
Ronnie Millsap is
The legend. What are you talking about?
That's right. I think well, that's right. He called earlier. His handlers did. I think we're going to have him at the expo on the stage. with
I
us.
think so too. As a matter of fact, Gary said he'd walk him over.
Yeah.
Trying to make up for it out there right now.
Hey,
Sure.
hey, Ronnie Millsap.
Wouldn't you love to hear that conversation?
Hey,
Oh my
hey,
God.
Ronnie Millsap. Ronnie Millsap. I'm Gary. Come on over here. I'll walk you over to see Rick and Bubba at the expo. So anyway, all that's going on this weekend. And
I'd like to hear a little Ronnie Millsap bed music when we come back.
What's your favorite Ronnie Millsap song?
Oh, I got several.
But the
I'll find you one.
But the
I'm trying to remember something.
before you get.
Yeah.
But one of the things I wanted to say was, just because
I've seen him in concert before.
that doesn't surprise me.
You did
in the
what?
least, by the way.
Still had to do it.
that doesn't.
I saw him at the Grand Ole Opry once or twice.
Watch out now.
That can I
Him and
say-
little Jimmy Dickens.
Smoky Mountain Rain, is that
Jimmy
it?
Dickens, I have.
Old
Him pull out
Tater and Wait.
that,
Roy Acuff and his yo-yo.
that doesn't surprise me.
Boxcar Willie, I told you, I saw him eating afterward.
Right.
Out at Shoney's, and we did a morning show in that parking lot. That was weird for me.
Well, we did,
And then there's Ernest Tubb.
but anyway, the so I want everybody to know though.
I don't want to brag, but I am well traveled.
You really are.
And I heard about my ventures in Nashville.
And I will tell you this: you are prepared to be a senior citizen because you've lived a life of a senior citizen for a very long time.
Yeah.
But what I was going
since he was a young man.
Yeah, I know. Hanging out with hams, going to see Ronnie Millsap. But anyway, so rest of us at Bon Jovi.
Well, I made those too. but
Rick, remember?
I had a wide range.
And you remember when we were doing the XFL and we'd go to all these cities, he'd make us get on that tour bus and let them take around and point out landmarks to us.
Well, you got to be there. You got to see the place.
After he got us up at 5:30.
Yeah.
But
And unfortunately, me and Greenwood went to bed at 3:30.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Well,
there's
thank
that
goodness for
time.
God's grace.
Yeah.
And Welch's apple juice.
But anyway, so
If you could only had Monty Muscadine at that time.
Boy.
That was that Pink Newcastle tour.
but here's the thing I was going to say too, because you're hearing all this that the vendors are here and we couldn't. There were some vendors trying to get in at the end, but they waited too late, including what I'll tell you here in a minute, a very uncomfortable conversation with Kevin Derberry.
Yeah.
But what I'm
I
saying
heard a
is,
little bit about that.
these are gigantic exhibition halls, and 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. My little baby brother snuggled up in his. And Greg and his wife Lisa, they've been sleeping on the Helix mattress.
Oh, yeah.
How long now?
Well, when I'm not sleeping on the couch, it's pretty good.
I'm going
couple
through a
years.
rough patch.
Couple years.
Couple years.
Yeah.
So HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Go there right now. Here's the bottom line: a customized mattress that will be shipped right to your door. They're going to ask you a few questions. It won't take very long at all. How you sleep on your side, your stomach, your back. You give them that information. They'll design it with all that in mind. There's 14 unique mattress styles you can pick from, including a collection of luxury models, a mattress for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. So you can customize it, and then they'll send it to you. Do you want your the mattress to be soft? Do you want it to be medium? You want it to be really firm? And then they'll send that to you, to your door. You got 100 nights to sleep on it. And if you don't like it, and we think you will, you can get a full refund and they'll take it back. So everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently, and that's why HelixSleep.com/Bubba has various mattress models to choose from, each designed for specific sleep positions and the feel preferences that I just mentioned. 15-year warranty, 10-year warranty, it varies between the models. You can go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba right now and get 20% off your mattress. And, of course, it's always free shipping. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com and find them right there under the sponsors button. All right, so we had Shatner on the program. I guess that was Tuesday? Because I recorded it Monday, right?
Monday and played it Tuesday.
That's it. Bubba, you are intelligent.
Thank you, Captain.
Yeah, and we have Shatner in the news today.
Yeah, well, he's been doing quite a media tour.
Yeah.
And, Rick, apparently he was on Neil Cavuto's Your World show yesterday and announced that he is going to be hosting a new Fox TV space-themed celebrity competition called Stars on Mars this summer.
What? He's 92.
Are they going to Mars? What are they doing?
They said the show will premiere on Monday, June the 5th. Shatner shared his excitement over the upcoming reality show Thursday with Neil Cavuto, claiming the concept amusing when he originally looked at the script. Stars on Mars will feature household names who trade their possession, status, and glamorous lifestyles on Earth for a summer on Mars.
And so we've created a fake Mars.
Yeah,
their mission is to suit up, colonize, compete, and conquer their new galactic surroundings.
There you go, Bubba.
So would these celebrities kind of be put in a position similar to that movie, to where now they have to find ways to provide for themselves and do all that? Is that
Rick, that's all they say. I don't know.
Okay.
That's how it has to be, because we don't have anybody on Mars.
No,
I guess they're going to make a fake Mars and see how they would do on that.
And Shatner is the host.
Yeah,
he's
right. I understand the last few minutes of that interview it went a little downhill.
Was it similar to mine?
I got emails about that too. I don't know.
Did he tell Cavuto
Yes,
he was
sir.
intelligent?
Oh,
I bet he didn't.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Did Cavuto get that? I bet he didn't.
Oh, well, we all know Neil is intelligent. I mean, he's got a lot of brain there.
He does.
What is it? He said he's getting. He said he has got a number of calls from someone named Mark Consuelos, asking if he'd like to switch shows.
He'll take the Mars gig.
Hey, I'll take that Mars gig.
Yeah.
How about Shatner in Huntsville tonight?
Yeah, that's right. That's tonight when that starts. So
you going?
I will
go visit your mom and dad and take them
to the comic and
Comic-Con
pop culture.
Would you ever go to one of these Comic-Con?
It's not
things?
that.
It is too. That's part of the name.
Well, no, it's just comic and pop culture.
It's one of those,
Expos.
but those type.
It's type that.
I was just saying
that.
that's not the name.
No,
of
you're
it.
It's just
talking
a little bit wider than your normal Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Are you talking about that theme, or just anything? Maybe a theme of something I was interested in.
Yeah,
I'm not going to that theme.
No, I know, but
I think it would be funny because people are going to dress up in a lot of costumes and things. Just people watching it, that would be precious.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What if we didn't know it and we got a picture sent to us and Bubba had on a full Star Trek uniform?
Hey, I'd look good in it too. By the way.
Oh, baby.
Oh, man, I wish I could see that.
Beam me up, Scotty. Put a little more fire on that beam.
Throw another log on the fire, Scotty.
Bubba,
So look for that.
I need that a lot.
I may just throw that just so you can hear him call your name.
Yeah. If you ever need to get his attention, if he's not listening, just hit that.
Like if I look and you're in your computer, I'll go.
Bubba.
But see, that doesn't mean I'm not listening.
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just looking for a reason to play. So Shatner is going to host a show at 92.
I would say
Could not, Ray.
Yeah, Yeah, that would look
Thank
more
you,
like
Adler.
me.
That is so good.
Thank you, Adler.
So good.
Thank you
That
so
is
much.
so good.
You know, I hate I missed that interview. Yeah, that was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Greg, I can't. It was.
You didn't miss it. He talked to Bubba.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, you're in the lineup,
Yeah, you
Bubba.
to William
Bubba.
Shatner, you didn't miss it.
Right.
Let me say this though, honestly, and I have great respect for what he's accomplished, and I was yeah. I mean, he's been very successful. He's 92. He's about to host another show.
Bubba.
So, Greg, we got people that we were much younger wouldn't put us on anything.
That's a good point.
But what I'm saying is
We're pushing 60 and about to fall off the hill. What are you talking about?
he is an entertainment icon. No
Yeah,
matter
he is, even though
Greg, Denny Crane,
that's good.
give that more.
Priceline?
Greg.
He made the
Priceline.
company.
What are you
He
kidding?
made the company.
Greg, you got to give.
Yeah, I'll give him.
That character's up your alley.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I never got into Star Trek.
Yeah,
I think
I
one
didn't
time
either.
when I was a kid, I dabbled in it for about a second.
Well, what I said was, and of course, this was beyond his time. I think no, he was in some of those early, wasn't he? I never watched the TV show. It's just one of those things where there's certain things you look at you can't, and I couldn't watch space shows as a kid for some reason. If it was a show that space was the theme, I couldn't watch it.
Space 1999.
No, I couldn't watch any of that. I didn't watch any of those shows. It just didn't interest me. But the movies, when they came out,
I thought the movies were real
when they
good.
came out with Star
Wrath of
Trek,
Khan.
you have to understand. I didn't even watch Star Wars till I was like 40.
Yeah.
Because it was like I guess I should give this a shot. People seem to be really making a fuss over it.
Yeah, they're making.
But as a kid, I had no interest in Star Wars.
I didn't.
Isn't that weird?
You know, one of William Shatner's things that I've always thought he did the best is when he narrated documentaries. He was good at that. I mean, him and Leonard Nimoy.
Which one
both.
would you rather hear?
George
Narrate.
Takei.
You mean of those two?
Of those two.
They're both good. They're both good. You remember Spock did
I
the
go with-
Search in Noah's Ark.
Yeah, I think I
Remember,
go
he
with-
used to do the insert
On strictly narration, I think I go with Spock.
But when it's a
Shatner's,
space,
Shatner's cadence
when
is
it's a-
funny, but it's not. I don't know about the.
but when it's a space show and you hear
that's true.
William Shatner's voice,
You're
you
right.
go,
You're right.
Bubba,
What would y'all love to be asked to narrate?
I'm sorry.
What would y'all like to be asked to narrate?
I get
I don't know
terrified.
what you're saying.
But us having to narrate
I-
something for us is a terrorizing, daunting task.
right, but I'm just thinking what what topic, what
The Serengeti.
okay.
Really?
That-
Hey, that's my area. I
How
want to
they're
do
all
it.
going to that
I
one
want to do
little
an
mud
animal.
hole that keeps getting smaller and smaller.
Look,
Yeah.
Hey, look, last night Sherry got to laughing because I flipped by and one of those Dateline things were on, and that guy and everything was named that I keep doing. We keep working on the impression for. He had him a case, buddy, and he was
that's good.
even he was exaggerating his own self. It seemed like he was doing it to a level that was like 10 times what he even normally does. What's that guy's name?
Is it the Unsolved Mysteries guy? Is that who you're talking about? Who are you
No,
talking about?
it's Dateline, and he's got kind of a long face.
You talking about the guy that you mocked?
Yeah, the guy. Yeah. Morrison, something
Morrison.
Yeah.
Yeah, his last name's Morrison.
Keith Morrison.
Is it Keith Morrison?
Keith Morrison.
Can you do his voice without hearing him?
It'll be hard, but last night I was doing
It's
it.
all about the
and
cadence
then-
with him.
Sherry came down here and she goes, I realized you're just watching this trying to get him down. And I said, but it was like Greg, and also he goes, these kind of accidents happen all the time. Or do they?
You know, the thing about with him.
And what everybody's heard next,
He has kind
no
of a
one saw coming.
Yeah.
he kind of has a cadence like John Stossel's a little
Yeah,
bit.
it is, yeah. Great, great.
I'll tell you this, Rick, the network doesn't have a problem with wrinkles.
No,
He looks like used wrapping
I didn't know he
paper.
took John
this
Kerry's
was
face.
an old case like from 2009, 2010, and it was like it was a head-on.
Why the long
It was a head-on collision in Montana, and then come to find out that one of the people got charged with murder because they
Or did they?
said they crashed into him on purpose.
Really? Wow.
So these kind of things happen on Highway 93. Just another crash. They happen all over the world every night. Just another accidental crash. Or is it?
He does.
He does a good
I
job
love
of
it
that.
when he does.
Right.
I love it. Yeah.
Suddenly the whole town began to talk about
Oh, right.
something much more heinous.
so good.
And what happened next? No one saw coming.
Oh, yeah, he'll go with that one.
Yeah, and then they go to commercial break.
Yeah,
I'm like, I can't move.
I know it.
You know what I hate about those documentaries when they do those stories? They come back and reset the whole story
Yes.
every time.
I know.
And it takes 90% of the segment
Yes.
resetting.
I agree.
Yes.
You're right. And then they'll say shocking, and they'll leave you with shocking.
Yeah.
5 minutes to come back, and then you're.
I'm like, come on, get to the meat of it.
Just
go.
another day on the Rick and Bubba show. Or was it?
Rick, I saw a chimpanzee documentary on Netflix. I
A
know
what?
how you are about animal documentaries.
Oh, I love chimpanzees.
Oh, they got a new
So
one on
you can
Netflix.
narrate that? Oh,
I could.
I thought I would get to do that.
Well, I asked you what you would want to narrate,
Yeah.
and you didn't. I mean,
I would do space stuff.
Maybe
Sure.
I'll take Greg, since you took off the animals. I'll do a football documentary.
Okay.
Okay.
That'd be good.
All right.
I wouldn't mind that.
It'd be sports or science for me.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Plenty of room. This does not, as far as you getting tickets to come as a person, wanting to come or family, plenty of those.
Sure.
And you can get those at the door or whatever. The tickets, we got plenty of tickets, plenty of room.
Oh, yeah.
So there's, so don't worry about that. I mean, don't be sitting there thinking, when you hear something hype so much, you're like, well, gosh, we missed her. No, you getting into the expo over the 3 days, not a problem at all. And we look forward to meeting all of you. But,
Now, one warning though, Rick, that Millsap bunch, they may get a little rowdy.
Well, you
This
have
crowd now. That's like having
Smoky
the Grateful
Mountain Rain.
Dead
Why
there.
we
Oh,
playing that one?
if he throws Smoky Mountain Rain. Hey, Ronnie, can you come over here, get your piano, and play Smoky Mountain Rain for us? But the so we'll
Oh, Bubba's having memories.
Greg, we're
Look,
getting
he was
Greg,
quite the entertainer.
Greg, we're getting ready to go see Def Leppard. Bubba and his ham buddies are over at Millside.
He steps it off before.
How do they say that?
Are you
They're
making
like,
this up?
no, I've had
Wait
it
a minute,
heard
are you,
people.
Greg? No, this is good.
And I'm
when
not
about to-
making. You thought I was finna
Listen,
do
I want
something.
y'all to know he was one of the top entertainers in the 70s.
No,
Oh,
doubt
no,
about it.
him and Engelbert Humperdinck. But yeah, that's hard to say.
Listen,
How about we've been talking about the age of some of these great
hard to
performers
say.
with the Eagles
Yeah.
and all that. Ronnie is 75.
I'm going to say something.
Man.
It's about to own y'all, and we had him on here, and I hope there's enough people that know it that this will work across the room. It may not, but it's going to work amongst the show. I want you to think about what you just said, Greg. Here's what we now you're about to go down hard.
I even put my phone down. I got to listen. That's all in.
We're saying that a man who has been blind since birth was able to walk off the stage and not fall off of it, but Andy Andrews was not.
Oh,
Well,
let the man recover from surgery.
That is so true, though.
I think Ronnie fell off once or twice, didn't he?
I don't know.
I think he did when
took
you were
a-
there.
He
Greg-
took a tumble one time.
Greg said everybody
I
was
think he
saying,
did.
"Whoa!"
Yeah, I don't know.
Stevie Wonder did a couple times too.
Well, it might have happened when you were there. I didn't.
The crowd
I
was
didn't see
gasping.
it.
They're
I
like-
didn't see it.
Right.
But
They're like,
By the way, we didn't give Andy
He
enough
was
that
funny,
day.
by the
He
way.
was hurting.
Yes, he
No,
was.
Andy
When
was-
he was in here. He
Andy's
was
going through a
struggling
lot about falling
so
off,
bad.
but I did not know.
No, I know none of us did.
But no, here's what I
Rick,
didn't
I
know.
want to hear a little stranger in my house. That's
Oh,
my favorite.
no, that's a good
Huh?
one.
Greg's got a song very
Yeah, I know.
It's a little different.
But what I'm saying is,
Can we
Helmsy,
hear that when we come back?
yes, Helmsy, to your point, Andy was telling us that one of the things in his rider is that he must have a hard time because he gets to moving around up
Yeah.
there. That they're supposed to be clear, like tape he can
Yes.
see, reflective tape, so he can see where the edge of the stage is. I didn't know that was an issue for Andy.
Well, the lights.
And I'm just
Sometimes,
saying-
Rick, I mean, no pun intended. Sometimes they blind. You can't see what you're
There's
doing.
another blind.
It's really, that's true.
Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes till the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we'll get to more of your phone calls before the day is done. Fix Mama's Mouth. Get that in today. May 4th is the cutoff. Go to contest button if you want your mom to be considered for the $17,000 dental makeover. So catch that and get that done. Send us everything that we need for her to be considered if you so desire. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Shane and Shane, our guests. Catch that wherever you get podcasts. Sherry and I will be at a marriage conference tonight at Bell Shoals Church in Brandon, Florida, down in the Tampa, Clearwater area. It's a one-day marriage conference, and the dinner is sold out. But if you still want to come to the conference, you can. They got a great night planned for all the couples tonight. Sherry and I are honored to be there and speaking tonight. So find that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. And then if you're looking for a man church service near you, plug into the Men's Discipleship Strategy. Go hear Andy Blanks tomorrow in Boaz, Alabama. The home of Z93, where the show began a little over 29 years ago in January, and 30 years coming up this January. So if you would like to see Andy Blanks at First Baptist Boaz, that information is there, or you can just go at themanchurch.com under events. Okay, so I've been hearing this, and Adler's looked at it, Speedy's looked at it. Here is a video, Dan Bongino. And I told Bubba I feel bad because it's not a compliment. I keep calling him Danny Bonaducci.
Right.
And it's not Danny Bonaducci.
Thing.
It's Dan. Well, I do. I mean, I'm not going to do it and then lie about it. It's when I can't remember his name, I'll go, Danny Bonaducci, that guy on Fox. Yeah. It's Dan Bongino, and we struggle with people's names. So, and those names, you're acting like it's way off, like I'm calling him Fred Taylor. I mean, it's
Bongino too. Yeah. To me, sounds like it is a frozen pizza.
It really does, and a good one.
Yeah,
and a
really good
one.
They even have stuffed crust version.
Let's pick up some Bonginos.
Yeah, yeah. You want me to pick up some Bongino on the way home? You want spaghetti? You want some pizza?
No, I like him. He is very straightforward in his opinions, and he's done a very good job at Fox.
Well, apparently, and when I first heard this, I thought, oh no, because I know he's been sick, and I think he's done good with that. And I thought that he was getting some pretty good health reports, and I thought, oh, no, is this a bad health report? But apparently, it's just they couldn't come to terms for a new contract. But here he is in his own words.
Folks, regretfully, last week was my last show on Fox News, on the Fox News channel. I haven't told Joe that. I know Guy, who's in the office with me, knew before the show. I did let my team know here this morning, and it's tough. It's tough to say that.
So looking into it, so that's him, I guess, on his podcast that he's still doing a radio show. Does he have a radio show, or you just do a podcast? Does he do both? I'm sure we all have to do both now. He does both?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he's talking about him being a commentator on Fox News Channel. That's over. And I guess, and Adler said he looked and they just couldn't come to terms.
Yeah, apparently that's the case. There's speculation. Was it tied into the settlement of the lawsuit this week or whatever? But apparently it was just contract issues.
I used to love when him and Geraldo would go at it.
Oh, yeah.
His show aired at 9 p.m. on Saturdays. It was a rating success for Fox News. The last Saturday episode of Unfiltered, that was the name of it, drew 1.179 million viewers. It ranked as the highest rated show for the day on Saturday. It was the top ranked show in primetime on Saturdays with a 1.3 million viewers, and all this demographic stuff. Just the point being, he was their top Saturday show, and I guess I don't know if he wanted more or they were trying to cut. I don't know what the deal was.
Well, and I'm not saying that this is it, but you bring up something interesting about the lawsuit Fox just settled. And, he, as Speedy said, which is why you like watching him, he is cutting edge. He doesn't pull any punches.
Yep.
And they may have said, the don't pull any punches people make us nervous now. And maybe you're a little edgy for us now, and we're not as comfortable with you being on here as we once were.
Maybe it is.
It could be that, or like you said, he just said, look at the audience I'm giving you. I want more money. And they said, no, that's it. And he said, well, I'm not working for the same thing. Could be that.
Right.
We don't know. And maybe he'll say at some point. But the thing that in the times we're living in now, where Fox News has erred, in my opinion, is the days of the platform is more important to me than the personality is over. People just go to where they want the content of said person, wherever that person is.
Mm-hmm.
So no one's going to say, well, Danny's gone and he's got a radio show and a podcast, but I'm just going to sit here looking at this same time slot on Fox News, even though I'm a huge fan of what he does.
Well, people may.
They're just going to go where he is.
Or they'll just, a lot of people just sit in front of the TV and watch.
Right.
And they'll adapt to whatever new show is on.
Yeah, but more to now, there's more appointment. People going to get content when they want it, where they want it, is more of the modern experience. But Fox News is a big enough brand, like you said, they'll probably survive that. But people will still go find him wherever he is.
Yeah, if they want to hear him, they will.
Yeah.
And that is, I'm probably more the old school. I'll just sit
Yeah.
and watch. I don't want to have to go hunt for it.
Yeah. Well, I don't hunt for it. I'll just go. I know I want to watch, and I know where it is, and I go watch it or listen to it when I want to.
Yeah, mine's probably more time driven. I
Yeah.
go, I'm gonna plop down in the recliner.
Right.
I'm gonna be here for X
Yeah.
amount of time,
Yep.
and
Yep.
I'm gonna channel surf and what's on.
I do that sometimes to relax, but unfortunately, I'm telling you, there's so few things out there that are good.
Well, most of
I mean,
the things I watch now are old series that we're
Right.
rewatching. you
Right.
know.
Yeah. And but yeah, you're right. And then you can
Between Frasier and The Big Bang Theory, that's pretty much what I've watched.
Yeah. I mean, I look out there and I think, man, y'all have so many channels and you've got so much competition. You would think you would really be looking for better content. But and some of it gets real repetitive. Like, how many shows about Alaska people can I possibly watch? I mean,
yeah, it's a bunch of.
How many?
I kind
how
of
many
got into
Louis-
watching some of those because
Yeah.
Greg had talked about them so much, and
Yeah.
watching them try to put together
Yeah.
things up
Life
there, which
below
was a
zero.
challenge.
Anything below zero, man.
Yeah, well, but what I'm talking about. But guess what? There was one time anything in Louisiana I was in.
Yeah.
The Alaskans have just taken away the Louisiana shows.
They have. You're right.
And you know
That's true.
Well, the Swampers thing, and I enjoyed that. I love those characters, but it got a little repetitive. Let me guess, y'all going to float in a body of water, see that the cable is tight, go over to an alligator, pull it up, and shoot it in the head.
Yeah, and for a while there, that was okay.
Yeah. The first time I'd ever seen it, I thought, but now you've seen it several times. You're
Yeah,
like,
it's kinda
how
monotonous.
many different versions of this can we actually see and go, oh, that was a new twist.
Yeah. How many times would they go to commercial and like the rope's about to break? Hold the rope! Hold the rope!
Yeah,
You got to hold a rope.
Something's always falling.
Shoot it in
that
the
they
head.
didn't quite
Shoot
get
it
it
in the
up.
head.
The gator's getting in here with us.
Hurry up! Shoot in the head!
And then you go, but then you know that they're
Watch
going
the tail! Watch the tail!
Yeah, but you know because you look at news stories, no one's been eaten on their team by an alligator, so they win.
Right.
You know they win. You know it might have been duress, but the blow to the head's coming. You know, top of the hour. If
What
you're
are you
leaving,
doing?
if you leave us, have a great weekend.
I don't think so.
If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be right back. Wheel of Meat, by the way, still to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
JC's Atlanta concert ends in chaos when drunken fan runs on stage. We'll have to check that out today.
Yeah, I saw that. That's that's becoming seems like more and more of a problem. with these concerts.
Yeah. Well, the whole society's just turning into chaos. People just,
buddy.
You know, we got a bunch of crazy people. You know, they're either high on some sort of drug or they're just demonically evil and they're just running roughshod. And everybody's got to try to get these people cold and all get them in some kind of control. It's chaos out there. I mean, and we've got there are evil and crazy people everywhere you turn. I mean, just think about that. I mean, you heard this story in the kickoff hour. So I lost at a gamer tournament, and I went out and got my gun and come in and shot everybody up. I mean, over playing Madden football. Good night.
I mean,
But anyway,
it's really almost you just can't comprehend it.
well, we'll unpack all the stories. Certainly gave you a few from around the world today, and we'll talk within the show the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo. I know some of you in different parts of the country may say, I've heard a lot about that the last week. Am I going to hear a lot about it today? Just a little recap. We'll talk about that a little bit. We won't spend the entire show on it, but we will look back at some of the stories from the expo. A lot of you travel from all over the country. We're there, and we certainly may hear from you on some of the phone calls today. and we'll talk about Bubba and I on Fox and Friends on Saturday. Helmsy's put that out there for you on our social media. It's also in show notes. If you didn't see it, you can go back and check that out. So we'll just kind of walk back through that. And first of all, sincerely to the entire team, incredible work at the Expo. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of hours. And you guys, as always, first-class job. You guys just are a cut above any of the other people in our business. A lot of people in our business can't pull that kind of stuff off, and you guys always pull it off flawlessly without complaining. And just thank you to all of you, Speedy, Helms, Greg, Adler. Great work, Bubba.
Here, here.
Bubba, great work. You make Bubba and me our job easy, and I appreciate that very much. All right, so Bubs, what about you? I mean, I don't have to ask you what you did this weekend because I was with you all weekend. I can't think of anything you did other than sleeping that I wasn't there.
Yeah, I know. It's I'm just amazed when we were able to do an event like this and get to spend a lot of time with listeners. Just what a great job we have and how cool it is and how many neat people listen to this show. And I'm amazed. I mean, I really am. It's humbling and it's just really cool. I mean, I'm blown away every time I leave something like that. But it was a lot of fun and we had a good time and good to see a lot of folks we hadn't seen in a while. Saw some new folks and it's almost like a family reunion to us.
Well, we're going to brag on you, all of you in the audience, because even though whether you were able to come to the expo or not, this theme that we heard from the vendors has been a theme that we also hear from the advertisers on the show. There seems to be a running theme with you, the audience, and we definitely will encourage you and pat you on the back today. We're very proud of you guys because the people that support this show we seem to hear over and over again from vendors this weekend and advertisers every day that you are the type of consumer and customer that they all are searching for.
Yep.
And so, and I'm not just, that is absolutely true, is all the guys are my witness. We heard that from all weekend long, and we hear it all the time from our advertisers. So, and if you guys, weren't like that, then we wouldn't have a way to make a living. You've really, that's the fuel that runs anything is, are there advertisers and vendors that are willing to be part of it because of the great job the audience does and the response that you guys have. There were so many times this weekend from the audience that, as to Bubba's point, that we were inspired and encouraged that I can't. There's no way to think of every single situation. You guys are great encouragers, and some of the things that we heard from you really, really inspire us to come back today and be doing this again. Really do. Just incredible. So thank you for that. And, no matter who you are, every now and then you need a little drink of water and somebody say, here's some encouragement, get back out there and do it. And you guys more than did that for us this weekend. So thanks for that. And we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. A lot of Rick and Bubba still left today, and we know that we have a lot to cover, and we're thankful you're part of it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6.5 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new Rick and Bubba show, brand new hour, and welcome back. Without further ado, Mr. Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Bubba had the honor last night appearing on Blaze TV's Stu Does America. And is one of our, Stu is a great guy. You and I it's the first time I remember I came in, I told him this last night, and I heard he and Glenn Beck and all their gang cutting up one day. And I said, you remember I was talking about, I said, I'm hearing a show out there that does sound a lot like us. They hack on each other really bad and really cut up while going through the stories of the day. And them hacking on Glenn always owns me. And Stu even said that they've got emails before saying you are too mean to Glenn, that kind of thing.
Stu's a smart one on that show.
Yeah, right. You know how that feels. And so I asked him, he was intrigued that we got to talk to William Shatner. And I said, well, I couldn't get him to do Stu, you are intelligent, but I tried, but I couldn't for Bubba. But
I've never even seen Stu. I wouldn't know what he looked like.
Yeah.
I hear him all the time.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things too.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
And Stu. But what happened last night is I was going out the door because we're just going to be on Skype and all that out of the studio, and Sherry was like, "Do you have a T-shirt on?" And I said, "Well, it's not a. It's just a. It's going to be on there talking, me and Stu hanging out." I look up, and when they get ready to record it, Stu's got a suit on. And I was like, Stu, you have a suit on. I'm sitting here in a T-shirt.
Can you lose the coat?
Yeah, I'll hear about that. But anyway, so he was kind enough to...
I wish you'd have gave him a message for me, because when I first heard Glenn Beck, I think one of the first things they were doing was playing Bonehead Trivia.
Yes.
Where they played the two cities against each other like where football games were going on.
Yes, that's hilarious.
Convenience store guys.
Yes.
And that was one of my favorite things. I'd like to see him do more of that.
Yeah, I told him my favorite, and I've told you this 1,000 times, when they were getting on Glenn about crying, and he was supposed to be on like one of the national news, whatever, and they said, Glenn, don't cry. And he was like, and he goes, so y'all think I cry on purpose? And he said, you think I can stop myself from crying? He goes, you think I like being ridiculed about crying? And so they were trying to tell him, please don't get on there and cry. And so anyway, so he's got his own show on Blaze, and if you're a Blaze TV subscriber, you can see that. But we'll also put out the YouTube version of it on our social media and stuff. And he was kind enough to have me on talking about the new devotional that I just released through themanchurch.com, Transformed, and we discussed how all that is counterculture and the problems with men and men's ministry and whether everybody likes it or not. Everywhere you go, if you find chaos, you will find the same thing every time. There'll be other things, but there'll be one thing that will always be true. Men have left their God-given call and their God-given responsibilities. And if we don't realize that and push and concentrate on that, and I'm talking about the church too. We can't say on Father's Day that men have the most headship and influence of anyone else in the home, in the church, and in society. Then reaching and discipling men, we treat as priority last. Mm-hmm. Shouldn't that be priority one? If we've said all that, so we kind of we talk about that a little bit, and but we talk about other things too. And he asked me about the Shatner deal and how I wouldn't correct him when he thought I was you. So
that's so funny.
And he was kind enough to talk about our show too. And,
they do a great
and
job.
hopefully pick up some other listeners and viewers. So anyway, you can catch that on Blaze TV. It was last night's episode of Stu Does America, so it's out there now.
That's good stuff.
Stu Does America.
Yeah,
that's fun.
Yeah, and it's he reminds me. He's his own man. Don't misunderstand me, but you know how some people have a certain style that's similar.
Yeah.
You remember when anytime you see some of the two guys go get their own show and stuff.
Yeah.
You remember when Griff used to come on?
Oh yeah.
And then all of a sudden Griff kind of got his own thing.
Yeah.
And then Waters, that used
Jesse
to be on.
Waters, yeah.
And it has that feel to it. And so he's a lot of fun. He has a great sense of humor.
So what we're saying is, be on the lookout for Speedy's podcast.
That is correct.
Sometimes
exactly
when Glenn and Stu's talking, it's tough to even distinguish who's talking. They sound a lot alike.
Yeah,
a lot.
Well, it's funny.
Yeah,
and,
it is.
And so catch that, and we'll try to let you know about that too.
I did see the episode start, and I did see you in the T-shirt, and that's the first. I thought you going ahead and just, hey, let's just get to it. I'm in a T-shirt, you're in a tie.
Well,
and I'm in trouble.
I'm going to say this as kindly as I can.
Yeah.
Okay. I kind of lost sight of the fact that this was a little bigger production than what I normally Zoom on. Of course, this was Skype, not
Yeah.
Zoom. I don't think Stu likes Zoom. I think he likes Skype,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah.
So I had to figure all that out, and thank you for your help on that. But Adler, I'll tell you this. So, most of the things that Bubba and I get asked to be on when you're talking about things that are more podcast or streaming,
right?
Us in your office or even at home on your computer, even though we have microphones that make it sound better, they're not all that concerned with things like studio lighting and all that. And I was told real quick by his producer, hey, your office, that's not going to work. I don't like that overhead light. I can see it.
Yeah.
And I thought, he goes, don't y'all have a studio? And I thought, yeah, but I didn't want to hassle everybody about doing this from the studio. I just wanted to kind of do it. And he goes, well, go in there. And I'm in here flipping on studio lights and moving around. And I end up sitting.
So you're that guy that we do with the podcast
Correct.
that doesn't have good light.
It was on me.
Yeah.
So I ended up turning on the studio. I ended up turning on the studio lights and sitting in front of this logo because I could get the front lighting. Because I didn't realize, like, the problem is when I tried to sit right here and get the whole studio behind me, these lights now point into the camera and they glare. And because of this backlighting we have. So he was like, well, now can you just turn those off and leave these on? And I said, I don't think we have that option. And so I moved around and ended up sitting right here.
Yeah. Your best option is just to sit where you normally sit.
Right, but the problem is I can't put a computer here because I gotta have the Skype camera.
Or sit over here.
And what I tried not to do is say, Adler, could you leave your children and come back up here at 5 o'clock tonight and you and I do a Skype on Stu? So but it worked out.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It did.
And I ended up
It did look
I
good.
ended up taking this little stand over here.
Right.
Putting the computer on it and my microphone and sitting right here.
Yeah.
So that finally was okay.
Yeah, it worked. It worked.
Yeah.
Speedy sent me the link. Rick, there you are.
Yeah,
it looks
yeah.
great, man.
Yeah, there I am.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Attaboy.
Yeah. So I mean,
T-shirt looks good, Rick.
Yeah, thanks.
That's a big blue microphone you got.
Yes, it is. I got that out of Helmsley's office. And I have a much more high-tech setup of the microphone, but it's a little tougher to set up. I didn't want to fool bring it from home.
Right.
I knew we had that up.
Man, Stu is really dressed up.
Didn't he? Yeah, I look really goofy.
He
now.
looks like Men in Black, and you just got a T-shirt on.
He looks like he has got a big-time show, and I'm a good one who came in.
You look like you just quit cutting the grass and came in.
Well, Bubba,
you did just
there's
get
a lot of
things
truth to
working
that.
out.
There's a lot of truth to that. I just come from Kevin Derryberry's golf tournament, done a workout, and then came over here. Right. So, and I had, of course, I got a workout in because you and Tracy left me, but so I was already.
There was only 2 seats on the golf cart. You had to go back and get it.
Because I was going to stand on the back and whatever. But I mean, a simple, hey, we're going to go ahead and go. We'll come back and get you would have been great.
Yeah.
All I did was turn
I
around.
did yell that as we were pulling out of the parking lot.
I don't think so. I turned around. All I saw was the back of heads. You know what I mean? And I had a box on my shoulder of everybody's gift bags. So I trudged on to the truck. And Tracy finally picked me up about halfway. So thank you for
What?
Hey, thank y'all for looking after me. That meant the world to me.
I got ahead of the vapor.
Yeah, well, I got asked questions on the way out.
You got hung up.
I did.
I
But,
ran to daylight.
You did. Thank you. I'm glad they weren't dangerous. We'll come back, Bubba. The wonderful Wheel of Meat is back. So if you want to be on, and have the wheel spun for you, she's rusty. We're gonna have to dust her off. I don't even know if I remember how to do the Wheel of Meat. We have overcome our lack of meat by replacing it with canned meats, and the world's favorite canned meat, Spam.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We need to cover the Fox News hit on Saturday
okay,
morning
got that.
early.
That
Was early, and they had inquired about us doing that. We always enjoy doing that. What was a little strange about it, they gave us, I would say,
oh my God,
5 to 6 topics they might cover, and they went with number 6.
Right. It was. I've never seen you and I. Now it's been a while since we've done one. And I think from what we gathered, and I'm not, and I love it. I mean, it was good publicity for the show and everything. But from what we gathered, there was a time that we would periodically be on the various Fox shows, Fox
Right.
and Friends,
Right.
Hannity's show, back when he was with Alan Combs, and Alan Combs was still with us. Hannity and Combs, we did that. We were on with Cavuto a couple of times. So we used to be on and off quite a. Yeah, well, not a lot, but more than we do now.
Yeah.
And so we think this CRTV announcement, maybe they remembered, we forgot about those guys. But we were told we were going to talk about CRTV. We were told we were going to talk about the Expo. We were told we were going to talk some politics, and that kind of led us to think they were going to talk about Jeff Sessions.
Yeah, because that had been in the news. We had all the immunity being passed out by a special prosecutor.
Sure.
We thought there might be some of that.
So there was a moment when I told Bubba, I said, this thing is very, very fluid, and Speedy was here. You'd already left the office, and we got this email where they threw in, or we may talk about the new book. Well, the newest book that Bubba and I did together is 12 years ago. Okay,
Right. Has it been that long?
Yeah, oh yeah, and
Wow.
no, maybe I take that back. I think it's like 9 years. 9 years ago.
It's 8 or 9
Yeah,
because
yeah.
when I came on board, we were doing a book tour.
The last one.
I got to experience that.
Yes,
for the first time.
it was 9 years ago. Yeah, because I.
Do you remember which book it was?
It was the last
Yeah.
one, We Be Big.
We Be Big.
That's the last one we did. And so it was 9 years ago. And so they said, and they had no name, and they said, well, send us some excerpts from the new book. And I said, I said that there is no new book. And then they said, well, no, the new book. And I said, well, now, I co-wrote a men's devotional a year and a half ago. And then they were like, oh, okay. And then you never heard anything else about it. And so I guess they went and researched all that. And you know what it is. And what I would say this, and also I think it's possible.
We didn't look sleepy at all. That's good.
I think it's also possible that we're just supposed to do what we're told to do, and then God decides what He really wants to talk about. Because we got an opportunity to talk about something, spiritually in the state of men and God's standard for men and women, and that was not something. But I think what it is, they're trying to figure out what they're going to do every day on shows, and you're always trying to find a way for them. We need some sort of narrative and some sort of stream to make all this. And I think they were sitting there going, we can't really figure out how to fit into our show a talk about CRTV with them. We can't really figure out how to talk about. I never did understand why Fox and Friends would talk about the Expo. I mean, I didn't understand how.
Well, at first it was going to be God's Country and something else. I forgot. So that was the tie-in to the Expo.
Right, and then we thought, well, absolutely, it's going to be the Sessions thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then we heard them play the PragerU deal, which, by the way, PragerU, it's so funny to watch when a CNN or an MSNBC makes a mistake by putting on a PragerU thing.
Yeah.
Because what PragerU is really good at, if they're going to talk about the plight of African Americans and how the African American community has been duped by the far left, they always have African Americans talk about it.
All right.
When they talked about toxic masculinity, they have women talking about it who are conservative, saying, like the thing right before us, masculinity is not the problem. It's the wrong kind of masculinity. Well, when they had that, and then Facebook said we can't have that controversial message, unbelievable, and pulled it off Facebook, then that got them going, this would actually flow right into what these guys talk about on their show concerning masculinity and men. And there's in the book's called Devotional How to Be a Man. Now, if you want to laugh about that, I didn't think we were going to talk about that to the level we did, so I did not alert the publisher at all.
Oh.
Normally you get some big publicity for the devotional. The publisher's all fired up, and they're well, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't, like I said, the book, it came out a year and a half ago. And so we there's men's conferences that are using his themes and all that, and that's still pretty current, but the book's not really current, by publishers' standards, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, my phone starts blowing up, and they're like, and you can see them talking amongst themselves, and they included me on it. Is something going on with the book? Look, and then they would pop out and they would go, "Who's talking about the book? Is somebody? What's going on?" Because their website was getting killed.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Bubba, it's been a while since I've done this. It's been a while. Will of Meat returns. Say, Will of Meat's got me yearning. Let's go.
Come on, give it a try.
Well, the wonderful Will of Meat is illuminated, and it's been months, a couple months since we've spun this wheel. Have we even spun it? in 2023?
I don't think so.
I don't know. So anyway, the wheel of meat is illuminated. It's ready to go, and we have guest
The
spinners.
giant wheel of meat.
Guest spinners that were working the Kevin Derryberry golf tournament yesterday. So they stopped by the studio today because we didn't have any golden ticket seats today to say hello. They get to spin. Also, Bubba, rock
Rick,
and rolls.
I thought John Cooper had got all the seats.
I did too. I thought he booked them all and picked up Birdie on the way in. But Rock and Roll City. Now Adler is Rock and Roll City. Yeah. All right. So okay, there's Rock and Roll City.
He's got his glasses
with their
on.
with their new logo. Have you got your logo where people can see it?
Oh, it's in front of the console there.
In front of the
Speedy's
drummer.
bringing it in.
No, it's in there with you, buddy. Look behind you.
Oh, it is right here. It is right here. It is right here.
It just needs to be more prominent. It just needs to be more prominent.
Put it by the Predator.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, the Rock and Roll City.
Welcome to the city.
From our friends at Cotton Eye Joe's.
The boys
just
are
set
back
in front of it,
town.
Speedy.
There you go.
There you
Speedy.
go.
The drum keeps knocking it down.
Yeah. That bass drum's too much with Greg on it. So those of you on the YouTube channel that have missed Rock and Roll City, they'll be back in the break. And I'm sorry.
We'd like to let you have them.
All right, so Birdie is going to spin first. Oh, no, Cooper. John Cooper is up. The coop is up, ready to go. You think he'd let the kid spin first, but John has moved up. He's taking his spot. Speedy, I'm
He
looking
can
for
see the
wireless.
wheel. He's fresh off his cataract surgery. He's ready to go. His depth of field is much better. He'll be able to grab the bars.
Let me tell you, the wheel has got more potential than ever. We've put a bunch of new Rick and Bubba items on there with some of the older items. And then, of course, Moultrie is still on the wheel and Blaze TV is still on the wheel. So let's get started.
I feel like I'm blocking the shot of the
Are
wheel
you?
here with my head.
You're good, brother.
What about that?
You put
That's
that
a good
forehead.
shot.
Your forehead is bigger than the logo.
It looks like the wheel is resting on a melon.
Hogan out of Tifton, Georgia. What do you say to Coop to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a Bubba.
Let it rip.
What a wheel.
Here comes it.
And what a good
Oh,
run.
doesn't it feel good to hear it spin again?
Let me turn around.
Doesn't it feel?
It does. It sounds so amazing.
Doesn't that sound good, Hogan? All right, let's see.
It does. I've missed it.
Let's see if we can get a winner. See if we can get a winner. Come on around. Oh my goodness, we almost had some. Oh, look at this.
Oh!
Hat, wear it. Let me tell you something. This hat that you just won, it's a Rick and Bubba Flex Fit trucker hat. The front logo on it is fantastic. Yeah. It's like a sewn-on patch. It's so like a
anything with Rick and Bubba is fantastic.
Yeah, the RB actually comes off in 3D. I mean, it is a smoking cool hat.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to poke you right in the eye.
Yeah, and it's got that Carolina blue and some silver on it. So let me put you on hold. We'll get all your
make Tifton proud.
Amen. You wear that thing around there, and people will talk. There it is. All right, so I just put him on hold. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to Wade and Muscle Shoals, WLAY. All right, Birdie's finally up. All right, Birdie gets to spin. All right, so are you ready? Wade, what do you say to Birdie? Let him spin that wheel for you.
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip.
Birdie gives it a big twirl.
Birdie lets it go. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can get another win for Wade. Oh, man. Our first Pippet. That just so you were eaten by Jaws, Wade.
Can't have nothing.
I mean, you can't even. Hey, your first mistake was thinking that wheel could give you something.
Hey, join me down at Buck's Pocket.
Let's go to Easy. Because I'm easy at Talladega, where hey, they're coming by the tens of thousands to Talladega
weekend, this
weekend, Talladega Super Speedway. Easy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, let's go, Elliott. Let's win us a big race.
All right, good. Are you ready? What do you say? Tell the Coop to get him to spin it for you.
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Coop. Let it rip. Oh! Hey, Coop's been working out a little bit.
His eyesight's better, and so is his forearm.
Coop's been working out a little bit. All right, let's see what happens here. Easy. See if you get something. Easy. Yeah! All right, so are you ready, Bubba? Guess what you have just won?
Give me spam.
Spam, baby.
It's fuel for the brain.
Come on.
Make it fry.
Easy got spam.
Because easy stomach pain.
Or on the grill.
Enjoy it, Easy.
Yeah!
Yeah.
I don't care what else you give me.
Give me spam. spam. Give me spam. Well, easy, you got it, baby. You're the first winner of spam on the Wheel of Meat. It is a canned meat, and we'll put you on hold, and we'll autograph it for you. It'll be autographed can, and we'll send it right to you.
All right. Hey, can I get Rock and Roll City to do a little hey for my buddy Gerald Kate?
Yeah, how about this? How about a little go? A little go. Go! 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 Go!
Doesn't have much volume on
I
the
know,
go
I don't
there.
know. Adler, I'm not getting a lot of volume off the drums today.
Try it again.
All right, Greg, go again. Oh, yeah. Go! 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 All right, easy, don't go away because we're a little short-handed, so you're going to be on hold like Hogan, but we'll get your information in just a minute, okay? All right, there we go. All right, easy's on hold. Let's go to Florence, where Jay is standing by. Jay, what do you say to Birdie to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Let it rip, Jay. See if we can get another winner.
Birdie with a big spin.
Come on, come on, come on. Bandana. Bandana. All right, so you've won the Ricky and Bubba bandana. Now, can people wear this, or is it just for dogs?
Well, I had it on.
Yeah,
it was tough.
Yeah, but I know it's for dogs, isn't it? Isn't it a dog
It's
bandana?
for dogs, but you could wear it.
Yeah. So
In a
Jay,
tie.
it's a new Rick and Bubba bandana. It's
Ruby Sue loves it.
How about this? Made for dogs, but good enough for people. So congratulations on your bandana. Can we get a go for Jay? Go! 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 We may get one more. How about let's go to Aaron out of Texas. Aaron, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Coop to get him to spin?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Coop. Can we get one more winner, Bubba? Can we get one more winner?
The Coop lets it rip.
Can we get it? Let's see, Aaron. Let's see. Yeah. Hat. Wear it. All right, so you get the same hat that Hogan won out of Tifton, Georgia. So you pick up the new Rick and Bubba Flex Fit Trucker hat. You're going to love this one, by the way, Aaron. I'll put you on hold and wear it with pride there in the Lone Star State.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. All right, so
Good job, Spinners.
Yeah, good job, Spinners. Well done. How'd that feel, Bubba?
I like it.
How'd that feel to have it about you?
I liked it.
In the break, if you're watching on YouTube, the first concert of 2023 of Rock and Roll City. Rock and Roll City with their new logo, ready to go. They'll jam for you in the break. We'll come back. We'll finish out the hour on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. The wonderful Wheel of Meat is back. And congratulations to all the winners.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg. Here you go, buddy. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2. Here we go. The boys are back. The boys are back. That's right. The boys are back in town, my friend. I said. Although technically we're back in the city because we're Rock and Roll City. So the boys are back in the city again. Drum solo, Greg. Welcome to the city. 'Cause the boys are back in town again. The city, that is. The town city. The boys are back in the city. Rock and Roll City.
And they're like, and finally I said, Bubba and I just talked about it on Fox and Friends. They're like, Fox and Friends?
Yeah.
And I'm like, it just kind of came out of nowhere.
Well, literally, I mean, it was on the list, but it was way down the list. And like you said, the segments right before, they just talked about Jeff Sessions. They talked about impeachment. And we literally didn't know till we were coming back out of the break which way they were going to go with that. So it was kind of funny. So and you really didn't have time to explain that it was you and Andy Blanks that wrote the book, because it was just going to be confusing in that and I. Yeah. I told Rick, I said, I was prepared for you to try to explain that, and I was just going to say, look, I wasn't manly enough to get in the book. Okay, that was it.
That's funny.
Well, I tell you what's hilarious, because Andy Blanks co-wrote the devotional with me, and it's certainly still a Rick and Bubba product, because we this is something that we do here with our show and all that, and it's great. It's just another resource that we try to make available to you. But the funny thing is, the guy who actually co-wrote it with me is a former Marine.
Right.
So what we're going to find out is this is what's going to start. Look, if Mr. Rogers is a train killer, you being a former Marine now is not even stretch.
Yeah. Well, I was already getting email. I didn't know you were in the Marines.
Semper Fi, Bubba.
Yeah.
But you know who I feel the worst for is Andy Blanks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I told you, I said I feel terrible for Andy, because he's not getting the PR in this.
Well, he doesn't care. But what I'm talking about is because just this devotional getting in the hands of people, and I got emails from all over the country and saying what we needed to say about that, I believe was God ordained, because it sure didn't come together the way you wanted to. But here's what's cool about it is, as you just said, I did not have time, because it would have taken up our whole time. We didn't have a lot of time. So I was like, all right, Lord, you're opening the door on this. Let's just talk about who you are when it comes to males and females. And how, if you really want to be a man, the only example that doesn't have a flaw is when God became one, because last time I checked, that one was called perfection. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what the devotional does, is say, here's 8 characteristics the Bible talks about through the example of Christ that every man should be. And for Fox and Friends to give us that shot, you got to take it.
Yeah.
And for it to be, us unified together and all that. Now, all of you can't believe that we're not making fun of the fact they couldn't pronounce our names. If you think we're going to make fun of somebody for not being able to say names,
no.
I mean,
I have no ground to stand on.
But
I am amazed at the way that my last name is pronounced, because to me it looks simple, but I know because of other names that are close by, it messes everybody up. But I think they overcomplicate it.
What did you see? I got a Burgess too.
Yeah. Again,
she did a double whammy.
I know hundreds of Burgesses. I know not one Burgess.
That's a good point.
Not one.
No.
Yeah.
I don't either.
I've never met a Burgess.
And so I know it'd be funny
or
for
a
us
Burgess.
I know it would be funny for us to say, you would think before they have a guest on, they'd actually learn how to say their names. But what are we going to say about that?
That's very hypocritical.
I mean, what are we going to say about that?
I even started to say it and stopped myself.
Yeah, there was no way of contacting you guys, so I just sent you the text when it came down about 20 minutes before y'all went on about what they decided to settle on. Now, the day before, like mid-afternoon, they said, hey, look, heads up, they're very interested in the book and the toxic masculinity topic. So I kind of had an idea where they might be going, but then I guess right around 7 Central, they said, hey, look, this is going to be the intro. This is definitely what they want to talk about.
Yeah, I never saw that text till we were done.
Yeah, because we'd already cut our phones off and sit down and had everything out of our pockets, because we were sitting on top of each other anyway. Sure. You couldn't have keys in your pocket.
Did you see how close they put us together?
That was funny.
That was snuggly, wasn't it? Little snuggly wuggly. I love it. But if you're CRTV though, and you had at the very end they go, and by the way, y'all are on CRTV now and an expo. This weekend? Yeah, you gonna be traveling? Well, is there anything that would take what you thought was going to be a nice weekend and make it you can't have nothing quite like car repair? So carshield.com/Bubba is standing by. If you have a protection plan on that car and it has no warranty, you know what? You're in good shape. If you don't, and you don't have warranty, then you're kind of going out there on the edge. And because if you have a problem with that automobile, you're going to pay for it yourself. So why don't you go to carshield.com/Bubba, get yourself a protection plan. They offer a variety, and I mean, you've got free towing available to you, 24/7 roadside assistance. You've got also rental car options available to you, so you're never without an automobile. So why don't you go right now and you get 20% off whatever plan you pick to get that automobile protected with a protection plan from carshield.com if it no longer has warranty. carshield.com/Bubba. You'll always be prepared for the unexpected. You also can find that link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so we haven't done the Wheel of Meat in a while, and we did not get through it unscathed. First of all, I like the feel of it. I like the feel of the spam. I'm glad we got a spam winner.
I'm just glad we got something so we can do it. We don't have to do it, but when we do it, we got something we can go
that
with.
is the beauty because it's no longer tied to a sponsor.
Right.
So if we don't feel like doing it, we won't.
Where am I going to put all this meat?
And if we feel like doing it, we can. So Bubba and I have signed the can of spam, the first one to be won.
There it is.
And let me tell you, the other people that won, they won some cool stuff. So that'll all be going out too. But Speedy, you missed what happened because you were in there getting the winners, and I know how you don't like secondhand embarrassment. So you're not going to like this very much because this is going to make you uncomfortable. So we have here in the studio, and this is going to get real confusing. We have two of our tubers, and one of the tubers with their son. Okay, they were working the Kevin Derryberry golf tournament yesterday. Good to see all of you that came out for that. Well, they were in town. We didn't have any golden ticket seats today because Helmsley was on vacation. And
Speedy was scared.
Boy, I don't know why.
Well, no. You know what I think that was? I think that was
happy. I call a happy.
Yeah, I think it was Helmsley's attempt to minimize bippage. For him being gone.
Right.
But because he's like, well, that's usually what I handle and all that. But
plus, Speedy cussed him out.
Right, in the way Speedy acted
what
about
are you
it.
doing?
Why?
I'm just people believe that.
Hey, the Tubers got Rock and
Was I
Roll
smoking
City
when I said that?
Yeah, the Tubers got Rock and Roll City. They hadn't had Rock and Roll City in a while. The new logo you guys got, you got to use it.
I like that.
So I start asking the guys, and to write down everybody's name.
Oh no.
Who is going to be spinning? Because a lot of times, I struggle with names.
Oh.
And so here's what was written down for me.
As they started to come up, Rick said, "Help."
I
knew immediately what
little
he
help
meant.
here. So Speedy wrote down Bubba's John Cooper, which we know.
Coop.
We'll find out he had a nickname we didn't know about.
We did.
And then we have the son - Birdie. Okay, that's
and
Tracy's
then
son.
Birdie.
And
It
then
says Birdie.
And then Mom Tracy. Okay,
Yeah, that's what Bubba told me.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah, he did.
I did.
Bubba told you.
So
Did he tell me the wrong thing?
I called the boy Birdie probably 3 times. Did I call you Birdie? Maybe 5.
I thought I'd missed something.
So
I
now
kept hearing
now his new nickname.
Yeah, and now it'll be your new nickname.
I thought that was your nickname.
Now, you may be thinking, how do we come up with Birdie?
Yeah.
His name is Connor.
What?
No, it isn't.
Gunner.
No, it
Gunner. Say, what is his
You
We
still
can't
ain't
get
got it
Gunner.
right.
I apologize.
Is it
We have-
Gunner?
What's your name?
It's Gunner.
Well,
Gunner.
would we admit Gunner not close to? It's closer to Connor than Birdie.
Now, yes.
Yeah, but anyway,
That
so,
I will give you.
So then, when we're trying to figure out why in the world Bubba told you Birdie, we find out that John Cooper's got a nickname called Biddy, which of course still isn't Birdie.
And it's not
It's
the right person.
BIDDIE.
Right, and then so Biddy and Birdie are close, but that's not
And Tracy
Gunner's
texted
name.
me
Yeah.
and said, and I knew she was with her son. Hey, Biddy wanted to ask if we could come, if we guys want to go eat after the show tomorrow. Well, I thought she just misspelled it, and it was Birdie.
Okay.
So you just
'Cause
assumed
I knew
it was Birdie.
wasn't Biddy.
Yeah, but come to find out, John Cooper actually has a nickname called Biddy. Why is Tracy calling you Biddy?
That's
Hold on.
How many
never mind.
nicknames does Tracy have for you, John? Is another question.
there's 2 officially on the.
And nobody's nickname's
We
Birdie.
can't. We
right?
can't. No, nobody's nicknamed Birdie.
Yeah, there is now.
Well, now there is.
Yeah. Now there is.
From this point forward, there is.
Yeah. Gunner's now nicknamed Birdie.
Now I'm in the middle of it.
Okay.
Okay, I go by 2 nicknames on YouTube. Biggie Rat, which is my original
Biggie
chat
Rat.
name.
What made
that,
you?
that was a nickname that my Aunt Emily gave me when I was a little bitty kid.
Okay. It's stuck, it sounds like.
And then, but when Gary, which goes by Gampy, Gary, oh my gosh.
No, he's got a nickname.
What
Pinson, Gary Pinson.
Not
when he
this
had
Gary.
his wreck, when he had the head-on collision.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, he had dyslexia for a while, and whenever he would try to chat, instead of typing Biggie, he put in 2 D's instead of 2 G's.
Right.
And that's how I got the nickname Biddy. And some of the OGs still call me Biddy, and some of them call me Biggie. So
Because of the double D.
does that make perfect? Does that clear as mud for y'all? I mean,
For some reason, I actually followed that.
I followed it, but it's a long trail.
Which is great news for my doctor. He's like, you followed that? I sure did. But anyway, so really, when she said Biddy and I want to come, she meant John, not her son.
Right.
And then you thought the son must be called nickname
Because I knew
Birdie.
she wasn't doing Biddy.
Yeah. So you thought his
So you went with Birdie.
Well, I thought that's what it was. Best I recall.
That's
See, I
just
didn't
good.
look at it before I told you.
But really, his name is Gunner.
Right.
Or
And you call him Connor.
Or I call him Connor, but now I will forever call him Birdie.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
Birdie from this
right.
point forward.
Hey, Gunner, let me ask you a question. Was there any moment that you wanted to correct me and say I'm not Birdie?
No, I was just confused. I was like, why are they calling me Birdie?
Yeah.
I was like, did I
And
miss
just
something?
answer for it, you
Did
know.
I get set up? I was confused.
Well, you
Did
know,
somebody pull in one?
There's worse nicknames.
Yeah.
No, Birdie's a good one.
Oh, it could have been bad. I actually like Birdie.
Yeah, could have been doo-doo or something like that.
Thanks, Greg. That's one thing it could be. Yeah, I mean,
Probably not.
We're glad it
Or
wasn't.
booger. Yeah, we've heard that a lot.
no,
We've
no.
heard that a lot.
And double
I used to
bogey.
work with about 3 boogers.
Yeah, oh yeah. That one, I don't know why anybody would ever want that one.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Doo-doo.
So you are forever Birdie from this day forward. And John, you've never been Biddy to me, so this is not a problem. I mean,
I'm still cooped.
That's kind of like Coopville.
I don't know how anybody with Cooper in their name ever has any nickname other than Coop.
Amen.
So every Cooper I know, first
You're
or
right.
last name is Coop.
So wait a minute. So
You're
John
right.
John
Coop DeVille.
Cooper could either be Coop, Biggie Rat, or Biddy.
Right.
Or Velcro.
Where'd that come from?
It's Velcro.
You got more nicknames
That's from
than
way back in the
Watch
day.
out now. Don't get them
I'll just put it this way:
skeletons out.
Bubba and I have something in common, with a lot of hair.
Okay.
So Velcro was because I got a lot of hair
Oh,
on
you're a
my
hairy
chest
guy.
and arms and everything. So
Well, you
it
go ahead
looks-
and share, Coop. Just
I've
Biddy, Biggie.
I've had that nickname for over 35 years. So
Velcro?
no big deal. Yeah.
Velcro.
Okay.
This is punishment. I'm
Coop's
right
got more
in
names than
between
anybody I've
Coop
ever
and
met.
Birdie
All right,
during
so-
all this.
Birdie Coop.
All right. So
And Tracy's ran out the door.
Yeah, she's hiding for some reason.
So if I see Coop, I can say Coop, Biggie, Biggie Rat, Biddy, or Velcro.
Sure. I'll answer to anyone.
I think Biggie Rat's a
And
good
Coop, I've got to ask this question too. You said Gary had a little dyslexia, but he wasn't flipping letters. He just misspelled it, right?
Yeah.
Just yeah. Well, that's
Yeah.
what we called it. We call it dyslexia,
Right.
but it was more just typing in wrong letters.
Yeah. Well, I must have
Just
it
a
too.
bad spell.
Yeah, evidently I've
Which I've got that
Thankfully
too.
for a little while, just a little while.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So I want to
Or
officially.
he's flipping it upside down. Maybe that's it.
So your name is Gunner. It's not.
Gunner.
It's not Cooper.
Known in some
It's not
circles
Connor,
as Connor
and it's not Birdie.
or Birdie.
Right, it's Gunner.
But since nobody has Birdie, you'll now be Birdie.
Yep.
nobody else has got
Well,
it.
the confidence
If you think
level-
I'm ever going to call you anything other than Birdie, it's not going to happen because I'll remember that. I won't remember Gunner, but I'll remember Birdie.
Like
Bubba,
if
what
you
was
see
your
Tracy,
confidence
Tracy, how's
level?
Birdie doing?
Bubba, when you fed Birdie to me, what was your confidence level?
Pretty high.
Now, don't forget, he assumed that Tracy spelled it wrong.
Right.
Well, I remember. I say I didn't look at it. Greg,
Okay, you didn't look at it.
I just remember from the text that it was something like, and I thought it's not Biddy. It has to be Birdie.
Yes. Basically, you just took a shot at it.
Yeah. Remember, we had about half a
with you.
second to decide all that.
Right.
Hey, listen,
quick.
y'all were confident about Birdie too, because I was in there because I was thinking, who's Birdie?
All right.
And
he was
I
calling.
knew
Hey.
Tracy, when Tracy says his name, she says it very quick, and you really can't tell what she's saying, but you know it's real quick.
Right. Okay. All right. So
Gunner.
Birdie.
All right. So
Birdie. Gunner.
Right. Yeah. Well, Birdie and Gunner don't sound an awful lot alike, but
The way
but-
Tracy says it.
Right. Right. But the bottom line is we didn't know what the kid's name
No,
was,
we
and we went with something we saw in the text.
We got as close as
Right,
we could
right.
in about a half a second, and that's what we come
You know
up
what?
with.
He got to spin the wheel.
That's right.
It was a thrill of his life.
Got a nickname.
He got a nickname out of all of it, and he'll forever
did.
be in Rick and Bubba lore.
Sure.
I mean, what else you want? There's a lot of people come here and spin. We say their name right, they're never heard from again.
That's right.
You know what? We'll be back. Final phone calls of the hour and any stories we may have missed. 866 We Be Big is our number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information. Or shop the Rick and Bubba store. If you heard some of the things on the wheel you'd like to have, you can go directly and just get them. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And
High
Griff,
five.
we mentioned we knew Griff. He actually was Ollie North's handler when Ollie
Right.
used to come to the show all the time,
Right.
and we got to have dinner with him one night. It was a lot of fun, and but he's done real good. I'm
Yeah, he has.
proud of him. He's been doing stuff, and now he's anchoring, so he's working his way up. Ollie's done good too. Head of the NRA, that's not a bad gig.
I'll
you know?
tell you, if you look what Griff is doing, Griff is following what we call the Tucker Carlson game plan.
Yeah.
He's working his way off the weekend edition, trying to work his way onto the big channel. So anyway, it was fun to be on, and glad we were able to do it. And then Bubba and I realized when it was over that we were at the location for the expo, but it was hours before it started, and we were just kind of.
So we went and had a very long breakfast.
It's right out of the gate. It doesn't take long. With the host on Fox and Friends taking, and I know, look, we're just letting you hear it because some people say we want to hear her mess the names up. We're not saying anything because we mess people's names up all the time. And we understand. And words we can't say, all that. So this is for no other reason than documenting for you who missed it, you hearing that happen. That's it. And that's all. But buddy, she gets tangled up in our names, and it just starts. It's like something just falling down the steps. And you would have think that somebody like Helmsy does, and like you guys do when I'm ready to say the golden ticket seats, and I certainly still mess it up. But usually y'all give me a shot to say these names are pronounced this way. Yeah. Y'all at least give me a shot at it. Yeah. And if I still keep it up, then at least it's on me. But and maybe the same thing happened here. But
yeah, it could be. And then she just got live and messed up. I don't know, but here it is.
Facebook later apologized, but what's so scary about masculinity in the first place? And is it under attack in America?
Well, Rick Burgess, author of the book How to Be a Man. What a great title. And Bill Busey, is it Busey? Better known together
Bussey.
as Rick and Bubba of the Rick and Bubba Show. They join us now.
There it is. So she says
jumped in.
She
and
says
said,
Burgess, and then the Busey.
Was that Griff?
And she went through Gary Busey. I mean Busey, like Gary Busey.
Yeah. He's the one who's probably messed that name up more than just knowing that name out there on the public.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all know him as the brother of Gary Busey.
He's the same one.
All right, so Helmsy sent us. I guess this was Friday night when the guy came by talking about he wasn't going to vote for Trump anymore.
Yes, goodness gracious, and of course he was one of Dad's friends, and I didn't know that till the very end of the conversation.
Well, then it made sense.
No, it wasn't Bill. But this guy comes up just deadpan, and I didn't know he was one of Dad's buddies. Okay, so he comes up deadpan. He goes, "I tell you one thing, I ain't voting for Trump anymore." He said, "Second term is not happening for me," and I was like, why? I said, why? What's going on? He goes, I'm going to tell you something. And he had me to the very end. He goes, I'm going to tell you something. He said, the economy's so good. My business is good. I never get out of the office to fish anymore. he said, when Obama was in office, I could get out 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah. All right, couple. All right, so let's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Things, in case we don't get to chat again live this week, things to be aware of. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, will drop sometime tomorrow. and you can catch our conversation with Shane and Shane in this week's Rick and Bubba University. Also, be aware that tonight, if you're attending the Bell Shoals Church Marriage Conference tonight, down around Tampa, Clearwater, Sherry and I will be there tonight, Lord willing, to chat with you and spend some time together, and they've got a great night planned. If you're wanting to come, there are no more dinner seats. Those are sold out, but if you just want to come to the sessions and attend the conference, you can certainly do that, and there's plenty of room for that. Check that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. You still have time. Just register, and we'll see you there tonight. Also, tomorrow in Boaz, Alabama, Andy Blanks, representing the manchurch.com, speaking at their Man Church at First Baptist Church in Boaz. You can find that at themanchurch.com under upcoming events, or just come. So those are some things you need to know before we wrap up our time together today. Somebody just texted me, and they said that when they're, I guess all these different things out there says, I'll just read, on my Google feed, every now and then I get this advertisement, is this Eddie Van Adler? Have you seen this?
No.
It's going to blow your mind. Is this Eddie Van Adler? They say it comes through on an advertisement on the Google feed, and here.
Rick, you sent me this picture, and I have to say, it does look like me.
No, that's not the one. That's not the one. Yeah, that's not the one.
That's not it.
Fabio holding a sword?
Yeah, no.
That wasn't the picture?
That wasn't it. No.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't it. But this is uncanny. I mean, this could be, if you didn't know Adler well.
That doesn't look
I'm just
like
talking
me.
about, what?
That doesn't look like
Wow.
me.
Wow. Adler, that looks a lot
No,
like, it's even got an
wow.
AC/DC shirt and a flannel like you wear in the winter.
No, wow.
Adler, that guy looks more like your brothers than your brothers do.
Right. Doesn't that look like a
Look, just because he's got like a bad attitude and a beard, that doesn't mean it always looks like me. Okay,
Right.
everybody.
I thought that was pretty close.
That's close.
I mean, if you
But
didn't,
he could be a worship leader any weekend.
any weekend, yeah,
big
absolutely,
time.
yeah. So to the phones we go. Anything else, men, that we need to cover? 866 we be big. Let's go to. Is that Tucson? Andrew in Tucson. Andrew, go ahead.
Hey guys, I think Birdie is a perfectly fine dog name. When I was 6 years old, I got a dog for my birthday, and I couldn't quite say my THs, and had a little bit of an accent, so it would come out as Birdie, and yeah, I was like, it's my birthday, and I ended up giving her. Everyone thought I was talking about my dog, so I ended up calling her Birdie.
Okay, well, what about there is like a famous play, and I think a movie was done about it, something about Birdie, and the character was like Elvis.
Bye bye Birdie.
Bye bye Birdie. That was it. Yeah, bye bye Birdie. Yeah. So see that's not so bad.
Matter of fact, I saw a clip from that movie like just a day or two
Really?
ago,
Yeah.
and it's like the girl who's a lifeguard says, "Hey Birdie, what are you doing?" or whatever. And yeah, I don't know why that was in the feed. I saw it for some reason.
I
forgot what it was.
I think the movie version. I think Anne Margaret played the young girl that was in love with Birdie.
Yes, Rick. Kim McAfee.
And
And Dick Van Dyke was in it too.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. But it also became a play because I've seen it. Matter of fact, one of my kids was in one of the versions of the play one time.
That's right.
Yeah. Bye bye Birdie. So there you go. So when you leave today, when you're on the way out, I say bye bye Birdie. That's coming up. I kind of look forward to that. Let's go to Springfield. Is that in Missouri? I can't. And boy, I can't even make this out. What's your name? Springfield.
What?
I think the claw may have got me.
It's Birdie, Rick.
See right there. How would you even say that name? And on three.
Good night.
Illinois,
Illinois?
Springfield, Illinois. I don't know. Hello, person.
Yes, Illini.
Say that again.
Illini for Illinois. So
Illini.
on your Fred,
got
your
you.
Fred Eaglesmith song.
Oh yeah, on the Fred Eaglesmith song, Rough Patch. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been a fan of his for probably 25 years or so. He's from Southern Ontario, Canada. Does great shows, kind of Americana music. But that's the first time I'd heard that song that you guys have mentioned there. But he does a lot of solo shows, so you guys keep your eye up on YouTube and so forth. you'll probably see him singing that just as a solo act or with maybe a bass player or something like that. That you can hear the lyrics a little bit better with it. But
I've never heard of him in my whole life.
No, I haven't.
Yeah. But look, all these kind of artists, they've got followings in certain parts. I'm always amazed. Sometimes I'll hear of somebody I've never heard of before, and I go back and go, hey, well, they got quite a little following.
Right.
There's been a few of the new country artists for a few of his songs, but yeah, he has, and you'll like the name of his original band. Ralph passed away, and so they have as Fred J. Smith and the Flying Squirrels.
And the Flying Squirrels. Thanks a lot. Now, I'm sorry. That was this new system is really, really good, but sometimes it can give you so much information.
And this late in the week, we're losing.
Yeah. Let's go to Flip out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Flip, go ahead.
Neighbors, how y'all doing?
We're good.
Good. Hey, my two sons and I went to go see the movie Nefarious.
Yes.
At age 27 and 25. Now, we prayed for ourselves before we went in so no Hanks would get on it.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you that when the demon is talking to the man and telling him how things were before the fall. Have y'all seen the movie yet?
I haven't. No.
Man, I'm gonna tell you. I mean, first of all, it's a good movie, but boy, that was chilling. I mean, when the demon is talking about why they rebelled and how they got cast out, and I mean, it's sobering.
Yeah. Well, spiritual warfare is real, and like I say, it's almost like we don't really want to think about what we've been told by Scripture is true, and then we chase after all these other things that may or may not be true. I think we got all the problems we need right there. Let's go to Jack.
You may be seeing it.
Yeah, Jack in Birmingham. You're right. It's out there, isn't it? 1047 WZZK. Jack, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Love the show, guys.
Thank you.
Want to thank you guys for battling against Big Pharma with us there. You guys have mentioned, I think it's the USA Med Club. My wife and I joined saving the same medications for like over $150 a month for the same deal. And the irony is my wife had a question. She called, spoke to someone in America, an actual pharmacist. So, I mean, they've got a website and a call center, and just wanted to make sure that Big Pharma didn't have you guys on a hit list for bringing something great like this to us.
Well, it really wasn't that thought out, but I appreciate you saying that. The intention was it seemed like a good service, a good product that was willing to buy airtime, and we didn't have a problem with letting y'all know about it.
Yep.
I mean, I appreciate you making it into something like it was. Yeah. It was some big agenda. It really wasn't. I mean, but I'm glad to hear that it's working the way that we were told it should.
Yeah.
So that's the good part, and I'm glad y'all are having a good experience with that. That's always good to hear. Well, we wrap up another week for a lot of you. Now, others, you're getting the show in different orders, so you may have more Rick and Bubba content today. If you'd like to find out how to get the entire show either live or archived on your own time, you can find all those different options at rickandbubba.com. Thank you so much for being with us on another week full of Rick and Bubba shows. Lord willing, back on Monday. If you got more content today, stick around and enjoy that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.